very powerful group of
You hear things you never heard before.
When we're together, we can create magic.
If you don't care about the character, nothing matters.
It's an amazing time to be a gamer.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome Mr. Mike Fisher.
Morning, everybody. Hi. I'm Mike Fisher, or as the internet likes to call me, you're not Jeff Kaplan. Stop reading those cards and introduce Jeff Kaplan. Never read your comments on your Twitch stream. So I hope you had a good time yesterday, and I hope everyone enjoyed the opening party sponsored by Streamline. We've got another day of great content ahead. A reminder that this evening is the 20th anniversary awards show, and also we'll be continuing throughout the day with the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then championship round of the FaceIt Quake World Tournament. So I hope everybody will stay and enjoy that. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors again and encourage you to consider sponsorship yourself if you haven't, and don't hesitate to reach out to me anytime for that. I'll keep the announcements short because we really do have a full roster of speakers, but we're starting out this morning with a very special announcement, and for that we invited a very special guest, Mr. Christopher Weaver. Chris Weaver founded Bethesda Softworks in 1986. He was a scientist by training. He's now currently an educator teaching at both Wellesley and MIT. Last year, Chris was appointed a distinguished research scholar at the Smithsonian and agreed to co-direct the Smithsonian's new Video Pioneers Archive initiative. So we asked Chris to come here to tell us a little bit about the project and share an interesting sneak peek at what he's doing. Chris, come on out and tell us about it. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning. I'm here today to share an extraordinary opportunity that the Smithsonian Institution has extended to the video game industry. To put it in perspective, think about this. Orville Wright wrote the Smithsonian in 1899 to ask for available material on flying machines. Just 4 years later, Kitty Hawk changed the world. But the fundamental question is, how did two brothers working alone with no formal education solve the complex problems of flight that had bedeviled mankind for over 2,000 years? We will never know. Nor will we ever know the genesis of radio or television or even film, as those pioneers from those industries were long gone before anyone thought to capture their stories. Video games influence social transformation. The science behind games has created a fourth wave, where game technologies are repurposed for education, simulation, the military, space, aviation, medicine, to name just a few. Video games are one of the reasons that smartphones exist, that computers are portable, that graphics are photorealistic, and that memory is so cheap. How do we prevent these important threads from becoming lost in the fabric of history? The Smithsonian has offered us an answer. One of the greatest institutions in the world agrees that the story behind the birth of video games is too precious to lose. And it has committed to preserving that story for future generations. The Lemelson Center for the Study of Invention and Innovation has already begun this exciting initiative to record the pioneers of the video game industry in their own words. Unlike film and radio and television, most early creators of the video game industry are still able to tell their stories at a level of detail that informs not only how inventions are made, but the unique characteristics of the inventors who make them. The initial recordings that we've made have surpassed our wildest expectations. We have so much material now on the record. We've uncovered so many things that have never been heard or seen before. So you can understand why we're excited, but we're only just beginning. The timing is right, but urgent. We've lost some important voices recently, including Ralph Baer, the father of the industry. But thankfully, most of the first-generation pioneers are still here to tell their inspiring stories. Through the Video Game Pioneers Archive, we also hope to capture the hidden side of invention and to preserve it for future generations of researchers and historians and the public. We are preserving the essence of creation. By understanding the inventors and their inspirations, we believe it will help us understand the nuances of what all inventors experience in the process. Our leap into the unknown recording of the birth of an industry tells the unfiltered story of its roots. You have to understand that this effort is a landmark initiative in pointing the way that technology history will be recorded for the future. Beyond the archive, our plans include a television documentary series, books and publications, virtual, permanent, and traveling exhibits around the world. Our advisory group is unique, with industry luminaries contributing their time and expertise in conjunction with otherwise competitive museums and libraries who are working cooperatively for the common good given the importance of the cause. Let me show you a small overview of the project.
How many failures before there was light?
My name's Steve Russell.
I'm Don Daglow.
My name is Brenda Laurel.
I'm Peter Sampson.
My name is Richard Garriott.
For the first time, we follow the birth of an industry. What went right, what went wrong, in the unfiltered words of its pioneers.
Some people will say this spawned the computer game industry. The policy was that space war is absolutely the lowest priority. Why don't you do it?
People will, for the first time, get to hear in depth what the inventors themselves thought, their own account of that story.
There were many people who didn't see the value of video games, but it's rapidly grown to be the largest media industry of its type in the world in the shortest period of time.
This giant of media and technology, larger than the film and music industries combined, will reflect on its humble beginnings, while there is still time.
We did not have an ultimate goal.
We can make those machines do things the hardware engineers never thought.
This woman is dangerous.
Players who play the most modern one of my games can feel the roots that go all the way back to the beginning of the industry.
We know now that a lot of people saw it. I was putting one foot in front of the other.
We thought it was being taken away from us.
I haven't given up.
I now have a purpose.
And they say, oh, you worked on that game. Oh, I love that game.
This project isn't just about how people play games, but also what the games mean for a broader public.
And hopefully our stories will inspire them to do something greater than we ever have.
We tried to make sure that everything about the world was simulated.
At first you felt special.
People were going to say, I wished I'd known.
What was going to happen?
Great
After about a year of it, it's like, I'm really cool here.
The Video Game Pioneers Archive, building the legacy into the future.
Some years ago, while visiting him in his Manchester home, Ralph Baer told me that although he'd been interviewed hundreds and hundreds of times, he felt no one ever had asked him the right questions. So we're following his lead, and we're asking the right questions. And we're counting on your stories and your ideas and your support to make this effort as powerful and unique as our industry. This is our legacy. Larger and more important than any game platform, any game company, because ultimately this initiative is about you, the creators. Let us make history together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christopher. Well, we're going to continue with the theme on world building today, starting out with world building the Marvel way. Marvel Comics started out as Timely Comics in 1939 and has remarkably been able to stay relevant to all of you in this room today and your children as well through books, movies, and now video games. How have they been able to stay relevant and to continue to motivate generation after generation with their own dreams and their own stories of being superheroes? To share how they're doing that is Bill Roseman, who's creative director of Interactive at Marvel Games. Bill's got an incredible career. He has done pretty much everything you could possibly do at Marvel: writer, editor, blogger, marketer, and more. So Bill, please come on out and share with us the Marvel story.
Thank you. Thank you. And good morning, true believers. So 4 years ago, I'm up in Boston. I'm giving a talk similar to this to a group of students, some graduate students. I'm talking about Marvel and the Marvel brand. And one of the students, her name was Barbara. She pulls me aside. Now, Barbara was older. She had graduated. She had gone away. She had had a family. She had come back. She pulled me aside and she said, "Bill, I want to tell you about my son. He just ran in the Boston Marathon." Now, this was 4 years ago. She said, he just finished the race, had passed the finish line, and the bombs went off. Now, he was not hurt. He was okay. But he stopped, he gathered himself, and instead of running away from the bombs, he ran back. He ran back to help. And I said, "Barbara, was your son an off-duty police officer or a nurse or a doctor or EMT?" And she said, "No, but he was a Captain America fan." Now, she couldn't guarantee it, but she and I both thought that maybe, just maybe, at that moment, he thought to himself, after reading the adventures of Captain America for so many years and seeing Captain America in film and seeing what Cap would have done, maybe he thought to himself, what would Cap do now? He would go back and help. That's the type of world building I'm here to talk about today. See, when Marvel does its job right, when we all do our job right, we create fictional worlds that can then impact the real world. I know it happened to me. I know it happened to me. But let me see, first, before I talk about that, I need to see a show of hands. Do we have any supervillains in the audience? No? Good. Because I got to tell you my secret identity and my origin. And the reason why at Marvel, our world building begins with telling stories. That's how we introduce realms like Wakanda and Asgard and Nowhere. We do them through stories. Now, at the heart of those stories are characters, are heroes and villains. And at the heart of those characters are their secret identity, who they are, and their origin, how they were changed, usually through some sort of tragedy or trauma, how they gained powers or realized the abilities in themselves that they could use in their new purpose in life. So my secret identity, I was just a kid who liked superheroes. When I was in kindergarten, I saw my first cartoon. It was actually the distinguished competition, the Super Friends. The first cartoon I saw was superheroes. But then I saw reruns of the old 1960s Spider-Man cartoon. And then in the second grade, I walk into this book fair at school, and I see on the back table this little paperback. It was a reprint of some of the earliest issues of Amazing Spider-Man, and I was hooked. I wanted to enter that world. I didn't want to just be Spider-Man. I wanted to be Peter Parker, who lived in the city and had a job and went on dates. That was fascinating to me. It opened up this whole world. And so I focused on comic books. Now, I also partook of the 4 basic food groups: science fiction movies, Dungeons and Dragons, and video games. But comic books and superheroes, that was my main focus. And unlike most kids, I never stopped collecting comics. Even through high school, I would get jobs so I could afford comics. Through high school, my parents got divorced. As anyone knows who has gone through that, it's like a grenade rolls into your life, blows up. But I had comics all the way through college. So you can imagine when I was in college, I had a pretty good collection. And here's my origin part. One night, I'm home from college visiting. I lay in bed, I'm just about to go to sleep. I see these red lights shining through the windows on the wall. I get dressed, I look outside. It's fire trucks. The apartment building that my mother and I were living in was on fire. Now, the fire was up at this unit, this top unit on the right, and our unit was down here on the left. So I had time, as the flames were going, to run in and out of our apartment. And I said, Mom, I'm going to bring out things we can't replace. So this is back when they had photo albums. I'm grabbing those, I'm running in, I'm grabbing pieces of furniture. And finally, the power shuts off in our apartment. It's black. I run back in one more time. I feel my way through the apartment. I go down the hallway. I get into my bedroom. I open my closet, and I grab the last thing that I can take out of the apartment: a long box of comic books. Now you would think that's kind of silly. Why would you do that? Of all the things you could take out, why comic books? Well, they were there for me. Through everything that I went through in my life, things that you have all gone through, going to school, being judged because I'm not the big jock like my brother, days when I woke up, looked in the mirror, looked at my skin, thought I had looked so bad that I didn't want to go to school, through the divorce of my parents, through all these things, comics were there for me each week. And I thought at that moment, this is what I want to do. I want to tell stories with these characters so that other kids like me, just for a moment, could relax for a half hour, read these stories, take a break from their life, and maybe find some inspiration to go back out and face whatever their challenges are. So these comics, they're very important to me. And I'm not alone. Everyone in the Marvel Games team back in Glendale, all of the partners that we work on to make our games, they all have similar stories. They all had their paths. They all had their favorite heroes. And these heroes became friends. They became friends to us. Now, I want to talk about my friends. And even though we grew up in different areas of the country at different times, I think you know my friends. See, my first friend, he was a skinny kid. All he wanted to do was serve his country, right? And he kept applying to the Army, and they kept rejecting him, but he wouldn't give up. He kept going to the different recruitment centers. And finally, someone behind the scenes who was working on an important project and was going to the different recruitment centers saw him and said, "He's our guy. He's our guy." Other people said, "You're crazy. Look at him, he's skinny. He can't join our army." And he said, "No, it's not the size of this muscle. It's the size of this muscle, his heart. He's the one we want." So my friend not only joined the army and became a soldier, some would call him a super soldier. Does anyone know my friend? Captain America. So here's his, and I describe them like friends because that's how we see them at Marvel. We see our characters as real people. That's how we approach their stories. Now here's his first cover. It's dated 1941. Captain America giving a nice sock to Hitler. And, you know, now we would say, yeah, punch that Nazi. Little problem. When that was published in 1941, it was in the beginning of the year. It was almost a full year before Pearl Harbor. We were not yet in World War II. Most of the country wanted us to stay out of the war. But Joe Simon and Jack Kirby knew different. They were two Jewish kids, the son of immigrants from Eastern Europe. They knew what was going on. They heard stories from their relatives. They knew about the work camps. They knew what the Axis powers were doing. And they used a comic book to make their statement. They thought America should go over there and stop them. Now, when they published this comic, they got in trouble. They got to work. There were protesters outside the office. As Mike said earlier, at that time Marvel was called Timely Comics. There were protesters outside Timely. They were getting death threats. Jack Kirby, the artist, was actually sitting at his table, and the phone rang, and someone said, Jack, there's 3 guys down here in the lobby, and they want you to come down here because they want to show you what real Nazis would do to Captain America. And to the horror of everyone at Marvel, Jack got up, rolled down up his sleeves, and went down there. Of course, they had run away, the 3 guys who had called. So they got death threats. There was the protesters. Their boss comes in, says, what the hell are you doing? You've published a comic with a character wrapped in the flag, punching the leader of a country that we are not at war with. What the hell are you doing? At that moment, the sales guy comes in. Boss, check out the numbers. Keep doing it. It was a hit. See, they had their finger on the pulse. There was a growing group of people that did want us to go over there and stop them. And not only were they making a great statement, they did it in such an awesome way. Look at the design of Captain America. There's no mistaking who he is. Star on his chest, A for America on his head. You know who he is as he's coming at you. Other awesome thing, look what he's holding. They could have given him a machine gun, a bazooka. They didn't. They gave him a shield. It's symbolic. What do shields do? They protect him. They protect others. Think about the knights that had a shield. Captain America is following the footsteps of these knights. He's going to go over there. He's going to protect those that can't protect themselves. It made a big statement. And it sold very well. And he was one of my favorite characters. Now here's a cover that really spoke to me when I was young. Captain America 171. They actually changed the logo of the book. It wasn't just Captain America. It was Captain America and Falcon. Teaming him with Sam Wilson there on the left. And maybe I didn't get it consciously at the time what they were saying, but subconsciously it sunk in. Here's a black guy and a white guy working together from 2 different backgrounds and worlds, but they know what unifies them. That had an effect on me. Changed the way I thought. Opened my eyes up to new possibilities. And I can imagine how this cover would affect modern readers. We did a story where Steve's super soldier serum ran out and he aged and he could no longer carry the shield. And he turns to Sam, who he's fought with for decades, and said, Sam, the world still needs a Captain America. Will you take my shield? And Sam did. And some readers were not happy. We received some more hate mail. But some readers were very happy because they understand what this statement means. And I know firsthand, actually, what the impact might have on young readers. See, my son Peter, he likes to build Lego figures. He built a little Lego version of himself for me to take with me on my trip to Las Vegas so I wouldn't be lonely. When I showed him this cover, he said, Papa, hold on, I have to go build the all-new Captain America. He ran back into his bedroom. He got his Captain America figure, he took off the head, he added the falcon wings and the falcon head, and he built his own all new Cap. I didn't tell him to do it. He just saw the image and was inspired. And again, that's how the real world, the experiences of Joe and Jack inspire them to create a fictional world, and the fictional world impacts our world. Here's an image from a recent, we did a 75th anniversary celebration of Captain America, and our friends at D3 Go, who make Marvel Puzzle Quest, had this great idea. We challenged all of our partners to create a Captain America unique to their game, and they said, hey, we saw how in the comics and then also in the games that Sam Wilson became Captain America. Can we do a version where Peggy Carter becomes Captain America? We'll tell a story of a reality where maybe Steve was shot before he got the serum and Peggy stepped forward and became Captain America, and we said, we love it. That's in the spirit of Captain America. That the right person at the right time, if they have the willpower, if they have the skills, they can step up. Doesn't matter if you're born in America or not, if you embrace our ideals, if you want to come here and fight for us, you can do this. And out of the 7 executions of this Captain America project, this is the one that got the most attention and was seen a ton of websites, and then actually at conventions, we started seeing cosplayers dressed as Peggy Carter and Captain America. Again, one world affecting another. I'm sure you've heard of our announcement, the Avengers Project, that we're doing with our friends at Square Enix, Crystal Dynamics, and Eidos Montreal. You have these amazing talents coming together. Why? Because we love these characters, and we're going to put just as much thought and effort on every character because we understand the responsibility. We understand the symbolism and how it can affect our world. We understand that the power he has to reach out, whether you're an anonymous protester in China, choosing, instead of just grabbing a garbage can lid, choosing to have a Captain America shield so that his picture would get taken and would get out, promoted around the world, to say that they're fighting for freedom and justice. Whether you're Vij Singh, known as the Sikh Cap, who dresses as Cap because he wants to change the way people think. He said he used to walk down the street and get stared at and judged. Now when he walks down the street, he gets asked to pose for photos. Or whether you're Lean Depp, who is a Republican councilman in San Jose, California. When he was sworn in, he chose Captain America's shield because he said in this dark and turbulent time, he wanted to remind everyone what all of America can stand for. Cap is not political in that he represents any political party, but he represents the best of America and what we hope for. Now I have another friend, I think you also know, another skinny kid, was picked on in high school. Couldn't get any dates, felt the world was against him. He was an orphan, actually, raised by his older aunt and uncle. He was lucky. They adopted him. One day, his uncle Ben, said to my friend, I know you feel the world is on your shoulders and the world against you and that the world stinks, but one day when you grow up, things will be different. You're going to realize that you're really smart and that you have powers. But with this power comes responsibility, to use it wisely. My friend said, Uncle Ben, you're crazy. And a few years later, he did realize he was really smart and he had special gifts, and it was his time to determine, am I going to be selfish or selfless? And one night he was out, and these cops were chasing this guy, and the cop said, hey, can you get in the way of this guy? Stop him. And my friend said, no. Now things are going my way. I'm going to look out for myself. And he let that thief run by. And as fate would have it, that thief then actually collided with his uncle, Ben, and shot him and killed him. And my friend thought if I had just listened to Uncle Ben, one of the only nice people to me in my life would still be alive. And from that moment, every day when he goes out, he remembers his words and realizes, oh, with great power, there must come great responsibility. Does anyone know my next friend? He's Spider-Man. He's seen up there on the top left. The reason I chose these two images is because he ushered in the Marvel age of comics. And this was done by people. These characters didn't just fall from the sky. Stan Lee's hands on the right at the typewriter. He was the writer. There's Jack Kirby at his drawing board, surrounded by heroes. Here's what was unique about Marvel and why Marvel continues to lead the way today and why they're still so relevant, is their heroes, our characters, were fundamentally different. Stan Lee said, we're going to put the human in the superhuman. A lot of the characters before, they were invented in the 30s. They were escapism during the Great Depression. And they really just focused on the costumed identities. They really didn't develop who they were under their masks. But Stan and Jack and Steve Ditko, they focused on the humans first. And they talked about what their challenges were. Then when these characters received powers, their problems didn't go away. Their problems got worse. They got amplified. And then our heroes must make the choice, what do I do with my powers? Do I try and make my challenges go away? Do I run away from them, or do I confront them head on? The other very, very, very unique thing they did is their challenges weren't just about supervillains. Their challenges were in themselves. Our characters were not perfect. They had feet of clay. What do I mean by that? Well, if you've seen the Netflix show Daredevil, Matt Murdock, he's blind. Professor X from the X-Men in a wheelchair. Even the mighty Thor in the comics, he had an alter ego. Dr. Donald Blake had a bad leg. He had a cane. Let's see, Tony Stark, alcoholic with daddy issues. Same thing with Thor. They all had problems. Bruce Banner, anger issues. They're all challenged. And just like when they created Captain America, the creators at Marvel were in trouble. They got yelled at by their bosses, and they said, what are you doing? Superheroes shouldn't have problems. They take care of problems. But they caught on. Marvel was a little company then, and when they published these comics, they reached an unprecedented audience. College kids were actually reading these books and writing and sending in letters. And as I said, the lead of these new characters was the Amazing Spider-Man. He truly represented the Marvel idea. Why was that? A lot of elements that went into him made him different. He was an outsider. As I said, my friend Peter was not popular at school. Comics before this were usually about the jock. In Peter's story, the jock was the enemy, Flash Thompson. He was the star. He was a teenager. Before this, comic books that featured teenagers, they were the sidekicks. But Stan and Steve knew that this is a new generation. The audience now are the sons and daughters of the greatest generation. They've come back from war. They've had kids. Their teenagers now have their disposable income. They want to read about themselves. So he was a teenager. Other things that made Spider-Man different and got their publisher so mad, he would come in and said, what are you doing? This character, not only is he a teenager, we can't see his face. He's wearing this mask. He looks like a burglar. He's got a bug on his face. Everyone hates insects. What are you doing? Boss, look at the numbers. Keep doing it. He was a hit. Another great thing about Spider-Man was the creators actually, before they did superheroes, they were doing all sorts of genres, and one of the genres was romance comics, teen romance comics. So when Stan and Steve and later John Romita Sr. came on, they had all the soap opera elements of the girlfriends and the families. And what is also awesome about this image, this is by an artist named Alex Ross, surrounding him with these faces, look how many of them are old, these older faces. This comic was talking about this generation gap and this collision. You have his boss, J. Jonah Jameson, yelling at him, the Vulture, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, the Tinker. It's these older generations looking at this teen kid and saying, punk, what do you think you're doing? You think you can change the world? And there our hero stands in the middle, and I also love this image because it's the division. It's Peter and Spider-Man. They are divided, but they're together. See, the best Marvel stories are when the problems of the civilian life are challenged by the problems of the superhuman life. And you must make a decision. And even sometimes when you win as a superhero, you lose in your secret identity. Here's one of my favorite scenes from Amazing Spider-Man 33, and this really sums up why he's such an amazing character for everyone to relate to. Here's a scene, he's underground, he's buried in this rubble. He's going to give up, but he thinks about his Aunt May and Uncle Ben. And he thinks, if I don't get out of here and I don't get the medicine that Aunt May needs, she's going to die. And so slowly and brilliantly, as the panels get larger and larger, he decides not to give up. Until finally, he lifts up the rubble. He pushes it off. He doesn't give up. He has a transcendent moment of victory. And isn't that what we all want in our life? Think about the days when you wake up and you feel the weight of the world is on your shoulders and you want to just stay in bed. But then you remember the lives of the people that depend upon you. And you fight and you fight and you fight and you have small moments of victory. That's what we want in our lives. And that's why these stories inspire us to hopefully some days have those victories. Now, you may have heard we're making a Spider-Man game with Ted Price's team at Insomniac and our friends at Sony Interactive Entertainment. The other day, we were sitting around talking, because Insomniac is only about 10 minutes away from the Marvel Games office. And we were eating lunch and talking and asking each other, hey, when did you first get into Spider-Man? And we all realized we had the same story. We discovered him when we were very little. Not only that, we all realized that we all owned the same Spider-Man underoos back in the day. And it feels like our lives have driven us to this moment. This is our purpose, to show the world why this character is so awesome, to bring this fictional world into the real world. It is very personal for us. We are going to focus our life's journey into this game to celebrate him with the world. It's very personal for us. Here's another character that's very personal for Marvel. This is Miles Morales. We did a story in a line of books called Ultimate that were actually set on another world. And in that world, to change things up, to try something different, that world's Peter Parker died. But Miles Morales stepped forward and said the world still needs a Spider-Man, and as fate would have it, he was also bit by a spider, became Spider-Man. Now, as you can imagine, this was a little controversial. People were angry. What are you doing turning Spider-Man black? And I remember the day I walked into my office and saw some hate mail. A letter from a father who said he was going to, when his kids got out of school, he was going to take them into the backyard and burn their Spider-Man comics. So I replied to him, and I said, look, you don't have to buy or read this comic. You know, we still have the separate Amazing Spider-Man comic where Peter is still Spider-Man. You can just read that. But most of all, don't burn your kids' comics. It's not going to have the effect on them that you're hoping for. I don't know if he listened to me or not, but I had to at least say that to him. The reason why is the next email I opened was from a young lady, and she said, thank you. She says, my little brother saw this, and he looked at me with such joy in his eyes. She said that I knew he was so happy he finally had a Spider-Man that looked like him. So I don't know if you saw this online the other day. This girl sent this email out that said her brother was hit by a car, and he said the only reason he survived is because he's Spider-Man. And our fans are so great, they sent this email to Brian Michael Bendis, the writer of Miles Morales, and Brian sent him some comics. And see how happy he is. And you've got to see the connection, right? You see that connection back and forth. That's where one world is created with such a special touch that is inclusive and representative, and it reaches out to the rest of the world. Oh, I have another friend to tell you about. Another friend. Actually, it's a group of friends. It's a group. They were a bunch of misfits, my friends. They all felt alone. They all felt they had no family. But then later in life, they found each other, and they said, you know, we may all be misfits, but you're a misfit too, and we can form our own family. And maybe we can do something great. Maybe we can protect each other. Maybe we can protect the universe. Maybe we could guard the universe. Does anyone know my next group of friends? Guardians of the Galaxy. Now here's my bit of world building. I was at Marvel, I was editing comics. They asked me to edit the cosmic books. And I edited a book called Nova, and he was like the Lone Ranger in space. And then I wanted to do a book about a group of heroes, and I decided to be inspired by Spider-Man and make the group a bunch of misfits. And in true Marvel fashion, I wanted to bring back heroes that may have been forgotten and show everyone why they're great. So one night I have all my official handbooks of the Marvel Universe spread out on the floor, and I have sticky notes on pages of characters that I wanted to bring back. One of them was Star-Lord. And my wife comes running in, and she sees all these books, and she says, "Billy, what are you doing? You're making a mess." And I'm like, "Honey, I'm going to build the next awesome Marvel super team, and this is going to be the Star." Pick up the book, and she says, "Is that a squirrel?" And I said, "It's a raccoon. It's Rocket Raccoon." So there he is, up with his friend Groot. A lot of what you see in the Guardians film and cartoon began here in this little comic book that sold maybe 30,000 issues. But I thought these characters were great. Star-Lord hadn't been seen in years. Rocket hadn't been seen since when I was a kid. When I was 15, there was a 4-issue Rocket Raccoon miniseries that I just thought was awesome. And so I had to actually argue with people. And I had to say, "I want to bring back Rocket Raccoon." And they said, "You're ridiculous." I'm like, "No, he's awesome. He's a short, furry guy with a bad attitude and a big laser gun. What's not to love? He just needs the right platform." So we published these comics, and people actually responded to our little group of Bad News Bears. We launched the title, and there you'll see a lot of the Guardians you come to know and love. There's Drax, there's Gamora, Star-Lord, there's Rocket. And one day my phone rings, and I answer it, and it's one of my friends at Marvel Studios, and he's whispering. I'm like, "What's going on? Why are you whispering?" He's like, "Bill, we really like your cosmic books over here." I'm like, "Cool, are you getting them each week in the bundles? You read them?" Like, "Yeah." So you like them? "Yeah, we really like them." So, "What do you mean?" "Can't say anymore. Bye." Click. Huh. All right. A few months later, I see Guardians poster. I immediately get on the phone with Dan Abnett and Andy Landing, the writer, and I said, "Guys, they're making a Guardians of the Galaxy movie, and it's not the Guardians that existed back in the 70s that we took the name from. It's our Guardians. It's our crazy group of misfits are going to be in this movie." And everyone thought, this is going to be Marvel's first bomb, the Guardians. Who knows who they are? We knew who they were. What the movie did so great, among many things, the cast, the writing, the directing, was the story about these group of misfits that had no family. Think of Peter Quill being kidnapped, Rocket feeling he's the only one that's like him. Gamora has no family. Drax's family was killed. Groot, the only survivor of his planet. None of them have a family. But it's like us, right? We grow up, we leave our families or we lose our families. We go either to school or to our jobs. We look around and we make a new family. We find other people like us. And we say, let's stand together and let's form a new family. And that's why a movie about a walking tree and a talking raccoon was one of our biggest hits and reached an audience around the world. You may have heard we're doing Guardians of the Galaxy, Telltale story. And we are really taking it seriously and focusing on each character. Who are they? What do they want? How are they a family? What could tear that family apart? And I stop and I think to myself, this is crazy. The guy who, when he was 15, read this mini-series about Rocket Raccoon, then actually got to work for Marvel and do a comic that brought Rocket back, and then they made a movie about it, and people liked it, and now I get to work on the video game about it? This is crazy! This is nuts! But that's the power of Marvel. The power of Marvel, our worlds connecting with other people. So my last friend I want to tell you about. You may not have known about him. He hasn't been in a movie yet. Here's his origin. One morning, I'm at work, turn on my computer. I have a ton of meetings to go to. Look at my email. It's a wall of emails. One stands out. The subject line just says, help. Got my attention. I go to open it up. Now, we get all sorts of emails from fans. They write in and they say, why can't Gambit and Rogue just be together? Why can't you be nice to them? This letter wasn't like that. This letter was from a mom named Christina, and she said, I don't know if anyone's going to read this, but I need your help. My little boy, Anthony, who wears a hearing aid, actually didn't want to wear it this morning. And I said, why? And he said, Mama, superheroes don't wear hearing aids. And Christina said, yes, they do. And he said, like Marvel characters? And she said, yes, Marvel characters wear hearing aids. And he said, who? And she said, don't worry, put your hearing aid in, we'll go to school, we'll talk about it after school. She runs home, help! I just said this to him to put his hearing aid on. Are there heroes who wear hearing aids? I'm about to delete it. I've got these meetings to go to. Finger stops. What would Peter Parker do? So I send the email around to everyone at work, and I asked them, do you remember if anyone wore a hearing aid? Or, hey, maybe we can get one of our creators to draw someone. And my friend Tom Brevoort, my boss, said, hey, remember Hawkeye back in the 80s? Oh, and I said, you're right. We did a story where Hawkeye the Archer, he was buried under rubble, and he hurt his ear, and he had to use his sonic arrow to get out. That hurt his ear. He went deaf. Luckily, he had a good friend, Tony Stark. Tony Stark made him hearing aids, and so he's worn them ever since. And so I wrote back to Christina. I said, Christina, I want you to tell Anthony this. Not only do superheroes wear hearing aids, but an Avenger, Hawkeye, wears a hearing aid. And if Anthony wears his hearing aids, then we will make him an honorary Avenger. And I thought, okay, Catholic guilt gone, good deed done for the day, cool, did it. That Monday, I get this in my email, drawn by my friend Manny Medeiros. He heard I sent the Hawkeye picture to Christina, and so he knew in the letter that they call his hearing aid Blue Ear because it was blue plastic. So he drew a picture of Blue Ear standing with Hawkeye. I send that to Christina. The next day, I get this from my friend Nelson Ribeiro, who's also on staff. He draws Blue Ear as an adult. I send that to Christina. And we all think, okay, good deeds done for the day. Because we live and breathe the Spider-Man mantra of, with great power, there must come great responsibility. What is our power? It's not a lot. We can write some things, we can draw some things, we can tell stories through different mediums, through TV, through video games. But when we have our moment, isn't it our responsibility to share these with people, hoping to help them? So like I said, we thought good deed done for the day. Turns out that Christina's father is a state senator. We didn't know that. So one day he's at the state capitol and a reporter comes up and asks him for some dirt, some good political dirt. He says, no, I have a good story about this, so-called faceless company taking time out of their day to create these pictures for my grandson. And that meant a lot to him because he heard from Christina, who then wrote to me and said, Bill, you won't believe it. We've had to print out these pictures many times because Anthony is taking them all around town and he gets them ripped up and muddy. And we have to put them in plastic sleeves. And he takes them to school. And he goes to a school with kids who also have hearing challenges. And she said the kids are so excited because they see themselves represented. They see that they can be special. They can be heroes. And the teachers see that the kids are excited. So now they have a week coming up that's going to be Superhero Week, where everyone gets to dress up. And the emails didn't stop there. When the State Senator told this story, and it started to appear in newspapers and online, people around the world saw this, and they started writing me, and different parents started asking me for the Blue Ear comic for their kids, and I had to say, there is no comic, there's just these 2 pinups. And so I kept sending these pinups to parents around the world. And it planted a seed in my head, and I just said, we have to do more. We have to do a comic. And we reached out to the Children's Hearing Institute, and we made this Iron Man comic starring Blue Ear, because we wanted the message to be, it had kind of an anti-bully message of, hey, just because a kid has a hearing aid, it's not something to make fun of. He's like Iron Man. Iron Man uses his tech to be the best he can be, just like Blue Ear does. And we invented Saphira, a female character, representation, inclusion. She has a cochlear implant. The day we published this, I got emails from parents in Australia and Italy. And just last week, I get this letter from Kayla of Brooklyn, addressed to me, Dear Bill, another thing, I just got this last week, and we published this 4 years ago? Last week. Dear Bill, I love how you inspired Anthony Smith to wear his hearing aid. You inspired him by creating a superhero with hearing difficulties. Not only did you inspire him, you also inspired me by creating Saphira. My name is Kayla, and I am 10 years old. I was born with moderate to profound hearing loss and was implanted with bilateral cochlear implants when I was 10 months old. When I first heard about Saphira, I was curious about how she would save the world while being deaf. After reading the comic, I realized that Saphira has powers within herself and didn't care about what other people thought or said. I wish at times I had the same powers to deal with difficult situations in my life. Thank you for creating Saphira, and I hope to read more comics with her included. Happy holidays. Kayla. That's world building. That's world building. And we have a happy ending for this story with Blue Ear. So not only did they have the Superhero Week at Anthony's school, but he went around town. His mom made him a Blue Ear costume, and he's known as Blue Ear. And guess who was the Grand Marshal of his Halloween parade? Anthony, who, because the story kept spreading around, actually got to come to New York City, and we appeared on CNN together with Nelson, the artist of the color piece, and he came to Marvel, and there he is in his Blue Ear costume, and you can see how proud and happy that Anthony is. And that is world building. That is how we can together create worlds that affect others. So here is my challenge for all of us. When you go back to your studios and your teams, and it's time to make decisions about the worlds that you build, we should all be like Spider-Man. We should realize the power that we have and the responsibility that we have to use it wisely. We should be like Captain America. When the whole world tells you you are wrong, but you know something is right inside of you, you should always do the right thing. We should all be like the Guardians of the Galaxy. We should look past our differences and realize what unites us and how we can all build our own families. We should be like Blue Ear, and Barbara's son, who I mentioned earlier today, when we hear someone in trouble, when there are explosions in our lives, we should not run away from the explosions. We should run towards them. We should help each other in any way we can through our own special abilities, and we should all be our own heroes. Thank you for your time.
Oh, that was fantastic. Thank you. So now we're going to look at world building from a different perspective, that of the Halo franchise. Now, a franchise is much more than just a game. It's a whole universe. It's storylines and characters that exist across different media, even merchandise. Managing all of this and still staying true to the original vision is a huge challenge. And fortunately, we have somebody who knows a lot about that. Bonnie Ross is corporate vice president at Microsoft and also head of 343 Studios. And when I was at Microsoft, I had the pleasure of working with Bonnie on a lot of different franchises: Zoo Tycoon, Mass Effect, Gears of War, and of course, Halo. So this is someone who really knows what she's talking about, is a fantastically talented producer and leader. I'm really happy to have her here to share her experiences with us. Bonnie, come on out.
Hey.
Good luck.
Thank you. I don't know if I really know what I'm talking about, but you guys are stuck with me for 20 minutes. I'm missing my first slide, but there, world building. So it's great to be here on the last day of D.I.C.E. And the theme for this year's D.I.C.E. is world building. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about Halo and my love for sci-fi. So what gives a world staying power? What made us fall in love with Star Wars and then keep wanting more 40 years later? You could say the same with Lord of the Rings or Star Trek or Harry Potter. What's so special about these worlds or these stories that we keep wanting to come back for more? When the first Star Wars ships, I think I was in ships released, I think I was in 3rd grade. And my parents came home that night after seeing the movie, and my dad exclaims, "We've got to see this movie. This transforms the way we think about space," like space with a capital S, because maybe I don't know if we used sci-fi back then. And in my mind, as a 3rd grader, and what we knew about what media had done, I was thinking I was going to an educational movie to learn more about maybe the planet's rotations, Earth's rotation, planets, stars. And so when we hit the Cooper, which I don't know if you guys, for those of you that were around at that time, it only released in a few theaters, in the big theaters. Like back there in the olden days, just like there weren't cell phones, there weren't multiplexes. So there were huge theaters in which we saw this. And so we stood in line with hundreds of people waiting to go through this, and then saw the movie with, I think there were like 1,000 people in the theater. And we all left transformed. George Lucas created a world we didn't even know existed. But now that it existed, we wanted to escape into it. We wanted to understand the mythos. We wanted to save humanity. So as you think about games, and what makes staying power, like what makes worlds have staying power as a game? I think as a game, there's 2 worlds. There's the worlds we, the creators, create, and then I think there's the world that the users inhabit, interact with, and ultimately make their own, whether we design that or not. I'm going to talk about 2 things today, and that's kind of like the creator's story and then sort of my story or our story of stewardship of the universe. So in the creator's story, I think most people know who Bungie is and who 343 is. I and 343 did not create the original Halo. The very talented studio Bungie did. So this kind of gives me the luxury in this section to more talk about Halo as a fan, as that's how we all came in through Halo. My dad does think I'm the creator of Halo, and I have this funny story where a few years ago, my dad had a stroke. That's not the funny part of the story. He's fine. So I flew home and went to a couple doctor's appointments with him to take notes for him. And in one of the appointments, my dad exclaims, "Do you know who my daughter is? She is the creator of Halo." And I'm looking at the doctor, and I'm like, he doesn't play Halo. And I just kind of smile and nod. the doctor stands up and says, "Oh my gosh, you created the Halo?" And I was like, well, no, actually, Bungie created Halo. I manage Halo. And then he looks at my dad and he goes, "Your daughter," and he starts making this, created the Halo. Now I realize he's not talking about the Halo that can kill all sentient life. He's talking about the Halo that basically saves spinal cord injuries. And so now I stand up and I'm like, oh my gosh, I did not create that Halo. The Halo I was talking about was like 500 years in the future, and there's these aliens and master. You know, I'm just here to take notes for my dad. So anyway, I did not create any of the Halos for the greater good of humanity, but I sure inherited an amazing world. So what gave Halo staying power? I mean, what makes Halo relevant 15 years later? When you look at entertainment, all forms of entertainment, I think people look at it for escapism. And I think with gaming, there's two forms. There's this, I want to escape the world that I'm currently in to go into an alternate world. But there's also an empowerment and control that you only get in interactive entertainment, which is mainly games right now. So when you think about why Halo had the staying power that it did, I think very similar to what happened with us and Star Wars, is Halo was a first. I think Halo kind of transformed the way we think, at least about the FPS, but I'd say back in the time, even for all gaming, it was such an expansive, epic world. It was such a different experience that we'd had. It was a first, an origin story, and it stuck with us. You know, Halo is about wonder. You know, it's about the mythos of that universe. And the first time we all saw that Halo, it was life-changing. And when you look at that expansive world that we didn't know existed, or I would say Marty O'Donnell and the music that he put there gave it a theatrical grandeur that I don't think we'd experienced before. It's about heroism. You know, it is about saving humanity. And Master Chief is the hero, but he's also you. If Master Chief is the body, Cortana is the heart, and I'd say brains, then you as the player are the soul. And I think that's a really impactful trinity. It's about creativity. You know, I put some kind of goofy fan pictures up here, but it really is about that sandbox world that Halo had where you could do anything. You know, for me, it was in Silent Cartographer and the Warthog, I think driving it into the water and no one's drowning, realizing that you could do anything you want and this world was my world. And then ultimately it's about humanity, you know, and that humanity is really worth saving. And I put together, well, I didn't put together, my team put together some of my favorite moments in music in a piece that hopefully kind of reminds you about why you fell in love with Halo. If you could play that now.
I'm famous.
Epic Halo night.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up! You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Cortana. It's not over. Not yet.
Not yet. Goodbye, John.
Wake up, Chief. I need you.
I need a weapon.
117, stand down.
I have a job to do.
Kill the demon.
The Forties have returned.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing?
Finishing this fight.
I always love that music. I think it's so emotional. So when the world you own isn't originally your own, I think that the role of stewardship is of paramount importance. In 2007, September 2007, we shipped Halo 3. This is a spoiler alert if you haven't played Halo 3. At the end of Halo 3, the Human Covenant war is over. There's peace. And Cortana and Chief are lost in space. And in the real world, after we shipped Halo 3, Microsoft made an announcement that Bungie and Microsoft Studios were having an amicable separation, sort of a conscious uncoupling, if you will. And as such, in 2007, I started 343. A lot of questions. Is Master Chief dead or alive? Is this the end of Halo, or is it just the first trilogy? And if you think, like, what would have happened if George Lucas hadn't told any more stories after the first trilogy? And I know all the trolls out there are like, he shouldn't have, the first three were the best. But you know what, you guys are all standing in line with me 40 years later, going to see the next story. He created a universe worthy of devotion, one in which you can tell hundreds of stories. An interesting thing about, I don't know if fictionally if you knew that, Halo CE through 3 in a fictitious world took place in just a few months in 2552. And so for me, this gave a lot of thought of what's going on in the rest of the universe? How big is the universe? How much of the universe should we reveal? And these are all the things that we kind of took in with like first steps for thinking about stewardship of the universe. And this is a journey. So I'll tell you a few stories that we've had along the way, what we've done that I think was good, and then some learnings. So in taking over the mantle, I think the first thing was to protect the foundation. And the foundation is the universe. I really do look at the universe as the most important character. I also believe that transmedia is plays a critical role in world building. Specifically if you have an FPS, because you can only tell so much story in an FPS. And then I would say from my personal story, which plays into this, 4 weeks before we shipped the first Halo CE, there was an author in Microsoft Studios, Eric Nyland, that wrote The Fall of Reach, which is the backstory, the origin story of Master Chief. And I read the book before I played the game. And the game is amazing without the book. But with the book, the world is bigger. You know, I care about Master Chief and know him as John as well, and it makes the world bigger. So one of the things that we did with 343, and talking with Bungie and some of the learnings they had too, at the time, the game studios only just owned the game. And I felt it was really important in taking over the mantle to own everything in the franchise, you know, from the books, TV, linear, animation, pajamas, whatever, because I think that it's really important to have a universe that is fully connected. And I think this is an incredibly important decision for us, and it changed the way that creatives in our studio work because we work across multiple mediums. And it's also changed the way other studios like Minecraft and Gears go about their franchises as well. So reinforcing the foundation, one of the things, the most important things is keeping a consistent story and experience. You know, if you change the rules or the mythology, even with best intent, users object because they've invested their time in this universe. So as we took over, while we got the code and all the assets, we didn't have the lore of why decisions were made. And Bungie was an amazing partner here in I asked if we could go over and interview a bunch of them, if we could some way encapsulate their 10 plus years of learning, so we could take that forward and hopefully start and make our own mistakes, but hopefully learn from any mistakes or learnings that they had made. And that was a pretty amazing thing for us. In doing so, in that time, Frank O'Connor, who was at Bungie, then came over to 343, purely with the purpose of, he knew we wanted to expand the world beyond the 3 months that the games had currently been in. And so coming in to bound that universe and figure out how big that sandbox is going to be that we could play in going forward. And we did a lot of this with transmedia. I mean, the first thing he did, that Frank's team did, was really sort of patch all the holes. There were a bunch of different fiction holes between games and books. But then also with Halo, we had a tendency to kill all of our characters at the end of the game, which just makes it harder to tell other additional stories. So we spent a bunch of time just really seeding fiction in the universe, seeding more characters. This doesn't mean we're going to use them, but it gives us something to select when we want to tell new stories in different parts of the universe. The community, I think, in world building, the community plays an incredibly important role. I think with interactive entertainment, I think it's different than what other industries have in our relationship with our communities, especially because most of us also give tools to our communities to actually add on to the worlds that we as the creators build. And I think that creates sort of shared ownership, which I think is really a good thing. I think Minecraft does an amazing job with, they have very little story, but people have really taken and owned that world, and thus, I mean, a heck of a lot of people are playing Minecraft because they actually feel ownership in that world. I think with that relationship, there is a delicate, fine balance with when you listen to the community, and then when as creators you make decisions that maybe the community might not react to well, but I think it's a fine balance, and it's a good, healthy balance. With us, with Halo 4, I was very happy with the story, but the community gave us a lot of feedback that they weren't too happy with the multiplayer. And we took this feedback to heart, and working with Halo 5, we involved the community at several points coming into the studio to give us feedback for a couple things. How to get esports back, as we didn't have something with Halo 4 that was worthy of that. But also looking as we were making changes with Warzone, getting their input. And I think it's a really successful partnership with the community and us going forward and having somewhat shared ownership. We wouldn't be there without the help and input from the community. I think the last thing is sort of evolving the franchise. I am incredibly proud of the work that my team has done over the last 9 years. And I want them to continue pushing forward and taking risks, even if that means sometimes we fail. I think it's always important to honor the core of what is for the universe and what is for the gameplay, but we also need to evolve that. And I love, as I said, the Halo 4 story. I think Halo 5 multiplayer and Sustain is something that we did a really good job of. I think Rec Packs, Warzone, I personally like Spartan Ops, Halo Wars 2, Blitz Mode. These are all things I think that, I really think, I like what we've done moving it forward. We've also had a lot of learnings along the way. When we fell down with the multiplayer launch of MCC, or when we didn't put split screen in with Halo 5, I think it's incredibly painful for the community and for us. I think it erodes trust with the community, as the community is part of our world building. A lot of learnings from that, and I would say for any FPS going out forward, we will always have split screen in going forward, but painful learnings. I think that some of the things that, learning along the way, not every story is for every person, but in telling those stories, there does have to be some, look back, paying homage to the lore, and reasons for moving things forward. And while we love our transmedia, sometimes I do think we tell a little bit too much story in our games. When you have a gun and then you have aliens shooting at you, it is kind of hard to digest a lot of story. And so I think good learnings, hopefully we're showing in Halo Wars 2, a more simple story and really using transmedia as part of the way to get the deeper story, but keeping the game story more simple. I think for us also world building, when you're thinking about the evolution of world building, I don't think it ends anymore with any of us when you ship a game. You know, I think with Halo 5 Sustain, we started trying to learn more about what does it take to kind of make a living world, that when you're thinking about evolving that world with the community, and how that changes. And I think that's changing for all of us. I have a video I wanted to show, and I couldn't think of a reason in the story to show the video. So we are shipping Halo Wars. We shipped Halo Wars 2 this week. And I love our new hero, Atriox. And we kind of did something different in breaking the fourth wall. And so I'm just going to show this video just because I like it and it's funny. So could you show the video?
This baby's yours for 6K. Do we have a deal?
3.
6!
I will get this car for 3K, and this is how.
I'll open with a strategic withdrawal.
Wait, hold on.
You'll counter with a disinformation campaign.
I'll talk to my manager and see what I can do. Just a little longer. I'm talking to no one. Great news! He said we can do 5999.
Then I'll bait you with psychological warfare.
Let me talk to him. He seems more flexible.
A pun? You know I hate puns! You catty little two-faced opposable
which will prompt a verbal assault.
I will tear your head off and hang it from the rear view like a No!
With collateral damage.
Sorry. Came out wrong.
The evidence of which will not look good in my online review. And that's how I'll get this car for 3K.
Well played. How about the warrant?
Warrant's easy for suckers.
All survival release and don't take back no substitutions for rights.
So, in closing, Halo is sacred. The universe is sacred. And I think it's really important after we release each one to take a step back and really think about what are the values of the universe, what do the users expect, and be really deliberate as we evolve and move things forward, because we want this to continue to be a universe worthy of devotion. So thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. That was fantastic. Now, we're going to take a break. So ISM is again sponsoring our networking break in the arcade, and I invite you to come back a little bit early. During the last half of the break, we'll be continuing with the FaceIt Quake World Tournament. We have Sean Dunn, returning champion from Sparky Pants, playing Fergus Urquhart from Obsidian. So Fergus, I hope you've been practicing. And we also have Randy Pitchford from Gearbox, playing David Wood from Bandai Namco. So I encourage you to come back and cheer them on. Feel free to sit down at the table and keep your conversations going while they play. They can't hear you up here. It doesn't matter. See you guys back at 11. Thank you.
Emotional storytelling is very important for us because we humans are story animals. We consume stories, we talk about things in the form of stories, and we remember things in the form of stories. We start telling each other about stories before we could even write. You know, when you create an entertainment experience, when you create an art piece, you want it to be remembered, you want it to be told to more people. The best way to make people remember your game is to create a strong story. It stays in their memory longer and has bigger impact. So it is almost the most important thing when you think about making a video game.
Games some years ago were really focused on mechanics exclusively, and people just wanted to test their skills. And I think the more it goes, the more people need a reason to fight or to shoot, and the story is that reason. So it's also interesting to see that games with a good story, with a good narrative in general, are the games that have the higher completion rate. People want to know what's going to happen, and they want to see the end of the story, and that's what really keeps them playing until the end.
I can remember this rather profound moment when I was playing a bunch of games on the Amiga, that I realized that for me personally, you know, storytelling was going to be most perfectly realized in gaming, and something that was interactive. On the trajectory, once I was working, you know, Eco was another standout moment, mainly because there was this beautiful concept about, you know, a boy rescuing a girl, and at the core of the gameplay, that lives in this mechanic of literally holding her hand and pulling her through the environment. And so there was this realization then as well that gameplay can underwrite a narrative idea in a way that makes you understand it and feel it and respond to it in this much more living way. And so that was kind of profoundly influential.
What excites me about telling stories in games is that added layer of interactivity. We could be making web shorts or comic books or, you know, maybe movies, but I think there's a lot of really cool ways to tell a story that you can only tell in a story now. And there's a bunch of stories now, at least the ones that I'm interested in telling, that can only take place in a game.
I think one of the challenges in our young medium in terms of storytelling is kind of earning our narrative chops. You know, a lot of games fall into the trap of kind of doing and-then storytelling, which is sort of something happens and something else happens and then. It's just a series of events, which isn't a story, right? A story, and this is sort of something I'm echoing from the guys that work on South Park, right? Is this idea that it has to have therefores and buts, right? That idea that stories are about reversals and complications and consequences, not just about a series of plot events that occur. And so I think as we mature as a medium, we're finding our feet as storytellers and learning about how, you know, story and art is about surprise. It's about the unexpected, right? As opposed to feeling like, you know, you set up a plot and it's going to, you know, get a good step through the plot and end where you expect to end. It's all about that journey. And that's, if we do that right, ideally, this is the effect where people don't even want to put the controller down because they have to see what happens next. Just like when you're sort of sitting on the edge of your seat in a film, you know, that's what we want to do with these games.
Story in game isn't necessary. I think you can have a lot of games that work just fine without stories, but for the kinds of experiences that I'm personally interested in, I think stories are a way to take the abstract world of a game, which, I mean, when you look under the hood, it's just a lot of, you know, collision volumes and physics and triangles and, you know, wave files and this very abstract computery thing, and to make it something that sort of bridges the gap a little more to the lived experiences that hopefully most of us have as human beings.
The audience in the last 20 years, I think, has, in many ways, a lot of it is growing up. Because you have people who were playing games 20 years ago who are still playing games today. They've grown up, and I think they're looking for a deeper experience, yet at the same time hoping to have as much fun and relaxation, and I just want to get stressed out when I'm playing a game. But I'm looking for a deeper experience. On top of that, you have all the new players who are coming in who don't have that. So it gets to be, I think, as the industry continues, you're going to find that the games themselves are going to get more diverse, because some of them are going to start catering to an older audience who's perhaps looking for a little more, and the others are still catering to the younger audience who wants to have a great experience as well that's more suited for them.
映画と小説とは違ってゲームはインタラクティブなメディアなんで、ストーリーテリングをいかにして、プレイヤーからその、一緒に、二人三脚でストーリーテリングするかっていうところが非常に難しいんですけど、そこが一番面白いところでですね、プレイヤーが、感じながらそれをストーリーテリングと、ゲームのプレイで、並列に進んでいかないと、ストーリーが先に行ってもダメですし、プレイが先に行ってもダメなんで、そこの整合性をうまく結びつけながら、ストーリーの中にプレイヤーを溶け込ませることで、 他のメディアではない、その没入感というのがそういうのができますんで、そこに一番力を注いでゲームを作ってます。
For the longest time, I think in the storytelling medium, it was so much about knowing what your audience saw on the screen. The camera would frame something. You would get exactly the thought that you have in your head and the words that were written on paper through to the audience. And at that point, it was only left to the audience to basically, realize whether or not they understood everything. In cinematic storytelling games, the interactivity changes all of that. You don't know how they're going to perceive what you're writing because they might not interact the way that you expected them to. A scene might basically play out because it's a scene that's happening basically right around the player. They might just miss it because they might be looking at something else in the game world. And that's where the boundaries, I've seen a lot of people come from the traditional cinematic side and not being able to kind of make that leap to the interactive side because they expect the player to do something just like they would expect the audience to do something, but oftentimes the player does something completely different.
Yeah, I think I've always been incredibly passionate about storytelling in games. That's part of what I think drew me to game making versus just game playing. And, when I think about sort of the games I first started playing, Day of the Tentacle was one of my first sort of more story-based games, and there were games like Myst. And I look at where we are today, particularly as you look at the indie game scene and VR and all of these opportunities, I think for telling story in different ways, it's amazing. I think it's really started to inspire game developers to think about narrative in the games differently and also to sort of embrace it. I think before it was always, let's make sure the story doesn't get in the way of the game as opposed to thinking about how the story really amplifies the game experience. And today there are a bunch of games out there that are just unapologetically narrative driven. And I think you see on the technology side sort of incredible advances in graphic fidelity and animation fidelity. And at the same time, you're seeing game developers really hone their craft as directors of performance.
I've been working in games for like 10 years now, 11, 12, too long. But something I found that I think is really cool is that at least over the past like 3 to 5, this chunk of time, the tool sets and just sort of like how to make a game has really flattened out. And you have like 2-person teams that don't have a dedicated coder making video games. You have 200-person teams that have obviously everything under the sun making games. But because the tool set is like standard-ish now, you have a more like diverse set of voices that feel like they can make a game. You have, again, like the one indie or the giant group and everything in between. And I think that's just a byproduct of like Unreal and Unity and tool sets just sort of being a solid paradigm. So once you learn one, you're like, oh, I can just do this now. Like it makes sense the same way like film got democratized with like digital cameras and nonlinear editors, it's like, and I think that's really exciting. So whenever there's sort of a democratization of a medium, you get cool voices coming and talking in that. And I think games is there now. And I think we're like at the dawn of it. I think it's like the most exciting time, like right now, actually.
Before we begin, there are a few things I need to make sure you understand. You see, no one can change what happened last year. The past is beyond our control. You have to accept this in order to move forward. But there is freedom in this revelation. Everything you do, every decision you make from now on will open doors to the future. I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game.
There's a significant difference, really, between obviously a game script and a film script. And the biggest difference, I think, is probably the interaction. The actual process of writing is fairly similar. The outline of a story we set up fairly early on. You have to have a good elevator pitch. You can't, the story that you have has to be a strong story, and you have to be able to get it across quite quickly as a kind of a concept. So that's the same. We do lots of concept art. We obviously work out a story. We don't go too far into the software side of it because that becomes expensive in the wrong route. So we try and test things out. And then the first part of the green light doesn't have to be the entire green light. It can be like, okay, let's develop it to the next stage. So we kind of outline the story. Then the designers come in and they work out how the branches might work. And then, as opposed to script, where that sort of just gets developed and developed, and with a script, it's kind of more like a layer on layer on layer on layer. This goes through stages in a slightly different way. So once we get to kind of the basic layout, we start talking to the dialogue writers. We're not great dialogue writers, so that's not our forte, so we go to professionals to do that for us. But we need to have that structure in place first. But then they start writing in final draft in the same way that they do in the movies. However, we've developed quite a sophisticated bit of software that really helps our process go through a very different route, which is you have to be able to play a story. And that interaction, that whole idea of using choices or doing stuff, needs to be part of the script, as well as obviously just what's going on. And that needs to be tested very, very early before you start spending thousands and thousands on shooting and all the stuff.
Greetings, new fish. I'm
Captain Quark. I don't believe it. You're here. I used to dream of being arrested by you.
Now get out of here.
The writing team will vary depending on the project. So most projects it'll be one person. Sometimes the creative director will actually be the writer. On smaller projects, that's often the case. For bigger projects, we'll have one full-time writer, sometimes a couple of writers, sometimes we'll have a dialogue writer in addition. So it really depends on the size of the project. The bigger it is, the more people are going to be involved, especially when you consider all the ramifications of the story, how it's going to affect the environment. If you're doing performance capture, that's a huge, huge process, and so a lot of people are involved with the design of the characters and the modeling, the animation, every aspect of it. We actually, in pre-production now, story is the first thing we think about, and that definitely didn't used to be the case. But we didn't really have the big picture story. We'd do all the environments first, and now we do plan it. What's the story arc? And before we even get into what the environments are and what the missions are, we'll have a full story treatment of this is exactly where it's going to go, and that way we know the big beats, the big tentpole beats. These are things that must happen, and we can build around that, and we know how it's going to end, and that's the most important thing.
ゲームプレイの部分とストーリーっていうのは最初に、頭の中に明確にあります。あるいはそのユーザーがストーリーをつなげられない、あるいは理解できないっていう局面もあって、想定通りにいかない、あるいはそのモニターでチェックするんですけども、そういう場合はあるいはプログラムで、作れると思ってたシーンが作れなくなったりということがあって、その都度それ以降はディテールの部分ですけども、毎日そのゲームを作りながら若干ストーリーのラインの変更とかですね、誘導を変更したりとかキャラクターのディテールを変えたりっていうのを日々しながら、フィニッシュするっていう感じです。映画で言うとですね、物語を考えて脚本化して、その時点でちょっと変わりますけど、 撮影技法とか CG を入れるとかキャスティングで、もう一回帰りますよね。で撮影現場でシューティングのところでディテールがちょっと変わります。であとは編集だけなんですけど、ゲームはその後も、ゲームを作りながら毎日、微調整しながら、変化を加えていくというか、そういう作業になりますね。
Writing these stories, the way I do it, is a crazy amount of time. It takes me at least, I would say, 18 months. And on Detroit, the game I'm writing at the moment, it's much more than that. And it's incredibly long. It's very painful because it's like when you're a writer, you want to be inspired. So you just want to have this instinct that, oh, this is a story that I need to tell. And I have that. But then you start thinking about the combinations and the variations and the gameplay and the consequences of everything. And then writing becomes a puzzle. And you need to connect things and it's your left brain and your right brain, you know, at the same time. And you don't want to make any compromise on the story. You don't want to make any compromise on the bending aspect and the gameplay. And you just need to find a way they can talk to each other and in a way that is consistent. And, you know, you just want them to blend nicely.
When we started on that story, we knew what we knew, and we also knew what we didn't know, which was that we knew how to make a game, we knew how to build the general arc, the character arc, but writing truly in the sense that it's not game writing, it's slightly outside of the bounds of game writing, we wanted to partner up with somebody that actually could really help on that front. And that person was Kirk Ellis. Kirk had worked on John Adams, the HBO miniseries, had won an Emmy Award for it, an unbelievable writer, but had never played a game, ever. And it was this moment where you find someone who's never played a game and you wonder, is that the right thing to do?
Everyone all right?
Yes.
Percival, we've neutralized the threat on our side.
Good. I managed to capture one of the half-breeds. Rendezvous back at Regis.
Acknowledge. Let's go.
And we found kind of like this middle ground when we started writing where it was really easy, where he understood how each of these characters actually had to communicate to each other. But the beauty of it is that although 2 people really brought the script to life, it was really the work of 100-odd people that actually made all those moments matter. We made it really organic, which made everything actually, I think, more satisfying in so many ways.
With video games, it's all about an iterative approach, and it's all about teamwork. I mean, it's not a process where one writer sits down and writes the story and that's what we're going to make in the video game, because everything has to come into play. The interactivity, the player choice, gameplay, obviously, making it fun. With the first Assassin's Creed, we started out making a game about the Third Crusade. And actually, it's interesting. When I was a kid, I read The Adventures of Marco Polo, and he comes across the assassins, and we started doing research. And anyways, there's a lot of, you know, they're a real group that existed. But the other thing we were considering is it was an opportunity to create a franchise from scratch. And so often in games, you are working on a sequel, but it's something that was never meant to be a series. So you're kind of thinking, what do I do with this? Where do I take it? And it's tough for the teams. So we wanted to create something that if we were lucky enough to create a hit, there was an infrastructure and some thought into what the franchise would be and where it would go. What we created is kind of this meta story arc and a framework really for all of the future games and other products. I mean, now it's becoming a movie and it's been books and all of those things. And basically, you know, by adding the present day and then creating a framework where it's all about pivotal moments in history and how the assassins and the Templars were behind that, that game gave us a framework where everyone can be creative and have their own creative sandbox.
Oh, bravo! What an impressive display. A pity you could not let your father live to see it. As for your mother, once I've dealt with you, I promise I'll give her my full attention.
And
initially I need to be able to confidently talk about it. And to me, is like figuring enough of the story. Usually it's index cards. It's like, right, like the simplest versions of story beats on index cards. To see the arc, to know what the ending is, because the ending tells me what the story's about. Once that's there, is working with the design team, the art team, to start developing what is the look of this thing, how does it play, and start creating assets, essentially, whether it's a gameplay prototype, a previs animation, some concept art of environments. But now you're starting to be able to visualize better the game in your head, and in talking to people, we're kind of playing the game in our heads. At the same time, you know, the story's getting more fleshed out, still with index cards. I try to hold off as long as possible putting words on a page, because I don't want to get attached to anything yet. I want a lot of ideas that we could throw away and iterate on and find the best ideas. And then at some point, it's getting closer to where we have to start shooting scenes and casting people, and that's when the first scenes get written as casting sides. And those can be shared with the team, and they reveal more of who these characters are. And then around the same time is when a pitch has come together, where with all these visuals, with all these animations, we bring the team into the theater in the studio and walk them through the entire experience of the game with as much detail as we can. And sometimes that's between an hour and 2 hours of here's how the game starts, here are who these characters are, here's how you're playing them, here's their arc, here's their conflict, here's another emotional turn. And you're going like beat by beat by beat by beat through the entire game. That's recorded and saved onto the network, so people can constantly reference that again and again. As much as we can, that tries to capture the tone of what we're after. And I find that's what helps guide the team the most, is this presentation that goes over story, gameplay, aesthetics.
As I think about Halo, I think about it as the game and the universe and all of the pieces
Ladies and
around
gentlemen,
it.
please welcome once
And
again to our stage,
it may be
Anna
the
and
case
Dan.
that there is someone.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. This is the FaceIt Quake World Tournament here at D.I.C.E 2017. We had an awesome day of matches yesterday. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson, and this is my co-host, Dan.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because now we're getting into the meat of the action right now. We've got all the players who clearly have been practicing way too much, and we're a bit too good. And, you know, Sean, of course, returning champion, he's going to be kicking things off in our first match. So it's going to be really interesting to see if he can actually stand up to what seems to be a very competitive, much more competitive field than I expected.
In case you missed it yesterday or our competition last year, this is where we bring some VIPs from the gaming world together to play, to pretend to be esports players and compete against each other. We saw a lot of humility yesterday. A lot of them did not want to come out and say that they thought they would be the best, but all of those who were modest and humble did end up moving forward. Well, not everyone, but I guess humility was the order of the day.
Absolutely, especially for Tim Willis, who made most of the levels and the games. So it's going to be interesting to see how he fares today as well. I'm quite curious. All eyes are on Tim Willis, I think, in this tournament.
Yeah, we do have some very skilled players, people who have been playing Quake for a very, very long time. And you see their names on the bracket behind us here. If we can take a look at the matches. We do have Sean Dunn facing up against Fergus Urquhart first today. And Sean Dunn is a storied player in our competition, the champion from last year. Played very, very well yesterday. Dan, do you think he's going to emerge victorious in that match?
I think he's got the edge over Fergus, actually. I think Fergus played very intelligently, and we saw a very clutch comeback yesterday from Fergus, so it's hard to count him out. We are switching up the map this time around as well, so this is really going to benefit the players who are like the true old school guys that really know Quake 1, because we're going to the Quake 1 version of DN6 today, so it'll be interesting to see those who actually remember that map, because it was, again, if you've played a lot of Quake 1, you'll know this map, but if you haven't, and yesterday we used Quake 3 DN6, you'll be a bit more familiar with that map, but this map, that's the true test of the the old school champions here. So I'm very curious how the change of map will go.
That was really great. We heard that you thought that maybe Sean had the edge, and we hear from the crowd, and like not even it was a cry of anguish, Dan. So it looks like we have some Fergus fans out here, so cheer very loud for them. And why don't we go speak to our players now, Dan? I'll go over here and hear from Sean. Sean, come on up here and join me. As the reigning champion, performed very well. Dan seems to think that you have this particular matchup. Do you think that you're going to win?
I don't know. I played Fergus last year, and he was pretty good, but I really like this map. This is my favorite map. I've played a lot of this map, so I feel pretty good today.
Is there anything that we can watch for that is going to be the signature of you being so comfortable on this map? Like anything that we can say, oh, that's the Sean move right there?
Well, I mean, the key to this map is control of the Mega Health and the Red Armor. And now that I've played a couple seconds and remembered where they were, I feel pretty good. But it's a really fun map. It's close. There's a lot of teleporting. So hopefully we'll get some telefrags just for fun. And it's just fun to play. So.
We heard that we have some Fergus fans in the audience. Is there anyone you know that's watching you, or any shout-outs you want to give?
No, I'm completely alone.
Well, sometimes that can be better. Let's get you alone over there focusing on the game. Thank you so much, Sean. Dan, over to you.
Okay, so I'm with Fergus, and that was a bit, I don't know, I'm a bit scared there, because Sean seems like he's very comfortable here. Are you afraid of Sean?
Yeah, I really have one goal, is I just need to kill him once. To me, that's success.
So are you familiar with the map change?
Well, I don't remember this map super well. Sorry. But I played it a little bit, so I kind of got it in my head as well.
I mean, yesterday, I was counting you out, actually. You had a bad start going into Quake 3 DN6. I was like, this is over. But you managed to kind of come back. You grinded it out. So, I mean, were you impressed with yourself yesterday?
I was pretty. So yeah, it was one of those things where I going from other FPSs and back to Quake and Quake to FPS, it's a totally different feeling. And so, a lot of it is really just sort of the twitchiness aspect of the mouse. And so it took me a couple minutes to get back into that mode. But yeah, no, I was still kind of surprised that I pulled it out right at the end.
Okay, so it is best of one, so and a single elimination. So it's kind of a brutal tournament format. So, do you have any words for Sean? Any words to the crowd or the people that are supporting you before you go into the action?
Don't feel bad if I don't even get that one kill.
All right, I like that. All right, I'll let you get ready and set up there. And looks like we are going to be starting this one very soon, Anna. I'm quite excited to see how this goes. I really don't know. I can't predict with any of these players how things will turn out. So it's always quite exciting.
And we're going to have these two matches now, and we'll take a brief break, then we'll have a few more. And we are going to get to our finals today by this afternoon. So we will know who is the absolute best at Quake World very soon.
It's true, and I wonder actually if there's anyone's going to be practicing during that kind of 2-hour break that we're going to have, because I know last night we actually had a impromptu setup in one of the hotel rooms where there was some boot camping going on. So I think Tim Willis and Nicolo were playing. So
fake news, they say. Fake news.
If that pays off.
Well, it looks like our players are ready. Can I get a thumbs up? Thumbs up. I think they're both so in the game. Yep. Okay, they're ready. Dan, why don't you take us right into the game?
All right. So as the countdown begins, I'm going to step off stage back into my commentary, my little commentary area. All right. So DM6, the original Quake 1 version of DM6. It's quite an interesting map, obviously, already. We can see that Sean is going straight for the Mega. He already said that he is quite familiar with the map. Had the axe out initially in the engagement, obviously quite confident, and will disappear towards the lightning gun area very quickly. And those teleporters will be quite confusing and interesting to play around. That's often the most disorienting thing for any player that's uninitiated in the map, or perhaps a bit rusty and hasn't played a map for a while. So we'll see how which player manages those better. And already we're getting Sean with the rocket jumps, very precise stuff there. Very scary, but pulls out the boomstick, not the weapon of choice, really. Switch back to the LG, much more appropriate, and you can see that it will be yielding quite a solid result for Sean. That's the first frag for him. However, Fergus did do some good damage, but we already know that Sean has a good understanding of where everything is on the map. But speaking of which, a fight over the red armor occurs right now with Fergus with a very nice direct rocket doing some decent damage, but his opponent will be able to escape for now. Sean is going to get himself out of there, but only momentarily. Looks like Fergus is hot on his heels, and it's not looking too badly initially, but Sean able to bat him away with those rockets and just once again get out of this engagement, which generally is not so favorable for him. So Sean's doing very well controlling the situation right now, despite being on the back foot. And eventually Fergus is going to have to give up the ghost and just hold off for the time being, stack up himself. He's taken a lot of damage. We can see him falling back onto the Mega. So Fergus does look pretty comfortable generally here as well with the map. And once again, we're seeing Sean just opening up with the shotgun there. That gives Fergus a really good opportunity to get some great rockets in. A lot of damage there. So that's going to be putting Fergus ahead. He just has to close down the fight or get out of there at this point. A nasty rocket from Sean as Fergus pursues. It's going to mean that Fergus has to back away. But again, you can see just the disorientation around this teleporter. I think the players want to disengage, but they keep finding themselves back in each other's faces once again, all around this teleporter. But the Mega will belong to Fergus. And the way the Mega Health works in this game, it's not a classic, let's say, item respawn cycle as you would expect. You know, you pick up a red armor in this game, and in 20 seconds it will respawn. With the Mega Health, it will respawn 20 seconds after it's run out. So that's the key thing for timing. The person who's holding it always has the best idea of when it's going to spawn next. And you can see Sean is able to stack up on the red, and is looking for that Mega Health, but Fergus hasn't taken any damage. Fergus should be holding on to the Mega still. And Sean will be stacking back up on the red. So a lull in the action just for now as both players stack up. Now, ammunition is a big problem here for Sean. He's got 3 rockets and no lightning gun cells. And he's about to run out of rockets. There goes the last one, but with the last one, he's able to get the kill. Very important. Otherwise, had he not been able to make it with that last rocket, I'm sure Sean would have had a much better result in the fights, or rather, Fergus would have a much better result in the fights. And we'll have to see if there can be a comeback potential there. We already saw yesterday Fergus, coming back with double overtime, like in the very last second, able to tie it up for that overtime to eventually win the match. I think that was one of the closest matches we had yesterday as well. So Fergus clearly quite a clutch player, but can he bring himself back from a 2-frag deficit? Finds Sean once again trying to land those direct rockets. Not quite so successful just yet. Through the teleporter on the pursuit. Sean bouncing him around. They're stuck in the corner as Fergus. He's still, I think, looking quite good on the help, and indeed, there's the rocket to finish off Sean, and that's going to be another frag for Fergus. But again, you have that problem. Off the spawn, you're quite weak after that big engagement, and we have Fergus just going down straight away. Sean able to trade that kill pretty easily. And now defending over the red armor. Looking quite good here for Sean, all things considered. Able to get a good few rockets there to get Fergus out of the fight initially, but Fergus goes straight back in there. There was a lull in the rockets, a window that Fergus capitalized upon, and that's going to be a frag for him. But he's still one down, and Sean's very stacked at the moment. 250 health, 200 armor, very menacing. Even has a red up. At the moment, he can't take it just yet because he's already full. That is an item that Fergus wants, though. So it's something that Sean can understand that, okay, I can stay around this area. Fergus surely is going to be wanting to go for this relatively soon. And we can see that Fergus is going to be able to make the pickup eventually. And he's going to be back in a good stead. So Fergus has actually done a good job here in bringing himself back with a stack. After getting that frag, he managed to survive and didn't get traded immediately. So, now he's in a position where if he just has a few good rockets, he might actually be able to turn the tide here if he's able to get that situation going where he can start to close the engagement down and to secure the frag. But here it is. We have a bit of an awkward engagement over middle there, dropping down from the top area. Fergus falling back a little bit. And once again, ammunition could be a concern for Sean. We haven't seen his ammunition stack just yet, but we'll have a look at that in a moment as we see Fergus right now. He's looking pretty good on the ammunition. And it is something to consider when you have these prolonged engagements. Fergus finding himself back at the red once again. That should put him slightly ahead in the armor stack situation, but it does come down to hitting those shots as well. So Sean opening things up a little bit, batting Fergus back away from the red just for a moment, and then falling away himself and actually juking and jiving there, able to get himself back onto the red. That's quite a smart maneuver. Sort of allowing Fergus to think, okay, Sean is backed away to the Mega Health. I'm going to go and pursue him there. And instead he leaves the red up, and then that's going to allow Sean to take it. Really smart stuff, and Sean closes down the kill as well. So very nice stuff from Sean there. Very smart play. Definitely showing that he's got a very decent grasp of DM6 here. The original DM6. And again, Fergus is going to be finding this engagement, but Sean's rockets are just so strong. And that's exactly what we saw last year as well on Airwalk. Sean, he was one of the players that had very good rocket jumps. He had just generally good rocket play. He didn't have necessarily the best run of the map, let's say, the best cycle of items. But when it came to the battles, Sean was always pretty strong with his rockets. And again, just hitting those direct rockets, so much damage there onto Fergus. We'll get a mutual frag coming in essentially there, but with a minute to play with and that 3-frag lead. It's looking very, very bad at the moment for Fergus on those 2 frags of his against Sean's 5. And Sean is unrelenting, popping out the teleporter just for a moment there to see if he can find Fergus. And indeed he will, but doesn't have to take the fight, and he knows it. Just a minute left to go, and he just has to hold on to his 3-frag lead, getting some damage in there, keeping the pressure up, and just controlling the situation. And that's always a good move when you're the player that has the frag lead. Never to just say, I'm going to sit back and play very passively, very defensively. Try to keep that pressure up and limit the options of your opponent who wants to come back. And we're back into the engagement. And again, Sean looking so strong in the center map area. Finishes it off with a boomstick, actually. And that's going to be a 6-2 in favor of Sean. So a very dominating scoreline, perhaps expected from last year's winner, looking very eager to retain the trophy, which we will see later today. Here it is, the last hurrah here for Fergus. A few rockets exchanged, but it will be over. The time has run out. That's 6-2. Sean goes ahead.
Thank you to both of our players. Congratulations. Let's hear it for Fergus before he exits the stage. Thank you so much, Fergus. And Sean, if you would, come join me. Now, we took last year's champion, we put him on a map he loves, and you performed beautifully. Tell us, what about that map, after running around on it for a little while, do you love so much?
Well, I love how close it is, but I was super nervous after he got a couple of kills in there, and I started shaking my mouse hand, and my aim went all out of whack. So, yeah, I'm just glad I got away with the win on that one.
And now you're moving forward in the competition, and you know who your competitors are. Some of them you played against last year. Is there anyone you're particularly hoping to face, or anyone you're hoping that you don't have to play?
I really hope I get to play Randy again. That was an awesome match last year. He had me in the last 30 seconds, but he started running away instead of engaging, and I caught up to him and beat him, so that was fun.
Well, we'll find out very soon if Randy is going to be advancing, so we'll let you head backstage. Thanks again. One more round of applause for Sean, everybody. Thank you. Now let's take a look at that bracket, because we are going to move directly into our next game. Next up, we do have Randy Pitchford versus David Wood. And an interesting point of fact, David wasn't able to be with us yesterday. He's going to be replacing Claudio, who stood in for him yesterday.
It was a very good stand-in, by the way.
Yeah, he was very good.
Him to be quite so good. But so we do have to make a bit of an announcement to see if we can actually find Randy and David, because as we can see on the stage right now, they are not present. So if you guys are there somewhere in the crowd, if you could step up to your stations, that'd be fantastic. We can get things going immediately. I'm quite eager to see how this goes.
I know it's getting a little scary, the competition, but don't feel timid. Randy and David, if you're here, come on up, come backstage. We'll get you on these stations here. But Dan, after our first match, as the commentator, how has the play elevated today versus yesterday? Is there a noticeable difference?
Well, the interesting thing as well is just because we have the map change, it is how comfortable the player is with the map. And Sean did say in the interview that it's like, this is actually, I know this map really well. I played a lot of this. I played the hell out of this, back in the days. So we could really see him being very, very comfortable moving around. And with this map as well, you do have that kind of natural kind of big center area, which is it's a bit easier to find your opponent than the previous map we used yesterday. So we have a bit more action, and we could see that it comes down a bit more to the rocket aim actually. So obviously, that's what basically won Sean in the tournament last year. It worked for him this time as well. I mean, Fergus, he won yesterday on Quake 3 DM6 by being kind of very slow and decisive and kind of grinding it out, but it's much harder to do that on DM6. So we're going to get a faster pace today.
Absolutely, and we are being told that we do need to wait for David and Randy to arrive, so we're going to postpone for just a moment. And in the meantime, we're going to hand you back to Mike. Mike, come on up. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, it looks like Randy and David are AFK, but we don't need them to have a good time. They hold us back. Hopefully, we'll find them and they can continue the competition during the lunch break. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda. I hope you've had a chance to take a look at the new video series that the Academy released in partnership with director Jenny Kong right before the D.I.C.E. Summit. It was a 10-part video series called The Game Makers, The Inside Story. And the idea was to let creators talk about the creative process and let the audience hear the story in their own voice. Not an interview series that was out to promote the next new release, but really just talking about the creative process itself as creators talking to one another. We had such incredible feedback on the video series that we wanted to carry the conversation forward. So Ginny is here with some of the subjects from her video series to continue that talk and to go into a little more depth into some of the subjects from that film. So joining Ginny will be Kiki Wolfkill from 343 Studios, Matt Korba from The Odd Gentleman, and Dominic Robillard from SCEA. I'd like you to all come out and let's keep the conversation going. Come on, guys, you can run, but you can't hide. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Hope everyone's been enjoying day 3 of the D.I.C.E. Summit. Just get settled in here. So yeah, thank you so much for allowing us to hang out with you guys today and allowing us and inviting us to speak to you about the new developments in storytelling in video games. As Mike mentioned, we were able to create a 10-part digital series focusing on storytelling in games. And why storytelling in games? I think, I want to kind of talk on our behalf and say I think this is the most exciting time for a storyteller to be creating a video game right now. I think over the past few years, I've personally seen a lot of AAA studios experiment a lot more with storytelling. A lot of creative, independent voices are now coming into the fold. And what that's meant is that there's a lot more gameplay opportunities that we're experiencing now that maybe we haven't before, new genres of games, and even maybe a diverse set of characters that we, as gamers can embody that maybe weren't possible 5 to 10 years ago. For me personally, I've seen a lot of new themes come out of the stories, and as a gamer, I'm feeling a lot more different emotions that possibly weren't available to me before. And not emotions just kind of like bubbling up from gameplay, but actually some game creators putting emotion front and center of the game design now. So playing a lot of the recent games, I've been very moved and inspired as a filmmaker to capture some of that on film and to really ask why emotion in storytelling is becoming a key factor in some of the games that we're seeing. So yeah, with that in mind, I spoke to Martin and the guys at AIS to create the series, and really wanted to kind of give some of that knowledge back to the industry. And really excited to have 3 of the luminaries that we spoke to on stage with us today. So let me kick off and say hi to Matt Korber, welcome him on stage. Congratulations, Matt, for being a D.I.C.E. Award nominee this year. Best Adventure Game, King's Quest. For you guys who haven't played King's Quest yet, it's a 5-part episodic game series developed in conjunction with Sierra Games and Activision Games, based on the lore of King Graham. His studio, an independent studio, are Gentlemen. You guys have also been working with Disney and 2K Games in the past for mobile and DLC content. And Matt has also worked with Neil Gaiman on a video game, which I think is really super cool. I also want to introduce Kiki Wolfkill, for those who don't know. She is the queen of storytelling in games. Kiki is the studio head of 343 Industries, the folks behind Halo. She started her career at Microsoft Game Studios and was the executive producer for Halo 4. And I think what's been really interesting in what Kiki's been doing with her team recently is that she's really put a focus on transmedia storytelling. So what that means is that a lot of new, as she's grown the Halo universe, a lot of new characters and stories are coming into fruition, not necessarily just in the video game series, but also in the comic book series and also digital TV web series, and being able to kind of loop back some of that into Halo 5, which has been really interesting, and I'm really excited to talk more about that today. And finally, I'm really happy to have Dominic Robiliard, creative director for Sony Interactive Entertainment. I've had the privilege to work with Dominic before on the Getaway franchise a long time ago. Dominic is actually working on a number of VR titles right now, so really interested to talk a little bit more about Farpoint and some of the new titles that you're working on. And more recently, Dominic has also been a creative director at LucasArts, working on Star Wars 1313. So with that in mind, I'm sure some of you have had a chance to take a look at the Game Maker series, but if not, we brought a quick trailer clip for you today, and want to share a little bit of the series with you. So with that, if we can roll VT.
Games some years ago were really focused on mechanics exclusively, and people just wanted to test their skills. And I think the more it goes, the more people need a reason to fight or to shoot. And the story is that reason.
The whole place kind of went super, hushed, and everyone was like transfixed on this guy. And eventually, I called cut. And this just round of applause comes up from the stuff, because you could just see this, amazing performance come through.
ストーリーテリングをいかにしてプレイヤーから一緒に二人三脚でストーリーテリングするかっていうところが非常に難しいんですけど、そこが一番面白いところでですね、
Ultimately, it's about building a place that is detailed and inhabited, but also allows for a sense of escapism.
It's an interesting thing. I've never worked on a game like released in pieces and been able to actually address feedback.
It's all about an iterative approach, and it's all about teamwork. It's not a process where one writer sits down and writes the story and that's what we're going to make. Everything has to come into play, the interactivity, the player choice.
I try to hold off as long as possible putting words on a page because I don't want to get attached. A lot of ideas that we could throw away and iterate on and find the best ideas.
We blueprint it out with the level designers and the game designers.
We call it not the storytelling, we call it the story digging. We see the player as some kind of a pseudo-archaeologist.
There's a much greater sense of the presence. So we really have to rethink it, how to tell stories in VR in a completely different way.
At first, we were like really restricted with the design of Firewatch. And then when we realized it's like, no, just let players do this stuff and end this conversation. And you say yes to everything, then the game just feels huge and alive.
It has been an interesting and challenging process trying to take these fairly disparate stories and weave them through.
I'm very interested in seeing where a truly AI-driven, created story could take us.
You might direct somebody, you might do all of that work, but at the end of the day, magic happens on that moment where everybody's there, everybody gets it, everybody's in it together.
How do we leverage that to kind of unite people across the world? You know, how do we create experiences and tell stories that expand your experience as a human being?
When you can achieve this, it makes the game resonate at a totally different level. Instead of, the game talking to your eyes or your brain, the game can talk directly to your heart or to your soul. And that's the holy grail in many ways. That's what any game creator dreams of achieving.
Thanks, guys. So the Game Makers 10-part series available to watch on YouTube if you haven't had a chance to take a look. So yeah, let's get cracking with this conversation. I think what I'd love to do is to hear about some of the anecdotes and stories that you guys have experienced as you've been making these games over the past few years. And to really demystify what is changing in storytelling and what are the kind of key techniques that have worked for you guys. So I'll start with you, Kiki. From all the things that are changing in storytelling in games right now, what is it that has inspired you guys and impacted you and your team recently?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I got inspired by with stories is, we have so much more sort of diversity in the games that we make as an industry and as an audience. Like, there's room for very narrative-driven games. I would add on to that VR technology, right? So now there's this whole new tool set and audience for narrative-based games, which for me as a player is incredibly exciting, because I've always been a huge fan of story-based games. And so we think a lot about, now that we have more mediums, beyond transmedia, books and shows, but even thinking about how different types of games have become better tools for different kinds of story. It lets us think about, okay, what is the appropriate story to tell in the first-person shooter? And what's the kind of story we might tell somewhere else? And I think that there's such an appreciation now for different types of storytelling in games experiences that we can think a lot more broadly, not try and just jam it into one genre, but really think about what kind of genre suits the kind of story we want to tell.
Right, and I want to open the question to both Dom and Matt as well. When we talk about story, we're not necessarily talking about the $50 million AAA game. We're talking about anything that can be developed within the game, and to be able to share that experience with the audience. So, what have you guys found in this field as well?
I think that the surge in independent game making over the last kind of 5 to 7 years, and the power that those small teams now have, thanks to amazing tools like Unreal and Unity, means that the cost and the risk associated with being experimental and exploring different ways of telling story has been significantly lowered. 15 years ago when I started, if I was trying to get a team on board with making a game or a story idea or something like that, it would involve a lengthy process of convincing numerous people that we should be doing something, whereas now I can just sit at my computer and independently make something or craft a prototype or express myself on screen on my own in a way that you couldn't before. And it means that the iteration involved in making those ideas come to life is much, much simpler. And that's a much more rewarding process. It's more fun to do as well. And it helps you share a vision amongst a small team with what you're trying to do, which is great.
Right. Is storytelling possible in mobile gaming or other types of games outside console?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can tell a story in whatever medium you want to tell it in. I think the biggest thing that's changing, tools are obviously helping expand, and the audience is expanding, but I think the biggest thing that's changing in the types of stories we're getting in games is the people making them are changing. People from a more diverse background are making games now. And like you're seeing this kind of funny thing happen right now where a lot of the males are getting old enough to have kids, so there's a lot of dad stories now in video games that didn't really exist even like 5 years ago. And I think that's really exciting. It's an exciting time when the tools allow us to let different creators in and tell their own story.
I think also as game creators, we get inspired by all the other games out there. And 10 years ago, you had 6 types of games out there. And today, you have both an audience that's accepting of 20 types of games, and you get to see incredible story work happening in different genres and different formats, and that's really inspiring, and you sort of bring that back into your own space.
Right. And as an independent creator, would you say, from your studio, storytelling in games for an indie studio is commercially viable? People are, interested in those types of games.
Absolutely, and I think as the language expands, like it started sort of as an artful independent movement, but then some of those games got super successful, and now you'd be hard pressed to ask certain mainstream gamers if they've never heard of this game or that popular independent game. It's all sort of becoming one. I think in the last generation, something that really helped was there was no longer like an Xbox Live like independent section of the store. Like it's all the same. Like the disc sort of retail space is going away. So King's Quest or an even smaller game can be on the same storefront essentially as an Uncharted or a large AAA game. And like it's really starting to blur that line where you go into the store and you're not worried about what type of game it is or if it's a small game or a small team. It's just these are games. There's different subject matters. Like what would you like to play? What type of emotional experience would you like to have?
Right. And is there a certain genre that is more conducive to story, or is it really a mixed bag now?
I mean, there's different types of storytelling, right? So I think it's less about, sort of what's more conducive and more about just what kind of story experience you want to have, because they're just very different across genres.
Right. And, I wouldn't have expected to have such an emotional experience playing a 2D platformer, and then you play inside, and it's every bit as thought-provoking and emotional as Uncharted for me personally,
Right. And we get to tell dark stories now.
Yeah.
Right? Like everything doesn't have to have like this epic happy ending. Inside's a perfect example of what an extraordinary experience. I didn't feel great after. I was a little confused, but it was super intense and incredibly gratifying.
Yeah. I think obviously I make adventure games that are more narrative focused, so I think, if for sort of exploring a story, that's a really good genre, but adventure games can mean a lot of things. Like a lot of people say like, oh, the adventure genre died, but I think it really became all these other things, right? And there's adventure elements in the new Uncharted game. You go around and explore, investigate items and things like that. And so I think you can do like a pure narrative game, but then you can use mechanics from other things as well to tell your story. And it's really all about, for us, we have this triangle. It's art, gameplay, and story. And they all have to work together to really create that magic. You can use any mechanics you want. We tend to sort of like pick a mechanic that we think expresses the story, like in King's Quest, the story beat that we wanted. So we have all sorts of mechanics in there. We have action mechanics, the more traditional adventure game mechanics. But it was all about sort of working backwards from this is the emotional moment, like what types of mechanics could we get across best to express that?
Okay. Yeah, let me riff off of that. I think when people think about storytelling in games, kind of riding off the theme of world building for D.I.C.E. Summit this week, we're not necessarily talking about the actors or the script or the cinematic. I think what we're really talking about is the player experience, which is number one, and how do we build a world around the player through gameplay moments, through art and environmental story, and even heightening emotion through music. So, what has been kind of, talking about King's Quest, what has been your experience in terms of shepherding a story idea at the beginning, during green light, all the way through to the end? How do you maintain that story vision from point A to B?
I keep a lot of stuff in my head, and we're a small team, so we can do that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you start off with your outline. Then we had that even when we pitched King's Quest, like here's the general story beats that we want to explore. Of course, things change and evolve, and even as you're making stuff, you're changing story beats, like changing jokes, especially when you're doing a comedy, like changing jokes in the room with the recording, when you're recording them, or even like on the way to like Christopher Lloyd voice sessions, like writing new jokes, constantly writing extra jokes in case the ones we did that weren't performed, they didn't hit the timing or they just didn't work, or so it's a constantly evolving process, and we haven't necessarily gotten it down to like, oh, here's this document and like boom, now we're just gonna like put this into the factory and make the game. Like it's very, you have to take everyone's input and everyone's creative juices at the studio and sort of form this thing together.
And Kiki, how do you wrangle a story world like Halo? So for Halo 4 and 5, I'm assuming there are multiple iterations of the story.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we wrangle it well, and sometimes we wrangle it moderately well. I mean, it is this incredibly integrated, iterative experience, which is no secret for anyone, where, again, player first, so you're designing your mechanics, and Halo 5 is a great example where we really wanted to commit to co-op gameplay. And so that really shaped how we were, it shaped some of the plot, but really shaped how we had to tell that story.
Right.
And that was a learning for us, right? That's not easy and was a departure from what we had done before. But we really think about it as, we have characters, we have arcs we want to move forward or introduce new characters, and we have a timeline we want to move forward. So we sort of map that arc out, and then, for Halo, you're casting the player in a role. You're not giving them all the definition around it because you want them to bring themselves into it. Mm-hmm. And so you give them enough of a form to step into and embody and provide enough in the world so that they have a context and they feel part of it. And then you have these big beats that allow the player to sort of navigate within a little bit of a framework without really clearly defining a super linear story, because you want them to bring their heart and soul and brain and perspective into it, which means it really is, we're changing all the time. A mechanic changes, a level design changes. We learn along the way that we have a lot of energy around a character or a moment in history from another thing that we're doing, and so we're always modifying along the way. And there comes a point where you hit, a place where you can't modify everything, and that's where it's a production challenge, right? Because things can start to break if one piece locks and then the rest continues to evolve, and so that's something we're always very mindful of.
Right. We spoke about in the series player experiences being number one. So player agency, them being able to explore whatever they please in the game. At what point what are the factors of balancing the story vision with the player experience? And where does playtesting factor in your production schedules?
Yeah, I mean, that one's a challenge, because you have really different styles of players in terms of how much they care about engaging with story.
Right.
And B, you have a story you want to tell. You don't want to impose too much character on your player character, because then you don't want to take that agency away. It's intriguing in the VR space because the whole idea of player agency is taken a whole step further, and so I imagine the challenges there with storytelling are even greater. But at the end of the day, you ultimately need to sort of define what you want that
what do you want the player to feel at the end of the experience? What do you want to take away from the story? And if you can keep those pieces true while keeping that sense of freedom for the player, then I think you end up in a really good place.
Yeah. Before we bridge into VR and AR, I think, Dominic, you worked on a very beautiful adventure puzzle game called Entwined with Sony. And I imagine that should be a walk in a park. It's a very simple game. So how did playtesting factor in that schedule?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so it was a really abstract, kind of an unusual gameplay idea, which was quite risky. And when we started testing it, we did find that some people got it very, very quickly. It's an unusual mechanic where you have to control two characters simultaneously. And then we ended up adding a whole bunch of new features to the way the levels rolled out. A dynamic difficulty curve that was trying to interpret how well people were managing with this new gameplay idea. And then we also ended up changing a lot of the music and the visuals in the game to sympathetically support this Zen-like state that we were trying to pull the player into. So yeah, it was a very dynamic kind of rolling experience, and where we ended up was not what we thought we were going to start with, which I think is always an interesting thing when you're working with small teams and unusual gameplay ideas like that. And
actually walk us through some of the themes of Entwined. I think that was really interesting when we were playing the game at home.
Yeah, well, we're very, and Matt touched on this earlier on, we're very lucky that making games is now something that involves a lot more diverse people as developers. And one of the things that we're really proud of with our Pixel Opus team is that we have a lot of different cultures and countries represented, but also nearly 50-50 men and women, which is another great strength to the team. And so, you know, it was a combination of lots of different cultures coming into it. The story is based on an Asian myth about a bird and a fish that fall in love but can't be together. And then the level structure takes risks from the Indian themes of reincarnation and stuff like that. So it was a totally different way of putting it together. And I've never started with a gameplay mechanic first and worked story into it after that. And we're actually not doing it that way around for our second game. But that was another part of the process of learning that there isn't. I used to think, you know, when I started, I was going to have a moment of epiphany at some point in my future where you would learn the one right way to make a game. And the reality is that as you work across more and more scopes and genres and platforms, you realize there isn't one way to do any of these things. And so, you know, trying to be as flexible and keep a framework rather than do things one way is a much more useful way to look at it.
Right. The one thing we actually didn't get a chance to explore in this series is persistent player-driven worlds. So, you know, when you look at games like Destiny, or even, you know, Animal Crossing, my goodness. Here's an experience where all the actions impact the world from you as a player. So I'd love to hear from you guys what you think about story in persistent player-driven worlds. And is there anything that maybe the traditional you know, game designers can actually pull from that genre? Matt.
Well, I've never made a game like that, so I can only guess. But I would think when you're making a game that's not necessarily centered around a main character and their story arc, you need to sort of give the player opportunities to become multiple characters and fulfill multiple fantasies and multiple roles. And it's similar in the sense that, like, you still need to build a world. Like, you have to do that in any narrative game. But now you need to build a world that sort of exists beyond this more linear path, right? You need to allow the players to be good or be evil, or maybe take a do side quests instead of going through the main ones. And the challenge is letting players feel like they're an actual part of the story without being like, you're this canon character or whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I enjoy from a story perspective about, you know, games like that or Destiny or any of these player-driven games is you're the world, right? You come into it and they've created this amazing setting and place, and you are one of millions out there. And so, you know, you really feel like, in terms of escapism, it is pure escapism. I get to go into this other world. I can be whomever I want to be. I affect the world with the things that I do. I have sort of new and different experiences every time I come in. And so I think there's a sense of ownership in participating in that sort of game experience as you. That's really different and really intriguing. And then the stories that come out of that aren't the stories that the developers sort of thrown out there. It's the stories of what you did and how you talk about it with your friends and this incredible moment, and you craft a plot and narrative around that. And so what you have is hundreds of thousands of stories coming out of it versus here's the one that the developer wanted to tell.
Right, that's great.
And, you know, I was talking a couple of days ago with some guys from a company called Improbable, and they're very passionate about this area. And, you know, they're kind of blowing my mind with some of the things that, you know, could happen in the future when you can track an infinite number of objects with an infinite number of kind of historical artifacts to that object. And so you suddenly start considering the ramifications of how these worlds can push back against the player and respond to the things that they do. And it's got an almost kind of mythological feel about the histories and community-driven stories that you can tell when you imagine those building up and layering on top of each other.
Let me bounce over to VR and AR as well. I know a lot of guys are really interested on that platform right now. So, Dom, you've worked in this field for a good number of years. I'm interested to see, is story necessary in a VR experience, and also what are the kind of, you know, to create an immersive storytelling game, what are the kind of the main conditions or foundation that studios should be thinking about?
Well, you know, one of games' superpowers is that it can put a player into a really meaningful role and have a meaningful part to play in how a story can unfold. And VR really kind of magnifies that to an almost incredible degree, and it makes it even more transparent, putting somebody in the middle of something that they're really driving forward through their own action. And you know, you mentioned earlier on that we're lucky enough to partner and collaborate with lots of other teams like Impulse Gear, who are working on Farpoint at the moment. And when you try those experiences and you have this kind of one-to-one interface that uses hands and interactions or a gun controller or things like that, you realize that you're really breaking down the barriers of interaction and making something incredibly accessible that allows people, you know, I think it could be a huge moment of broadening the audience for VR and games in general. I can put my dad in a VR headset and have him play through half an hour of the London Heist getaway sequence, for example, from VR Worlds, and he would never play a game. He doesn't know how to pick up a controller, but his ability to interact in that world by using physical skills that he has from real life means that he can enjoy a kind of roller coaster experience that he feels like he's driving forward. And so it's like a magnification of all the things that we care deeply about already, which is why I think, you know, games developers are so well poised to take great advantage of this in the future.
I mean, story feels like such an extraordinary opportunity in VR because you can literally build, in a 5-minute experience, you can have someone step into the middle of an experience and in 5 minutes feel such an emotional connection to what's happening and the players around them, which can take us 5, 6, 15 hours to do in a more traditional video game and genre. And so, you know, everyone's sort of trying to figure out what the right combination is for a longer VR experience. But that magic, that really sort of instantaneous, you know, I feel this right away is extraordinary. And so figuring out how to build on that feels really...
Yeah. So I know a lot of publishers are watching in the audience and in the office. I want to just jump ahead and segue into how story can play a role in marketing a game and what the story impact is on player engagement, player retention, that kind of thing. So Kiki, we've talked briefly about transmedia in the series and today, and I want to kind of ask you, for publishers who, you know, have a fairly good IP and they're interested in, you know, dipping their toe in transmedia storytelling, what are the pros and cons of getting involved into that aspect?
Yeah, I mean, I think getting into transmedia should be organic. It starts with having a singular great experience that people connect to, and then what actually feeds looking at story and different experiences, you feeding that audience. So that's sort of how I think for Halo that really began was had an amazing game experience with Halo CE, with Bungie, and started to build out this universe, and then really wanting to feed sort of the fervor for understanding more about the universe. The pros are you get to tell different kinds of stories in the right way for their medium and have people experience your universe and live in it in very different ways. Some people like to experience all of it. I'm one of those people. Some people just, they're very much into graphic novels or they're very much into toys, but we look at every piece, whether it's a toy or a marketing piece, as an opportunity to express the universe. The cons of it are, you can definitely crawl into your own rabbit hole, right, and start to lose people, and it can become very intimidating. So on the one hand, you have people who feel like I'm part of this special club because I know every little detail. Then on the other hand, you have people who are like, there's no way I can step into this at this point. Like the train has left the station. Right. And so really thinking about what kind of experiences you can get to different types of people, and how do you bring new people into what can feel very intimidating. Right. I think that's, not drinking too much of your own Kool-Aid, because you can get a little too nerdy with your own stuff, and that can be alienating for some people.
Got it. Matt, you're very unique in having worked on an episodic series compared to the other, all of us on stage. I want to get a sense from you, as King's Quest, 5-6 episodes have been rolled out across, the 2 years, you're going to hear from the audience and the fans, right, every time you release a new episode. So how did that impact how you developed the story, and how did that impact the development of the game?
It actually impacted it a lot, and mainly because we were kind of making them as we went.
Okay.
We had a general plan, but when we after we built up our technology, and our first chapter was really long. It was like 6 to 8 hours. But after that, we kind of had like 3 to 4 months to make each episode. And because of that, we got to actually incorporate feedback. So after the first chapter came out, people were like, it's got to have dialogue skipping. So we included that in the second chapter. And it was fun to watch people think where the plots were going and be able to maybe change them a little bit if it's too obvious, like people are getting it, or maybe support that. And it was really fun, watching the fans, their fan art or their fanfics, and being able to either support that or be like, skirt around it. And yeah, if we had prepared it all up front and, we didn't have like dual teams a lot of times, like on episodic games, you'll have an A and a B team. We didn't have that. We had one small team doing everything.
Okay.
So that was very challenging, and a lot of hard work, but it did allow us to shift things, We were able, and the other thing we really got to do was, because the game's a comedy, like I mentioned earlier, we made a lot of jokes up in the room, essentially, when we were recording, but then we got to snowball those gags in each chapter and, build upon that joke that was just created that, one of the voice actors or actresses thought was funny and ad-libbed, and then that became a whole bit into itself.
Right. And usually with episodic games, sometimes you actually see a decline in the audience base, but you had the opposite effect. What was the secret sauce behind that?
I think it was a word of mouth thing, and I think usually with episodic games, they sort of are with a current license or really popular license. King's Quest was a very beloved license, but an older license, and so what we saw was sort of like this audience build around, hey, this is actually like really charming and fun, and then get bigger. And I think you see that with any new IP. I think like Life is Strange was probably very similar when episode 1 came out. Probably they had a certain small audience, but I didn't really hear about the game till episode 3, and then it sort of hit this massive appeal.
Right. We've all worked on bigger IPs, but I think, Dom, you've worked on the mother of all story IPs, Star Wars, at LucasArts. So I want to kind of get a sense from you, number one, what it was like working with George Lucas, and then number 2, that's not a loaded question. And number 2, his existing characters, existing canon. What were the limitations of working around Star Wars, the universe? Or was it liberating because you had all these cool things to work with?
I really enjoyed it, and as a huge fan and creatively, speaking a little bit to what Kiki was referring to, when you are working in a universe that is essentially co-owned by its audience, you have to be incredibly diligent in acknowledging that and meticulous in how you represent the same world that they all know so well, because you're rewarding the fact that they love this IP. And so we spent an awful lot of time very, very carefully coming to terms and getting to grips with the universe in this particular corner of that. And George guided us through that, and as I was going back and forth with him on story and gameplay details based on what we were working on, he would allow us to use more of the locations that he had come up with and more of his characters. And so it was an interesting process, because you almost have to have a duality in how you look at it. You're a fan, but then you have to be a creator on top of that. And so it's like this two-step thing where you have to master the bedrock of what it is and then create something original on top of that that's authentic to it, and hope that you're going to do it in the right way.
Did you have many fans telling you what the story should be?
Yes, lots. I mean, we were joking about this last night, but I still get questions. People still get my email address and are randomly asking me things about certain characters. It's crazy.
I want to spend the last 3-4 minutes asking you guys kind of what you think the future of interactive storytelling is, and what we as an industry should be maybe thinking about a bit more. That's a big one.
It is. This is a bit of a cop-out answer, but it's the truth. This often comes up in lots of different areas to do with games. And I remember, 5 or 6 years ago, going to GDC and seeing these predictions about where things were going to go, and that maybe linear crafted narrative games were going to fall away in favor of open world sandboxes. And here we are, and it's not the case. And that, I think, is amazing, that there is demand and passion in gamers for games like Uncharted and Watch Dogs 2 and Inside. And so, it's actually the best time possible to be in the games industry making them, because there is a space for anything that has quality in those areas, and they're completely different in how they approach, telling a story and making a game.
Right.
I really hope that carries on. I don't want one version of how to do this to win out over the other, because we'll be poorer for it.
And in the series, you mentioned briefly about AI storytelling. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I think we're a long way away from that being a meaningful component to it, but it's interesting to imagine, and I think it's something that's been stoked by a lot of the AI research right now, but it's very hard to imagine how a story that's put together through AI could have the same resonance and power that something like Uncharted does. But I do feel that 15 years into the future, that's where we'll be looking. It's a long way away, and it will completely change the way we build narratives. It'll actually come more from the world-building aspect up, and creating the possibility for characters and scenarios to occur more emergently. So it's just an interesting thought exercise at the moment, really.
What are your thoughts, Kiki?
It's a super tough one. I mean, in some ways, I feel like we've made such a huge step with what storytelling is in VR. I'm clearly intrigued with the space. For me, it's sort of two things. It's what's sort of a meaningful, long-form VR story experience, and I think about story experiences in VR as being interactive and thinking about what you bring to it, as opposed to a 360 video, which is also compelling. I think the other area which is really intriguing is, because we've seen this across games and have talked about it already, is the democratization of storytelling and interactive storytelling. And I think we're starting to see that, and I think that's where we're really going to see some intriguing change in how people can experience story, what the story content is, what the emotions are, and what the goals of it are, right? Again, we see this with games already in terms of games that are focused on education and doing good, and so I think all of that is going to get much broader, and so I think what we're going to see is just sort of genres and ways of thinking about story we haven't been thinking of, A, because we think in the commercial space, and B, because all these tools are just getting into the hands of people who are far more creative, frankly, than we are.
Right. And Matt, you have the final word on this.
Well, I guess if I knew what the future is in any aspect of games, I'd be pretty rich. So so I don't know that. But I can only tell you what I hope it holds. So during King's Quest, we got to actually, when the VR stuff was coming out, we got to, we got our Rift set up and we got our Oculus set up and we strapped in, and it was immediately obvious to us that this was the future of storytelling in games. Adventure games, if you really boil them down, or narrative games, it's some form of looking around an environment and clicking on things, or whether that click is sometimes a different metaphor, but it's essentially clicking on stuff. VR is the absolute perfect medium for looking around and essentially interacting with things. And I think I'm actually going to take the opposite of what Kiki said. I hope that it's not about trying to make like a long 12-hour experience in VR. I am perfectly happy with plugging in and getting a 3.5-hour movie type experience and then being done with it. And I would gladly pay $20 for that. Like, I think a lot of people are going to try to push it because they want to charge, disc title price. They want to charge $60. But it just seems so perfect for that sort of situation. Like, being Batman is one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to do. And, I don't know that I'd want to be Batman for 40 hours. He's kind of like lives a dark life. But for 2.5, 3 hours, like, it's perfect.
You're more ambitious than I was. I was like 90 minutes, 2 hours. But yeah, I think people are delighted at 5 minutes, right? And are trying to figure out half an hour.
Right. It seems like everyone's pushing to try to make the larger thing, but to me it's like...
Yeah, I agree.
I think more people would play games. Like me personally, like developing games, I don't have a ton of time, getting older, starting to think about family and stuff. Like, that was the sort of hope for indie games, but they're getting larger and larger and more, open world and stuff. So the idea that I could play, have a beginning, a middle, and an end, after work one night and then move on and play something else the next night instead of watching TV is awesome.
So we'll wrap up there. Thank you so much for joining our panel today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of D.I.C.E. Thank you, guys.
Hi there, guys. I'm Anna, and this is Dan. We're your hosts of the Quake World tournament that's going on this stage. We actually have a quick match for you. It's just going to be slipped right in between these two talks. Windows into Worlds will be next, moderated by Min Kim, who's also competing in this same tournament. But right now, we have two gaming VIPs here with us to play, and they look like they are in their seats. We do have Randy Pitchford and David Wood. So let's give them a warm round of applause. They're going to get right into the game. And let's check. Randy, are you ready? Good to go. David, are you ready? Awesome. Let's get right into the game.
All right, so I'll be bringing the commentary, and we are going back to a Quake 1 map this time. Yesterday, we went to Quake 3 DM6. A lot of people know that map. It's a quintessential Quake 3 map. We ported it into Quake 1, but now we're going to be doing on DM6, the original. So it'll be interesting to see if we actually have some familiarity going on here between the players as we wait for Randy and David to get ready. It is a map that's going to be a bit faster than yesterday. I think that was, for those of you that were here last year, we had quite a change of pace. Last year, we had Aerowalk, a really, really fast and dynamic map, which definitely tested the skill sets of the players in a much different way. And we have generally, I think, a bit of a middle sort of pace on this map as opposed to what we had yesterday, which was, as I mentioned, a Quake 3 map, which was very slow. And DM6, we're going to see probably most of the fights happening in the big kind of center area of the map. And I feel like Randy's probably my favorite here. I don't know if you guys are if there's any betting going on. We are in Vegas after all, but it looks like the game is starting. So I'm going to go backstage to bring the commentary to you as the countdown does begin. All right, so David versus Randy. Very interesting. We're getting deeper into the tournament, and Randy had a very good run last time. Already finding David over by the red armor area. See, David's going to be able to pick that one up after taking a little bit of damage from Randy, and Randy's just going to make his escape for now, and I think that's a smart choice. David did have a pretty good position high up in the map, which allows him to take the fights and leave the fights as he wants to. Very easy to do that when you have that high ground positioning. Positioning very important in allowing you to kind of dictate the pace of certain fights and disengage as you want to. And that's where you want to be. You always want to be in that driving seat when it comes to essentially managing how a fight's going to go, so you can put yourself in the position to either win it, or if it's going badly, you can get yourself out of harm's way, get yourself back onto some red armors, stack up a little bit. The red armor is the strongest armor in the game. It gives you 200 armor straight away, 75% protection as the damage does come in. You can see Randy there just holding the position by that red armor. Just sending a message there to David. and taking it easy. And I like the slow approach when it comes to any competitive match. Right at the beginning, it's always a good approach to just be a little bit passive, send out the feelers, see how your opponent wants to play. Is your opponent the type of player that's going to be very aggressive, or is your opponent going to also be kind of sending the feelers out and trying to work out what is my opponent kind of doing, what is his style of play? And as I say that, we do have Randy going back for the red, where we had David just sitting, and actually it looks like Randy's not going to be able to get too much damage there, but I like the usage of the lightning gun that we just saw. The lightning gun is very, very strong. It's much harder to connect than the rocket launcher, but each cell that does connect with the, I mean, it's essentially white spaghetti. Like that's really what it reminds me of, especially if you're playing online, especially back in the old days, if you got, you know, in an IGN or some kind of modem connection, 56K, it's just spaghettiing all over the place. I wonder who made the graphic there for that. That's quite interesting to me. Anyway, we do have David over by the red armor, actually managing to survive there. Randy having a pretty good spot where he could potentially have pushed the issue, but he's trying to be patient at the moment, which I can definitely respect. And waiting for that perfect engagement, again, you can afford to do that early on, and especially if you're sitting on a 0-0 type situation. You don't have to force things too much. It's when you're when you're behind, when you start to think, okay, I need to make this happen, this comeback happen, I need to get those frags rolling in. And it looks like, speaking of which, Randy's actually going to be on the receiving end of some lightning gun damage there. David actually sneakily stealing away the red armor and pushing Randy back. It does put Randy in a bit of a predicament on the stack situation and also on the ammunition situation. He has a fair amount of rockets to go for at the moment. But he is sticking to the shotgun for the time being, and we can see David is actually fairly stacked at the moment. He's winning from that perspective, but he has to be able to find the fights, and he has a really big ammunition issue at the moment. He doesn't have any ammunition on the main two weapons, no rockets, no lightning gun cells, and that's something that he really needs to fix. He does just pick up a few cells there, so the lightning gun is usable here for David, but you can see sticking to the nail gun, the super nail gun for the time being. I believe it's 18 damage per nail with the super nail gun, if my memory serves me correctly. And the super shotgun coming out as well, making an appearance. Honestly, it's always amazing in Quake when you have a super shotgun. It just feels so good to fire it. I mean, there's always that weapon that's very cathartic when you're just firing it off, and the super shotgun is definitely one of those for me. And in fact, it does actually do around about 100 damage, I think, up close, maybe 98, something similar. Either way, Randy, after having the run of the map here, is going to be able to pick up Mega as well as the red armor, so pretty good stack going in there. But look at the teleporter usage here. Randy having a fight on one front, a quick dart through the teleporter there from David allows him to just connect with Randy's back. Really nice maneuvering around the map there from David, but still no frag just yet. Much slower situation than some of the previous matches that we had. David will be just looking and seeing what's going on by the red armor, and he will notice that Randy's picked that one up, and Randy is in a really good position here to actually get some damage in. He does need some rockets, but there is a rocket pack right there, so he's looking decent enough on the ammunition perspective. He doesn't have swaths of ammunition, could use definitely some more. Only 5 rockets to play with. The lightning gun cells run out right now, switching to the grenade launcher, and now he's pretty much out of ammunition. So you can see the ammunition management is a pretty big deal, especially when you have these situations where both players are alive for long periods of time. The ammunition becomes as important as picking up the armors. And that's something that's a bit different in Quake World. A lot of the other games and FPS titles, because they don't have guns which are so... Oh my god, what was that? Randy just throwing down some grenades and just crazy connection there on David. I don't think he had any idea what was going on there. Pineapples from the sky, and that is David down. So it looks like we'll have Randy ahead. Finally, he's been grinding that one out for ages, but the danger is not over just yet for Randy. There's 2 minutes left in this one, and after that fight, he's going to be a little bit low. Although he did get the frag when he wasn't in an engagement. He had previously taken one and was left a little bit low. David actually caught off by Randy's lightning gun. This is a beautiful engagement there from Randy. That's great work with the lightning gun. Absolutely catching David off guard. And that is very, very punishing. If you ever get an easy few connections on that lightning gun, that can just be the end of your opponent straight away. So Randy finding a lot of success there. And again, that patience, a really impressive amount of patience here from Randy, finally getting the lead. 2-0, and we have just over a minute left in this one. So Randy's looking pretty good to close this one out at the moment. It's going to have to be David going a bit crazy, changing the pace, getting way more aggressive, taking probably what would be very inefficient fights, just charging into Randy. But he's got to do it. He has to get those frags back. He's only got a minute left to play with. So it's going to be, his options are going to be restricted heavily in that sense. The time is so annoying to play against in a situation like this. See, David's trying to find a way in, but there just doesn't appear to be one. You can see Randy intelligently trying to fight around the red armor. He takes a direct rocket, that's a lot of damage, but again, standing on the red armor, he picks it up immediately, and he's just healthy again. So David, he just can't find a way in. This is beautiful positioning from Randy. He understands he doesn't have to do anything more than this. He can just hold this strong position. It's on David to come to him, and that's exactly what happens. David goes down in the end. The desperation perhaps starting to set in a little bit, and Randy, he realizes that he's done enough at this point, I should think. 20 seconds left. A nice last engagement with a good few rockets from Randy to set the pace, and even a suicide kill there with the grenades from David, landing him on a -1. Never nice to be in that position. And here it is, 3 to -1 is the score at the moment, and I think that's going to be the end of this one. Randy is going to be the one moving forwards in the tournament.
Congratulations to both of our players. Well played, David. One more round of applause for David as he leaves the stage. Thank you so much. Randy, come on up and join me. We have just a brief moment to chat with you. I wanted to let you know Sean, who played earlier, actually said he hoped you won this match because he really wanted the chance to play you next.
He wants to crush me again like he did last year.
Do you think that's going to be the outcome, or do you feel confident against him?
I'm certain of it because I know he practices. The last time I played Quake was a year ago. So.
All right, well, we will see that match very soon. Thank you and congratulations, Randy. Awesome. And guys, we're ready to get right into the next talk. I'll bring you Mike.
Good job, Randy. Now we're going to take a look at world building from a very different perspective, from the card game Magic the Gathering. Now, since Magic was introduced in 1993, a lot of other collectible card games have come and gone. And yet Magic remains the leader. In fact, its community is bigger than ever. Its sales have increased every year for the past 6 years. The reason is that Magic the Gathering is not just a card game. There's a rich world that stands behind it. And getting an understanding of how they create and manage that world will be a discussion hosted by Min Kim, who was winner of the Magic the Gathering tournament 2 nights ago. So that's some good street cred for him. And joining him will be 2 folks from Wizards of the Coast. Doug Beyer Sr., who's a game designer, and Jeremy Jarvis, who's the principal designer of Worlds and IP at Wizards of the Coast. Come on out, guys.
Thanks. Good morning.
Hi, everybody.
Just got my questions over here. Okay. So how many of you guys, I can't actually see you, have actually played Magic the Gathering or seen somebody? Wow, that's a lot of people. That's like half the room. Okay.
That's what we like to see.
That's awesome. So Magic came out in 1993. I discovered it at our local hobby shop playing D&D, which everybody stopped playing once Magic came into the scene and completely took over. It's been 24 years since its release, and I think it's 8 years of consecutive growth and has hit its all-time high in sales, which is absolutely incredible. I know you guys are wondering, why are we talking about Magic? And set up a Magic tournament and happened to rig it and win it. And now he's got Magic on stage. He's obviously taking his passion too far. But it's all about the Academy and what the Academy stands for. We want to celebrate and elevate the craft. And I think there's some amazing things to learn from a game that has so much history and such a vibrant community. We're not going to talk a lot about the mechanics today. We're actually, this year's theme is world builders. So we have Jeremy and Doug here who lead that over at Wizards. So do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. I'm Doug Beyer. I've worked at Wizards of the Coast for 17 years now, and I am currently a senior game designer and writer for the Magic R&D creative team.
My name is Jeremy Jarvis. I am currently the principal designer of Worlds and IP. My background is in freelance illustration. I was hired as lead concept artist, moved to senior art director, served that role for just shy of a decade before taking this new position.
Can you guys give us some stats for background on Magic?
Magic's, as you said, been around for 24 years. It's been played by millions and millions of players. Like you said, a lot of people have thought that Magic was a fad, but this is actually our biggest year ever. This is the time when Magic's at its apex right now. So we're seeing enormous growth.
That's incredible.
We also we print Magic in 11 languages, and it is sold in more than 70 regions around the world. So
Yeah.
it is a very global game.
It's also known for its events. I think you were telling me backstage that you guys run a million events a year, which is pretty insane.
Yep, we have 1 million events reported a year. We continue to add to that in that global organized play network.
Okay, so all the boring stuff is out of the way. Can you guys describe the game for us? What is the game and what is the fantasy of Magic the Gathering?
So the metaphor of Magic is that two dueling mages come together and use their ingenuity, their spells, their creatures to duke it out. It takes place across multiple worlds, which is part of why we're here talking to you now, because a huge part of Magic is these different realms that these dueling wizards gets their magic from.
And then what about the role of the different pieces of that? So you've got the planeswalkers, you have the world itself, you've got the story, and you got the spells and the creatures. How did those all come together? And the colors.
That's right. So players identify with the 5 colors of Magic. They choose their favorite and build around it, or build with multiple colors. And then we have planeswalker characters. Planeswalkers move from world to world. They're sort of the main feature of Magic as we move across every different kind of world. And they learn these different spells and creatures as on their travels and use that in battle.
And why are those important? Because I don't remember them being there when I was playing earlier on. Maybe they were always there, but what is the role of the planeswalker?
It's changed over time. Like, it's always been a part of the IP. Originally, the concept of the player being a planeswalker was more or less to explain why you continue to customize your deck with new cards from new places. We elaborated on that in early fiction, having these very powerful godlike mages that are able to move between these places, kind of feature largely in the fiction. In 2002, with Mirrodin, we adopted kind of what we informally call the Star Trek model of actually every year's product release moved to a new world. We started building a new world, a new plane within the Magic multiverse every year. In 2007, we actually introduced Planeswalkers as a card type in the game to give us faces and stories and arcs to follow between those places. And now we are actually building 2 worlds a year. As Magic moves from place to place, we have doubled that effort, and you can see the fruits of that result on the screens behind us as a kind of random sampling of our different places, our different characters that players follow between them.
And what makes a planeswalker special?
So in a way, the worlds of Magic are what gives it its diversity, what gives it its freshness every year, and now every 6 months. Planeswalkers are the touch point. They're what you can recognize it and grab onto. I'm excited by this. Chandra makes me happy, or Liliana, and the adventures of that planeswalker will follow throughout the IP as we go from world to world. So they're able to, their unique power is to be able to planeswalk between these different planes and gather magic, and therefore be the kind of heroes of the game. Even in a world where there's plenty of magic, these planeswalkers are the mages of mages.
And would you say that that's something that may have enabled narrative for the game more strongly?
Yeah, so once we had, like Jeremy said in 2007, introduced Planeswalkers as a card type within the game, that made it so much more real to players. They can own this character, they can focus on them, and that gave us the opportunity to build more narrative around these characters. So now we don't just hear about what big conflict is going on in this setting that we're focusing on for 6 months, but also what's going on in Chandra's life. How is she growing and evolving over time? How are the events of what you see in the card set affecting these characters and creating a continuous narrative?
And how are the stories told on the cards? Is it just on the cards that the story is told, or is the narrative taken in other places?
I've been enjoying hearing some of the other talks talk about how we only have a AAA video game, and it's hard to tell stories in that medium. Our medium is this big.
And non-sequential.
Right, and it's shuffled. So it's a challenge to tell stories in this medium. So We do infuse the cards and the settings with as much of the feel of a world as possible. Like all the limitations that card size gives us makes it so much more important to have the feel of depth. The feel that there's this entire world going on that we're just seeing little pieces of through the cards.
That is also supported currently with weekly web fiction. It's something that I don't think a lot of other people are doing. We think about stories as kind of levels or rings of engagement. The non-sequential card game is only going to give you that very top touch point. And we game that as best we can within our randomized booster packs. We have story spotlights, cards that are very story relevant, that really capture a moment in time that we want players to know. A watermark and a URL printed on the card paths you to that weekly fiction. Beyond that, our rarity structure is common, uncommon, rare, and then mythic rare. One of the things we've recently started doing is, I call it the KERM model, common, uncommon, rare, mythic, using that rarity structure to try to tell the most people most of the time the things they need to know first. For example, Planeswalker characters, the actual cards, are mythic rares. They're very good cards, very powerful, seen pretty infrequently if you're just cracking boosters. So we find a venue at Common, which you're going to see very frequently, just to show the character, right? So that first takeaway is like, oh, Jace is here. We just show him doing some random thing. At Uncommon, what's the next thing I need to know? Oh, well, Jace and this other character really hate each other, and so on, so that as people crack boosters, they're kind of learning as they go.
And this is the kind of technique that we've evolved and iterated on over years.
Yes.
Part of Magic's strength is that, I mean, my career has grown with Magic. Jeremy and I have worked together for 11 years just on the same focal team. And so we've found these techniques to use the structure of the game itself to help deliver a kind of sequentiality in a shuffled medium.
And there is a lot of structure to the game too, like even in terms of the colors, they all mean different things as well, right? Certain colors have different types of characteristics.
Right, each color has its own ethos, and it has both sort of showy values, like red is about fire and dragons. It also has personal values. Red is about rebellion and independence and freedom. So each of these colors is built into the design of the game, and it's hooked into the mechanics. But it also creates a foundation for character, for story, we just love putting Jace and Chandra in a room together, a blue mage and a red mage. They're opposite on their color pie, and they're opposite in story. They create instant great conflict.
And was this always important? I know it was an iterative process, but I remember when I was playing as a kid, the stories weren't important to me back then. It was the individual cards like Shivan Dragon or Sarah Angel, this is so rad, and then you crack another pack, and then you would go to different places like Arabian Nights and Ice Age, and that was all cool and very distinct, but I didn't remember the story part.
So that's actually, Shivan Dragon is a really interesting example because as we talk about those levels of engagement, especially through the lens of story, the narrative is a level down, right? If you're actually going to our website every week to really read the prose and the dialogue and what's happening. But a good example of very top-level story is just the use of proper nouns to imply a world beyond, right? Like Shivan Dragon could have just been fire-breathing dragon, but it was given a proper name. And later, Shiv was built into a place, and events happened at Shiv. And so it's just about where those touch points are. We believe that the story is very important, not only because people want to engage, whether it's the desire to know, like, what is Shiv about? How is this special? But primarily, when you release so much product over such a long time period, it helps give personality, identity, and purpose. It makes it just like there's a story arc, it gives it a product arc, so it's not just more and more and more. And so that is the real value of, characters with faces and backstories and personalities to propel you to the next setting, to the next product.
Yeah. The story part is what really surprised me coming back as a player, because I would be at a hobby store and I'd be playing the game, and there's two kids or two dudes or whatever players that are talking about the narrative and the planeswalkers and what's going on. Recently, I think there was Soren, and he had to undo a creation of his, which was Avacyn, and you hear these guys talking about it, you're like, oh, there's really a story here. And then Zendikar, I think you guys, if you could talk about Battle for Zendikar and how that actually really, I saw it physically happen at a GP where the Eldrazi, these giant creatures came and literally took over.
Right, so Zendikar was a setting from several years back now, and it was full of promise. This is kind of like high adventure world with adventurers and explorers, and the threat looming in the world of Zendikar were these cosmic entities, the Eldrazi. So the Eldrazi show up and start taking over, and the last time we visited Zendikar, that was the end of the story. The Rise of the Eldrazi was the name of the set, and they rose, and we turned the camera away from Zendikar. So there was a battle still to happen there that we wanted to come back to and resume and see the end of. So we returned to Zendikar, and now we focused on like, okay, we're going to build a Magic set that's based around finally having this conflict between the denizens of Zendikar and the Eldrazi. How do we bake that into both the story and the mechanics, but also the characters? We had our cast of Planeswalker characters come to Zendikar, come to the aid of this world, this beautiful adventure world, and fight back these alien entities. And you can see that in the mechanics when you draft Battle for Zendikar. You can kind of choose a side. You can focus mostly on Eldrazi mechanics or on the side of the adventurers. And so that's indicative of the kinds of ways that we use setting and story and creative to build what would have been a more dry mechanical experience.
Yeah.
And not only that, but it allows us to deliver on player expectation, right? They know the state of the world where we left Rise of the Eldrazi. Going back to Zendikar, there was the expectation that the story would continue from there, like we don't go back and there's just no Eldrazi, like we kind of made a promise. But also, we needed to deliver on the expectations of the original first Zendikar setting, right? There was still landfall, there were allies, and so it's this kind of balancing act to not only acknowledge player expectation, but to really make them happy, to really work within that space and give them what we believe they are anticipating and really wanting.
And what was amazing for me was just how physical it felt when the Eldrazi actually took the Pro Tour. Like every deck in the meta was basically Eldrazi, and it was putting in real life what the story was, which the players were super happy about. Can you guys talk a bit about the creative process? How is Magic made? What is the team like, and how far do you look ahead?
So we both work in R&D for Magic, and that's a group of about 50 people. And our section of it is the creative team that focuses on the art, the story, the world, and flavor. And there's design teams for each Magic set that have representatives from creative on our side, design and development that focus on the vision for the mechanics and how the gameplay is going to work. And we ship, Magic ships. We've had continuous products every year for 24 years. So we have a very tight pipeline of content, essentially, of different kinds of gameplay that's always going on.
Right, just let me jump in really quick. That worldwide organized play network, like we are working backwards from simultaneous global release and working backwards from that, from the amount of time it takes to localize into those other 10 non-English languages. Working back from that, it is very inflexible because for organized play, tournament organizers have rented venues years in advance. Like we do not get to slip by a day. And that is, when Doug says we ship, that's why.
So the creative process is working within that enormous pipeline. So we have tons of interaction back and forth between the folks working on the mechanics and the gameplay and what the story and the world is going to be. So there's a tight interaction there. Some worlds are sort of more mechanics first, that we think of as bottom up. That here's a cool mechanic, it's just really fun, like everyone's gravitating to doing this one kind of mechanic. And then we're like, okay, well, what's a world that clothes that makes sense? And sometimes it's more like, let's take Greek mythology as an inspiration, and we're going to build a world around that. And then the designers are going to, what can they find that will deliver mechanically that same feel?
So what is the ship schedule like? You guys ship, but how often do you ship? Like how many worldwide drops are there?
There's a major release every 3 months, and there are minor releases just about every month forever.
And how, and how many cards have actually been made in Magic?
Over 16,000 mechanically unique cards.
Wow.
And if you want a job at Wizards of the Coast, you have to just be able to name them all.
Yeah, you have to just know them.
Not really. It used to be true.
So many cards, you just throw 2 random names and it's probably a card, right?
That's right. Well, and that's an interesting point. I mean, think about being in the 24th season of a TV show. Think about The Simpsons trying to, what has Bart not done yet? That sort of thing. So we have to work with tons of talented people to have a constant stream of great ideas of what's going to be resonant, what's going to be exciting, what doesn't step on the toes of something we've already done. And we're always looking at what makes the next release feel different and fresh compared to the previous release.
How do you guys do that?
We first of all, we have learned to be protective and covetous of the space we have. And I mean that both literally and figuratively. There are some great mechanics that are too verbose to fit on the cards, right? Cards are made of millimeters, and we're not going to fix that. And as long as we are printing, those millimeters are a fixed and known quantity. And it's not just the mechanic length in English, what happens in German. So, we'll talk about constraints coming up a little bit. There's a little taste of constraints. We do that in the creative space as well. An example is, if we know that coming up, we're going to need a certain visual motif or a certain narrative motif, we will kind of carve that space out for ourselves and throw a long pass to future us of don't use feathers here. We're going to need that in this upcoming guild or whatever it is. And so we have, we not only need to stay off of the last thing, again, because we, especially going to 2 worlds a year, we need to get players twice as excited, twice as often. We really need to feel fresh in the difference between Battle for Zendikar, and then the dark tone and mood of Innistrad, and then optimistic Inventor Kaladesh, and then what's going to happen in Amonkhet. And so we are trying to swing that pendulum to keep things fresh and exciting, and we've learned to get really stingy with the space that we have and plan it out pretty meticulously.
I remember asking name and flavor text writers not to use the word bridge on a card because I knew Return to Ravnica was coming up. Literally, we were holding on to urban-sounding words, city words, because we're going to go to a city world, and I didn't want to spend that ahead of time if we knew we were going to get more bang out of it in an upcoming world.
I mean, it seems like there's really high intention, but there's also the deadline.
Yeah.
So what happened? I mean, sometimes there must be mistakes.
Nope. Funny you should mention that we just never have.
Yeah, it hasn't come up. I don't know what let's go.
Next question. There's incredible pressure on making a fun game on a time limit. That's always been true. We have very talented folks working on this all the time who have contacts with our players all over the place. So things slip through. It's just the way it is. We always talk about how the player base outnumbers us by a factor of 1 million or something. So they're going to find connections and combos in cards that we weren't able, with our resources internally, to map every version of. They find a version of a deck that is more degenerate than we had enough time to discover and prevent.
Yeah, it turns out gamers will game.
That's true.
They will find the exploits.
It's true. On the creative end, I think we're lucky in that we get to work pretty far ahead most of the time. We're not making last-minute changes to worlds the same way that last-minute changes might happen to mana costs or power and toughness to make sure things like that come through. There's late art pieces for sure. Yep. There's snafus of various ways in any kind of work pipeline.
Well, I was going to that. So on the art side, what is that pipeline like? The art of Magic has gotten really good over the years. What's been driving that?
So what's been what's been driving that is, so far as aesthetically, the desire to, again, really make these, we talk about magic visuals as immersive. That's probably funny to a lot of you that actually get to make more immersive experiences. But for that postage stamp we get, we are doing our damnedest to really sell that this is a place and a time with a feeling and a conflict, and there are characters, and they are real, and they function within this, and they interact in interesting ways. And so, that is the talent that we pursue, and it is all outsourced. I have 2 internal concept artists who are excellent, and then the rest of all of Magic Art, and we currently commission between 1,400 and 1,600 pieces of world-class fantasy art a year. That is all outsourced to a global talent pool. And what we're looking for in that talent pool is the ability to make people believe in these places and in these characters. So far as to elaborate on how our internal process works against that deadline, one of the things we've iterated on through the years and gotten pretty good at is learning what we're going to need, like we are setting ourselves up for success. If we're doing our jobs correctly, there are going to be X number of cards. A world guide needs to have enough content and depth and richness and illustrations to populate 450 or so cards in that block. And so we phase our own work to get us to the next milestone that sets us up for success with the next milestone that sets us ourselves up for success. And we've just iterated on that. And when something clunks or is suboptimal, we change the process. I am one of those people who firmly believes that all process, especially great process, is versus something. And sometimes it's versus a person. But anyway, all great process is versus something, and an outcome that you're tired of seeing. And so we will change our process. We will rephase our work. We will add an artist to the concept push. To Doug's point, we've had lots and lots of reps in making magic sets, and while we don't get to move the date, and we don't get to soft patch, we do get to learn iteratively in basically a 3-month cycle.
Well, yeah, the game's now been out for 24 years, and there's been so much evolution on it.
The game is old enough to drink.
It's older. It's older than the Academy, celebrating its 20th year. But I think we're now at a point where we're witnessing games that have this kind of generational lifetime, like over a decade. I remember when I was working at Nexon in the 2000s, and our games came out. It was like, oh, how much longer is it going to last? Wow, it's running for 2 years. Oh, now it's running for 3 years. What else do we have to put? We just didn't know when the end would be. It's like, oh, crap, now it's out for 10 years. League of Legends, I think, is an amazing example of that. When the game first came out, I know a lot of people didn't play it because they couldn't get past the art. And now it looks freaking amazing. Yep. The splash art is absolutely insane. And the in-game art is insane too. But Brandon told me about this story around some of the art. The players really love some of the older art for their own personal reasons, the super derpy art. And I think whether it's process or things in the game, players and developers have their sacred cows that might get in the way of progress. Can you speak to that?
For sure. So, at a very high level, when I started back in 2005, there was an attitude, it was unspoken, it certainly wasn't formal, but there was this attitude that Magic is a card game. We make a card game, we know who it's for, we know who's playing it. Resign yourselves. Resign yourselves and make those people happy with the game you make.
So inspiring.
Wasn't it? To the point where it was actually verbalized that we don't even need art on these cards. Just put the math on the cardboard sells itself. That's pretty difficult to swallow if you're the art guy. The warm fuzzies did not abound. We do not believe that. We don't believe that. We believe that there are opportunities for growth. We are in now, to your earlier point, we are seeing intergenerational attendance, parents bringing children to the GPs, those children starting to grow up. It's exciting, and there is so much potential trapped in that card that we have been working for years to grow into an IP beyond only the game. And don't get me wrong, it's a great game that we love a lot, or we would not work so hard on it. But it is time to start expanding that and growing that IP. And we also believe that there are people that have the brains to be Magic players that don't yet know the game is for them. We do not accept that we have a limited audience, and we do not accept that we have a limited venue. My core metric, just personally, for whether or not a world guide is good, even though currently it is going to be expressed as 450 cards, is would I spend 90 minutes walking around this world, watching other people walk around it? Is this movie quality? And so we have kind of given ourselves higher expectations and demands and mandates so that we have this incredible back catalog of art and world and character ready to be celebrated and exploited in new venues.
So the world guide that Jeremy's talking about is the end result of our concept push process. So we get the seed of an idea of a new world, either in collaboration with designers or some idea that we're pursuing ourselves, and build on that, assemble that into a core statement of what this world's about. And then we get amazing talent in. We get concept illustrators in who will take this laundry list of IOUs, this ambitious idea, and give us just illustration after illustration of this world. Then that process gets winnowed down, and then there's like thousands of words of lore and story and world building text that's written by internal writers, and that becomes this document, this world guide, and it's so cool, you guys. Like part of it's
so cool you will never ever see one.
They're also, you have to sign a whole bunch of things in order to see one.
I want to see one. I have to see one.
Nope. Sorry. But that's the Bible that underlies everything that's going on world building wise for that setting. And so the process from there is once the card set is ready, the mechanics are laid down, the gameplay is figured out, and roughly speaking, the cards have mana cost, they have color assigned, but they don't have a concept yet. This is just a bundle of mechanics. And the next step then is for our team to write concepts, like little stories about each card almost, that describe to the potential artist, what is this thing? Is this a flying drake? Is this some kind of mage who's learned how to fly? Is this, there's many options for any given set of statistics, but that's when the kind of rubber meets the road. That's where the mechanics and the world actually meet. And then that's when the art directors commission out these concepts to our huge pool of talent around the world, and we start seeing the art come in. That's super exciting. We can see the sketch stage come in first, and it's like, okay, either maybe we want to tweak a couple things about it, or it looks like it has flying, but it doesn't really have flying on the text, so can we ask the artist to kind of mitigate that look or whatever? And then the final art comes in, and it gets married with the card, and that's when it becomes, then it's reflecting the world building behind it. It's part of that setting.
How far do you guys look out?
What's that?
How far do you guys plan for with this process?
Just about every set, it goes through at least 2 years of work, but we have plans for chronology of sets that go out. I think the farthest out we have right now is something like 2022.
2020 right now, and next month we start working
on
the next 2 or 3 years.
I'll clear my schedule.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to set up a bunch of meetings.
Okay. Can we just figure out our outlook right here while we're on stage? I have to make sure I can make that.
I mean, it's really interesting because I remember, working on our games, we wouldn't look past like a year because we just didn't know. And now that you're in a 10-year game, you're going to keep it going for longer. Basically, what was one of Wizards' values, stewards.
Right, stewardship is a huge part of it. And one of the earlier talks talking about this with Halo as well. I mean, there's a responsibility to the players who've been with this game for so long that you have to treat it with the same respect and the same honor that connects with their devotion to this game. I mean,
It's not only that, like that is certainly true, but we are creating play environments with multiple settings in them. We have what we call arc planning, which is what we were just alluding to, where we talk about what the next lineup of settings are going to be, what the narrative line is that takes you between those settings. The real goal of arc planning is to design a great standard environment. Like where we don't want to find ourselves is we make this really incredible setting and we go to make the next one, and once it's time to start thinking about it, we're like, oh God, we can't do any of the things we want to do now because we were short-sighted. And so planning, not only set to set and arc to arc, we are trying to create healthy environments that represent a period of time. And so we have to think in longer periods of time.
Right, I mean, think about making chess fun if it had 16,000 different pieces. Like that's the kind of work it takes to make sure that that's part of the stewardship, is looking at, if we introduce this new mechanic or this new theme or this new world, is it going to interact well and stay fun with the other thousands of Magic cards that players already own?
So Jeff Kaplan yesterday had a really great talk, and he was talking about the maps of Overwatch and the intention that they put on it. They wanted to create an optimistic, really positive feeling world, but they also wanted to take players places, and they took inspiration from great vacation spots. Where do you guys take inspiration from? Where do you draw from to take players to different places?
Everywhere we possibly can.
Some of it's our own desires as fans of not only Magic, but other properties. Theros on the screen behind us is an example of how we will, what we call trope clusters, where there are rich genre centers or trope clusters. Let's do Magic does Greek mythology. There are other times where the inspiration is what we call bottom-up, meaning there is a mechanical desire. One of the game designers has a great idea, and we need to figure out what best skins that. A very loud example of that, for those of you familiar with Magic, is Ravnica. Right? Ravnica's elevator pitch was not, let's do medieval Prague Guild City World. It was, that's not even a very good elevator pitch. It was, hey, 10 two-colored groups. What setting would best represent 10 two-colored groups? And then we solved that from the bottom up so that to the end user, these things are just the same. Of course, Ravnica just means two-colored guilds. And of course, Theros just means enchantment matters and monstrous and gods, heroes, and monsters. But yeah, we will take inspiration from anywhere available.
What are worlds that you guys have kind of explored and gotten really far on and potentially just decided this is not right for Magic? What places don't you go?
There's every time we do a concept push, when we have those concept illustrators in, there end up being 2 or 3 ideas that are like, that's cool, but that's not here. That's not this world. It doesn't fit here. But man, we should save it because we're going to have releases forever. So no good idea is wasted. It's just a matter of it might have to wait a decade for it to come to light. I mean, it took a long time for Magic had, before the first Innistrad, Magic I think had 2 werewolf cards or something like that, which is kind of amazing. It's kind of a basic trope of Gothic horror, the werewolf, and the idea that it has 2 states and wolves out, but that just hadn't been explored. And it was part of the power of Innistrad that was let's find those places that just Magic has not touched yet, and go deep into them. And so whenever there's an idea like that just hits the cutting room floor, it's not we scoop it back up off the floor, and it might seed another whole idea for a future world.
Right. We have also gotten pretty good at spidey sensing when a premise is not appropriate for us or will not scale. There's not enough content here to make 450 cards. Well, okay, if it's still good, we'll find something else and do a mashup. Or some entire world premises just don't work for our game. Because of the 5 colors, because of the game's resource system, which is 5 basic land types, if we can't get 5 basic land types out of a world concept, Magic can't do that world, or we have to find a really unique and interesting twist on it. And then you get into the conversation about how interesting and great are not always the same thing. And so then we have to watch that. But we're pretty good at not pursuing something too long and then being like, you know what? This was never going to work, was it? It's like, nope, I don't know, anyway.
This world can't have a swamp. Uh-oh.
Right.
That seems like a problem.
So we're almost out of time. I really want to touch on this topic of constraints. We decided to call the talk Windows into Worlds, which I felt was very right for what you guys have. But you've created really big worlds and amazing characters. How do you guys embrace those constraints? What are the challenges with it, and what have they enabled?
I'll tell you the most important secret to working within constraints, especially when you are ambitious and put a lot of pressure on yourself to deliver. Get through the stages of grief and get to acceptance as soon as you possibly can. And then, once you're in acceptance, learn to game the space you have. Learn to game those millimeters. That is the very top line answer.
Yeah, part of what we've learned over time is maximizing the art box. So there are kinds of art that don't work. I feel like I'm answering all the art questions and the art is answering all the story questions.
It works for me because I've learned a lot.
And here's how I do Jeremy's job. So maximizing that space to make sure a piece of art is effective when it's just over 2 inches wide. So we've learned the techniques of focusing on a very few number of figures in that piece of art. You know, we don't have a gigantic, we don't have like a DM screen where a giant scene can happen. We've got one tight image, and you want to be able to recognize it quickly. I mean, that's useful for gameplay, right? You want to be able to understand which card someone just played by the art, ideally. So yeah, we've been able to, I mean, just again, iterating. There are 16,000 different mechanically distinct cards, and there are that many different pieces of Magic art. So we've seen what works and what doesn't in that venue.
Well, even with the art, not just based on the size, but the production of it, you guys are under immense time pressure to generate all these cards, and you kind of send them your message in a bottle, and they receive it, and they come out with this art. You must give them a lot of freedom to come up with their art, right?
Part of our best practices are to really treat that global illustration pipeline not as contractors, but as partners, because we need them, you know, really wanting to do their best work for us. We like to build relationships with them. Those are the people we bring in for the concept push that gets us to the world guide, that allows us to outsource all of that artwork to that global talent pool. So it's this little machine that kind of doubles back on itself. But we really do. I believe that the better part of art direction is knowing when to shut up. Like, we try to be a good client, and if it works, even if it's not what I would have done, every decision by decision, if it's great, leave it alone. And you know, that is why, if the World Guide is successful, that really is our last milestone. We have either set ourselves up for success, or we have not. If that World Guide is good and communicating well and full of rich, exciting content, the illustrators will just get it. And they will play within that sandbox, and it will look like it was orchestrated in-house, even though, you know, there are people that I have commissioned hundreds of pieces of art to for a decade and never met, right? And we have a great relationship, and I love them, and they do great work, and we try to be a great partner and give them as much freedom as possible.
That's awesome. It should always be like that. Do you guys, does everybody at Wizards or within the Magic team play a lot of Magic? Are you guys all passionate about the product?
Tons of people play at work. I mean, I have to leave work during my Commander game in order to get home and play with my casual group. And then I have a different group of pals that we play on Sundays, and then we come in on Monday and start making Magic.
I asked that because I know with the Riot guys, they're really passionate about League. You know, you see Brandon, you go to his house and you're hanging out, or you're at a bar, it's like, do you want to go back to my house and play League? All the time. And I think the fans can feel it when the creators are passionate about the products that they're making, and I can feel that from you guys.
With the kind of sprawl that is Magic's content and history, it is really hard to be effective as an employee working on Magic if you don't, A, know it pretty well, and B, love it a lot. Often in hiring, we will get into a conundrum where it's like, we need a data scientist that knows Magic really well. Is it easier to teach someone to be a data scientist or to teach them magic. And it's like, screw it, bring in someone that knows magic. We can teach them to be a dad. It is really important.
Can we just have a degree in magic so that we can just graduate folks through the game first and then get some on-job skills?
We need 5-color university.
I'm into it.
I think we're out of time. I'm just going to blurt out a couple of takeaways. I think we're saying that characters and worlds are important. Their interactions and stories are also very important, particularly if you want a very passionate community base. Your world can be ever evolving and improved. We're now seeing that with these intergenerational games. And you can create a robust world that matters with constraints. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Ben. Okay, we're going to break for lunch. Just a couple of quick notes. I'll remind everybody that we have the Into the Pixel auction going on eBay. If you go into the arcade, you'll see that art on the wall. That's all available for auction. So go to eBay, and you can bid on any of the art there. Anyone watching the Twitch stream or any of the other streams, you're also welcome to do that. You can come back at 1:15 for continuation of the FaceIt tournament. Round 1 is Min Kim versus Tim Willits, the guy who actually designed the level we're playing. And second is, after that will be the next round, Nicolo Maisto versus a new up-and-comer you may not have heard of, Jeff Kaplan. I think this kid's got potential. All right, guys, have a good lunch. See you in the afternoon.
Emotional storytelling is very important for us because we humans are story animals. We consume stories, we talk about things in the form of stories, and we remember things in the form of stories. We start telling each other about stories before we could even write. You know, when you create an entertainment experience, when you create an art piece, you want it to be remembered, you want it to be told to more people. The best way to make people remember your game is to create a strong story. It stays in their memory longer and has bigger impact. So it is almost the most important thing when you think about making a video game.
Games some years ago were really focused on mechanics exclusively, and people just wanted to test their skills. And I think the more it goes, the more people need a reason to fight or to shoot, and the story is that reason. So it's also interesting to see that games with a good story, with a good narrative in general, are the games that have the higher completion rate. People want to know what's going to happen, and they want to see the end of the story, and that's what really keeps them playing until the end.
I can remember this rather profound moment when I was playing a bunch of games on the Amiga, that I realized that for me personally, you know, storytelling was going to be most perfectly realized in gaming, and something that was interactive. On the trajectory, once I was working, you know, Eco was another standout moment, mainly because there was this beautiful concept about, you know, a boy rescuing a girl, and at the core of the gameplay, that lives in this mechanic of literally holding her hand and pulling her through the environment. And so there was this realization then as well that gameplay can underwrite a narrative idea in a way that makes you understand it and feel it and respond to it in this much more living way. And so that was kind of profoundly influential.
What excites me about telling stories in games is that added layer of interactivity. We could be making web shorts or comic books or, you know, maybe movies, but I think there's a lot of really cool ways to tell a story that you can only tell in a story now. And there's a bunch of stories now, at least the ones that I'm interested in telling, that can only take place in a game.
I think one of the challenges in our young medium in terms of storytelling is kind of earning our narrative chops. You know, a lot of games fall into the trap of kind of doing and then storytelling, which is sort of something happens and something else happens and then. It's just a series of events, which isn't a story, right? A story, and this is sort of something I'm echoing from the guys that work on South Park, right? Is this idea that it has to have therefores and buts, right? That idea that stories are about reversals and complications and consequences, not just about a series of plot events that occur. And so I think as we mature as a medium, we're finding our feet as storytellers and learning about how, story and art is about surprise. It's about the unexpected, right? As opposed to feeling like, you set up a plot and it's gonna, get a step through the plot and end where you expect to end. It's all about that journey. And that's, if we do that right, ideally, this is the effect where people don't even want to put the controller down because they have to see what happens next. Just like when you're sort of sitting on the edge of your seat in a film, that's what we want to do with these games.
Story in game isn't necessary. I think you can have a lot of games that work just fine without stories, but for the kinds of experiences that I'm personally interested in, I think stories are a way to take the abstract world of a game, which, when you look under the hood, it's just a lot of, collision volumes and physics and triangles and, wave files and this very abstract computery thing, and to make it something that sort of bridges the gap a little more to the lived experiences that hopefully most of us have as human beings.
The audience in the last 20 years, I think, has, in many ways, a lot of it is growing up. Because you have people who were playing games 20 years ago who are still playing games today. They've grown up, and I think they're looking for a deeper experience, yet at the same time hoping to have as much fun and relaxation, and I just want to get stressed out when I'm playing a game. But I'm looking for a deeper experience. On top of that, you have all the new players who are coming in who don't have that. So it gets to be, I think, as the industry continues, you're going to find that the games themselves are going to get more diverse, because some of them are going to start catering to an older audience who's perhaps looking for a little more, and the others are still catering to the younger audience who wants to have a great experience as well that's more suited for them.
映画と小説とは違ってゲームはインタラクティブなメディアなんで、ストーリーテリングをいかにして、プレイヤーから一緒に、二人三脚でストーリーテリングするかっていうところが非常に難しいんですけど、そこが一番面白いところでですね、プレイヤーが、感じながらそれをストーリーテリングと、ゲームのプレイで、並列に進んでいかないと、ストーリーが先に行ってもダメですし、プレイが先に行ってもダメなんで、そこの整合性をうまく結びつけながら、ストーリーの中にプレイヤーを溶け込ませることで、他のメディアではない、その没入感というのが、そういうのができますんで、そこに一番力を注いでゲームを作ってます。
For the longest time, I think in the storytelling medium, it was so much about knowing what your audience saw on the screen. The camera would frame something, you would get exactly the thought that you have in your head and the words that were written on paper through to the audience. And at that point, it was only left to the audience to basically realize whether or not they understood everything. In cinematic storytelling in games, the interactivity changes all of that. You don't know how they're going to perceive what you're writing because they might not interact the way that you expected them to. A scene might basically play out because it's a scene that's happening basically right around the player. They might just miss it because they might be looking at something else in the game world. And that's where like the boundaries, I've seen a lot of people come from the traditional cinematic side and not being able to kind of make that leap to the interactive side because they expect the player to do something just like they would expect the audience to do something, but oftentimes the player does something completely different.
Yeah, I think I've always been incredibly passionate about storytelling in games. That's part of what I think drew me to game making versus just game playing. And, when I think about sort of the games I first started playing, Day of the Tentacle was one of my first sort of more story-based games, and there were games like Myst. And I look at where we are today, particularly as you look at the indie game scene and VR and all of these opportunities. I think for telling story in different ways, it's amazing. Like, I think it's really started to inspire game developers to think about narrative in the games differently, and also to sort of embrace it. I think before it was always, let's make sure the story doesn't get in the way of the game, as opposed to thinking about how the story really amplifies the game experience. And today, there are a bunch of games out there that are just unapologetically narrative-driven. And I think you see on the technology side sort of incredible advances in graphic fidelity and animation fidelity. And at the same time, you're seeing game developers really hone their craft as directors of performance.
I've been working in games for like 10 years now, 11, 12, too long. But something I found that I think is really cool is that at least over the past like 3 to 5, this chunk of time, the tool sets and just sort of like how to make a game has really flattened out. And you have like 2-person teams that don't have a dedicated coder making video games. You have 200-person teams that have obviously everything under the sun making games. But because the tool set is like standard-ish now, you have a more like diverse set of voices that feel like they can make a game. You have, again, like the one indie or the giant group and everything in between. And I think that's just a byproduct of like Unreal and Unity and tool sets just sort of being a solid paradigm. So once you learn one, you're like, oh, I can just do this now. Like it makes sense the same way like film got democratized with like digital cameras and nonlinear editors, you know. It's like, and I think that's really exciting. So whenever there's sort of a democratization of a medium, you get cool voices coming and talking in that. And I think games is there now. And I think we're like at the dawn of it. I think it's like the most exciting time, like right now, actually.
Before we begin, there are a few things I need to make sure you understand. You see, no one can change what happened last year. The past is beyond our control. You have to accept this in order to move forward. But there is freedom in this revelation. Everything you do, every decision you make from now on will open doors to the future. I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game.
There's a significant difference, really, between obviously a game script and a film script. And the biggest difference, I think, is probably the interaction. The actual process of writing is fairly similar. The outline of a story we set up fairly early on. You have to have a good elevator pitch. You can't, the story that you have has to be a strong story, and it has to be. You have to be able to get it across quite quickly as a kind of a concept. So that's the same. We do lots of concept art. We obviously work out a story. We don't go too far into the software side of it because that becomes expensive in the wrong route. So we try and test things out. And then the first part of the green light doesn't have to be the entire green light. It can be like, okay, let's develop it to the next stage. So we kind of outline the story. Then the designers come in and they work out how the branches might work. And then, as opposed to script, where that sort of just gets developed and developed, and with a script, it's kind of more like a layer on layer on layer on layer. This goes through stages in a slightly different way. So once we get to kind of the basic layout, we start talking to the dialogue writers. We're not great dialogue writers. That's not our forte. So we go to professionals to do that for us. But we need to have that structure in place first. But then they start writing in final draft in the same way that they do in the movies. However, we've developed quite a sophisticated bit of software that really helps our process go through a very different route, which is you have to be able to play a story. And that interaction, that whole idea of using choices or doing stuff, needs to be part of the script, as well as obviously just what's going on. And that needs to be tested very, very early before you start spending thousands and thousands on shooting and all the stuff.
Greetings, new fish. I'm
Captain Quark. I don't believe it. You're here. I used to dream of being arrested by you.
Now get out of here.
The writing team will vary depending on the project. So most projects it'll be one person. Sometimes the creative director will actually be the writer. On smaller projects, that's often the case. For bigger projects, we'll have one full-time writer, sometimes a couple of writers, sometimes we'll have a dialogue writer in addition. So it really depends on the size of the project. The bigger it is, the more people are going to be involved, especially when you consider all the ramifications of the story, how it's going to affect the environment. If you're doing performance capture, that's a huge, huge process, and so a lot of people are involved with the design of the characters and the modeling, the animation, every aspect of it. We actually, in pre-production now, story is the first thing we think about, and that definitely didn't used to be the case. But we didn't really have the big picture story. We'd do all the environments first, and now we do plan it. What's the story arc? And before we even get into what the environments are and what the missions are, we'll have a full story treatment of this is exactly where it's going to go, and that way we know the big beats, the big tentpole beats. These are things that must happen, and we can build around that, and we know how it's going to end, and that's the most important thing.
ゲームプレイの部分とストーリーっていうのは最初に、頭の中に明確にあります。あるいはそのユーザーがストーリーをつなげられない、あるいは理解できないっていう局面もあって、想定通りにいかない、あるいはそのモニターでチェックするんですけども、そういう場合はあるいはプログラムで、作れると思ってたシーンが作れなくなったりということがあって、その都度それ以降はディテールの部分ですけども、毎日そのゲームを作りながら若干ストーリーのラインの変更とかですね、誘導を変更したりとかキャラクターのディテールを変えたりっていうのを日々しながら、フィニッシュするっていう感じです。映画でいうとですね、物語を考えて脚本化して、その時点でちょっと変わりますけど、撮影技法とか CG を入れるとかキャスティングで、もう一回帰りますよね。で撮影現場でシューティングのところでディテールがちょっと変わります。であとは編集だけなんですけど、ゲームはその後も、ゲームを作りながら毎日、微調整しながら変化を加えていくというか、そういう作業になりますね。
Writing these stories, the way I do it, is a crazy amount of time. It takes me at least, I would say, 18 months. And on Detroit, the game I'm writing at the moment, it's much more than that. And it's incredibly long. It's very painful because it's like when you're a writer, you want to be inspired. So you just want to have this instinct that, oh, this is the story that I need to tell. And I have that. But then you start thinking about the combinations and the variations and the gameplay and the consequences of everything. And then writing becomes a puzzle. And you need to connect things and it's your left brain and your right brain, at the same time. And you don't want to make any compromise on the story. You don't want to make any compromise on the bending aspect and the gameplay. and you just need to find a way they can talk to each other, and in a way that is consistent, and you just want them to blend nicely.
When we started on that story, we knew what we knew, and we also knew what we didn't know, which was that we knew how to make a game, we knew how to build the general arc, the character arc, but writing truly in the sense that it's not game writing, it's slightly outside of the bounds of game writing, we wanted to partner up with somebody that actually could really help on that front. And that person was Kirk Ellis. Kirk had worked on John Adams, the HBO miniseries, had won an Emmy Award for it, an unbelievable writer, but had never played a game, ever. And it was this moment where you find someone who's never played a game and you wonder, is that the right thing to do?
Everyone all right?
Yes.
Percival, we've neutralized the threat on our side.
Good. I managed to capture one of the half-breeds. Rendezvous back at Regis.
Acknowledge. Let's go.
And we found kind of like this middle ground when we started writing where it was really easy, where he understood how each of these characters actually had to communicate to each other. But the beauty of it is that although 2 people really brought the script to life, it was really the work of 100-odd people that actually made all those moments matter. We made it really organic, which made everything actually, I think, more satisfying in so many ways.
With video games, it's all about an iterative approach, and it's all about teamwork. I mean, it's not a process where one writer sits down and writes the story and that's what we're going to make in the video game, because everything has to come into play. The interactivity, the player choice, gameplay, obviously, making it fun. With the first Assassin's Creed, we started out making a game about the Third Crusade. And actually, it's interesting. When I was a kid, I read The Adventures of Marco Polo, and he comes across the assassins, and we started doing research. And anyways, there's a lot of, they're a real group that existed. But the other thing we were considering is it was an opportunity to create a franchise from scratch. And so often in games, you are working on a sequel, but it's something that was never meant to be a series. So you're kind of thinking, what do I do with this? Where do I take it? And it's tough for the teams. So we wanted to create something that if we were lucky enough to create a hit, there was an infrastructure and some thought into what the franchise would be and where it would go. What we created is kind of this meta story arc and a framework really for all the future games and other products. I mean, now it's becoming a movie and it's been books and all of those things. And basically, by adding the present day and then creating a framework where it's all about pivotal moments in history and how the assassins and the Templars were behind that, that game gave us a framework where everyone can be creative and have their own creative sandbox.
Oh, bravo! What an impressive display. A pity you could not let your father live to see it. As for your mother, once I've dealt with you, I promise I'll give her my full attention.
Initially, I need to be able to confidently talk about it. And to me, is like figuring enough of the story. Usually it's index cards. It's like the simplest versions of story beats on index cards. To see the arc, to know what the ending is, because the ending tells me what the story's about. Once that's there, is working with the design team, the art team to start developing what is the look of this thing, how does it play, and start creating assets, essentially, whether it's a gameplay prototype, a previs animation, some concept art of environments, but now you're starting to be able to visualize better the game in your head, and in talking to people, we're kind of playing the game in our heads. At the same time, the story's getting more fleshed out, still with index cards. I try to hold off as long as possible putting words on a page because I don't want to get attached to anything yet. I want a lot of ideas that we could throw away and iterate on and find the best ideas. And then at some point, it's getting closer to where we have to start shooting scenes and casting people, and that's when the first scenes get written as casting sides. And those can be shared with the team, and they reveal more of who these characters are. And then around the same time is when a pitch has come together, where with all these visuals, with all these animations, we bring the team into the theater in the studio, and walk them through the entire experience of the game with as much detail as we can. And sometimes that's between an hour and 2 hours of here's how the game starts, here are who these characters are, here's how you're playing them, here's their arc, here's their conflict, here's another emotional turn. And you're going like beat by beat by beat by beat through the entire game. That's recorded and saved onto the network, so people can constantly reference that again and again. As much as we can, that tries to capture the tone of what we're after. And I find that's what helps guide the team the most, is this presentation that goes over story, gameplay, aesthetics.
As I think about Halo, I think about it as the game and the universe and all of the pieces around it. And it may be the case that there is someone in the household who's very familiar and plays the games all the time, and someone else in the household who maybe was introduced to Halo through the gameplay, but maybe spends more of their time with the books or with a web series. I think there's a different level of approachability with sort of more traditional linear media and sort of a straightforwardness of storytelling, which is a great way to get people into your universe and understanding what's important and sort of building some emotional resonance that then does lead them to explore other parts of the universe. I mean, we try and be very deliberate about, if you come in from here, how do we lay interesting breadcrumbs that may take you to this? It's part of sort of the exploration. You explore in the game, but hopefully you're also exploring across our transmedia efforts as well.
What's endearing and lasting about those characters is their believability, their flaws, their vulnerability. And we realized that unlike most video games that were out at the time, that Nathan Drake had to feel like a real flesh and blood guy who was flawed and could be scared and would flinch and would stumble. And you know that you really felt for him. But then we also had to ask certain questions about the character for the storytelling, right? And one of those is, all right, well, we know we want to tell a contemporary, pulp adventure story. What does it mean to be a treasure hunter in the 21st century, right? Well, it probably means you're a thief, right? Because we look back at these sort of romantic retro adventures, right? But in the modern day, the world of treasure hunting is more about illicit antiquities trading, and it's a pretty slippery slope for people to get into criminal activity. And B, it also means there's probably something pretty fundamentally wrong with you. I mean, what is wrong with you that you are a treasure hunter in the 21st century? How are you so fundamentally flawed? What do you have to prove? that you have this unshakable obsession.
Hi there, everyone. We're back with more of the Quake World Tournament by FaceIt here at D.I.C.E 2017. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson, and this is my co-host, Dan Kapadia.
Hello. We're doing pretty good here so far for the Quake action. We're starting to get into the really good matches. I think I'm looking forward to this one. We have Tim Willis playing again, no less, and he looked pretty powerful in the early stages, but now I think he's got potentially a really tough match on his hands.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are having a tournament here at D.I.C.E with gaming VIPs competing in Quake World, and it's been really fun so far. Not a lot of trash talking, but a lot of emotion, I would say.
Absolutely. I think it's really funny to see how things are carried over from last year, because we've had some rematches. Randy said he didn't play since last year, but that's still an improvement, because this game is over 20 years old at this point. So some people hadn't played it in about 20 years. So it's actually quite cool to see the practice going on. Like, people are actually taking it really seriously. So I'm loving the competitive vibe that we have going on.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of Quake over the years. I mean, you know Quake very well. Have you seen anything in this tournament so far that's really impressed you, like that's been kind of a cut above that you didn't expect from these players, or are they all pretty on that noob level?
I like how we saw Sean Dunn rocket jumping. So I like rocket jumps. I want to see more rocket jumps. Because the best thing with rocket jumps as well is that they usually tend to go horribly wrong. So that's what we want to see, right?
Well, now let's take a look at the bracket. Let's step aside so everyone can see here. Right now, we are about to see Min Kim face off against Tim Willits. As Dan mentioned, Tim Willits has a little bit of an advantage, having been a designer on this game. But Min Kim also performed exceptionally well last year and has been very strong, so he's a tough competitor. The match right after that will be Nicolo versus Jeffrey, and neither of them competed last year. Both of them looked very strong. And Dan, actually, you have a certain connection to Nicolo. Are you rooting for him?
Yes. he may be my boss technically, so my hands might be a little bit tied on that one. I don't know. That would be an interesting match actually between him and Jeff Kaplan. But also, I think with Tim Willis, I feel like I need to be really nice to him, because I kind of want a Quake Champions beta, so maybe I should just be really nice to him and see. Maybe he'll give me one.
If you ask him on the microphone, usually it like kind of puts him on
there
the
he goes.
spot.
That's
so,
right. Okay, I like that.
Exactly. Well, let's go talk to our players now. Actually, I'm gonna walk over here and see if we can get a quick interview with Min. Looks like he's deep in game. Mind chatting with us for a second? All right, come on up here. Min, you actually just gave an awesome talk, or moderated a talk, Windows into Worlds. What was that?
That was a talk with the creators of Magic the Gathering around their world building.
It was really cool. We were watching the art from backstage. It was so impressive. What was your favorite part?
Well, just hearing about the process and just learning about how one can create wonderful worlds with constraints. I mean, they've got one card where they could put a little bit of art, yet they've created this robust world that fans love.
That's really, really cool. Well, now we're going into the world of Quake World. And how confident are you feeling? You look maybe a little more confident than yesterday?
I am not confident, but I am super stoked to get spanked by Tim, the maker of the game. Like, that's the best thing that could possibly happen. If you're going to lose to someone, it's got to be him, right?
Yeah, you really you have lots of excuses if you do lose, so that's the best place to be. What are you going to rely on skill-wise here? What's going to be your go-to strategy?
Do a lot more of the running and lucky shots and stuff, and hope that I don't lose too badly.
That sounds great. Well, good luck. Go ahead and get into the game. Dan, over to you.
So Tim, you've been practicing pretty hard. I saw you had like a little boot camp set up with Nicolo last night, so clearly you're prepared. But are you afraid to win, because you're in a weird kind of situation here, being the guy that kind of made the game?
Well, I'm here to really have a good time, but I will say something, that Mr. Kim here won the match at the Gathering, and he beat my good friend Pete Hines. So I'm here to avenge Pete's defeat in the Magic the Gathering tournament. And then my sights are down the bracket. So I'm actually rooting for Jeff. Yes, because Jeff's such a nice guy. I mean, have you ever met a nicer guy besides Jeff? So I know that Jeff and Nicolo are going to go head-to-head soon, and I got my money on Jeff.
All right, but I mean, does that mean that you're not going to be pulling any punches here?
I have to avenge my friend's defeat. I could lose, but I'm going to try my best and try to honor Pete Hines' memory.
Well, awesome. So can I just, following up on Anna's advice, can I get a Quake Champions beta key?
Yes. I will definitely set you up. I'll get you a T-shirt as well.
Awesome. I love T-shirts. All right, so you can set up and get ready to play. I think Tim is pretty serious about this one.
Well executed, man. You got that beta and a T-shirt. Bonus.
I love T-shirts. It's so good to come back with all these like T-shirts. I mean, I have so many Quake T-shirts already, but I should get a Quake tattoo. Actually, I don't have any tattoos. I feel like I'm in Vegas, and if I leave without a tattoo, I've probably done something wrong.
So you actually just put yourself on the spot on the microphone. Now you actually need to go get a Quake tattoo.
I'm a bit new at this.
In Vegas, otherwise everyone watching will harass you, right? Awesome. Okay, well, now we're going to get into this match, a battle for honor that we just learned from Tim. So there is a lot on the line here. Trying to avenge his friend, Min Kim trying to stand up against the unstoppable force of the designer himself. So let's get right into the game. Lots of excitement. Thanks, Dan.
Absolutely. And we already know to expect that Tim is going to be pretty familiar with this, not only the game, but the map as well. That's been a bit of a challenge for some of the players as we switched the map a couple times already. But DM6 is a pretty classic one. And I think Min Kim, he's got a lot of Quake experience, so it's very likely that he's been running around on this and has been somewhat prepared. So as soon as the players are ready, we can get this started. The guys are good to go. So I'm going to disappear backstage once again. And, oh no, actually, no, the countdown has not begun. I did misread that one, but I think we'll be starting now. We have the admin running around on stage, so we'll be starting momentarily. So maybe I can get some extra words from Tim here as we have a bit of delay. You seem set up and fine. I think it's Min Kim over there who has a problem. So Tim, tell me, what is your best memory of the production of Quake 1? That's the question I want to ask you.
So what's so funny about this map is when I designed this map, Gabe Newell was visiting id Software, and
I'm gonna have to cut you off there. We can come back to this because it looks like Min Kim's ready. So good story, Tim. Good luck in the match, guys. Countdown has begun, and I'm gonna disappear backstage once again. All right, so let's get into this. We have DM6. As Tim mentioned, he has a very unique familiarity with this map. Already, though, taking a bit of rocket damage there is Tim. So not off to the best start ever, but he knows exactly where that red armor is going to be spawning, and it's going to be about getting a clean path to that red armor. But already there's problems with that plan. There is no clean path. Min is there to block Tim, so he's going to have to find another way around. But that's the problem with this map, actually. Compared with Q3 DM6, which we played yesterday, it's much harder to actually stack yourselves up on the armor because you only have greens, which are pretty useless, and then there's that red armor. So you really need to get to that other side of the map. And we can see previously Min was doing a great job in blocking Tim from getting over there. And so let's see whether or not Min can just ambush Tim in time. Tim will steal away that red armor and get a sneaky little rocket off there onto Min. So Tim has been working his way around the map very nicely to come upon this point where he's kind of switched the tables a little bit, turned the tables onto Min. And Min now is the one that needs to get stacked up and can't really afford to take a fight anymore. So he's going to be very cautious with this, using the high ground as best as he can to try to, again, control those fights. You can see Tim gets off a good rocket there, but Min, again, having that position, is able to fall back and away, disengage from that, and hopefully for him, fight another day, and when he does fight, be a bit stronger. And that is going to be the case. He does have himself a red armor. Tim's going to be fairly aware of this, though. Again, this map is fairly small, so if you're on one side and you don't see your opponent, it's very likely your opponent is on the other side. It's pretty simple in that respect. We did see some nice teleporter dancings from some of our previous competitors, and that is something in Quake that can be quite disorienting, sort of tracking the movement of your opponent as you go through those teleporters. Looks like Tim's going to find Min. Once again, Min trying to control that high ground, but he also realizes that Tim's fairly strong at the moment, doesn't want to take the fight. Min's going to back away and get himself back onto the red armor. Let's see if Tim can get there in time, though. Looks like he will beat Min just barely to the red armor and picks up the rocket engagement as well. It's looking quite good here for Tim, holding his ground, dropping down onto Min. Another good connection coming out from Tim now as he is in hot pursuit. He knows that he can get the frag if he keeps pushing, but Min is able to evade him. Very elusive stuff there from Mr. Min for the time being. We'll have to see if Tim can find that frag. And once again, Min using that high ground, and we can really see between these two players that as far as the map knowledge is concerned, it matches up pretty well at the moment. It does feel as though Min has been sort of on the run for quite some time after the first minute or so when Tim was able to turn the tables. And it's really good that he's been able to take things slowly here and really never be in a position where Tim was able to cut him off and he had no escape when he was in a spot where he needed to stack up. So now Min is in a position where he's got a decent stacking of full red armor. He's only really missing the mega health, which I believe Tim has hold of at the moment. And it looks like Tim's going to find Min. A rocket to the back. That's a big problem for Min. He's taking a lot of damage. Tim with the rockets. Very precise. And that's the first frag for Tim. Finally, patience yields a result. And you can see the teleporter dancing there. Tim finally finding Min. And he realizes that exactly where Min was going to pop out there. Again, that's the annoying thing with the teleporters, but Tim has good track of it. And a very nice pop-up there from Min and finishing rocket onto Tim, allowing Min to equalize, catching Tim before he could stack back up. And that actually makes this map pretty interesting with our current format, because it's very hard to stack back up after fights. So that's going to be the major skill set that will really make the difference for players trying to win on this map. You have to be able to survive after you win that fight. When you're low, find a way to get back to the armor. And as we've already noticed, the red armor that Min just took, that's the only significant armor that you can take that can really put you back in the fight after you've been weak. So your opponent knows that. So it's much easier for your opponent to stop you from getting back in the game once you're weak after those fights. So back to the tied score right now with 3 minutes left. Oh, nice pop there from Tim, sending Min flying with the rockets. And once again, great positioning. Gets a couple good bits of splash damage there onto Min, and that's the frag for Tim. One ahead now, but as we said, there is this window of opportunity here. If Min can find that engagement with Tim, stop him from getting the red armor, then he's going to be in good shape. But it looks like Tim might be able to get away with the red armor scot-free, and this could be the difference maker here. Min able to come in just in time to see Tim picking up the red armor, and that's a little bit too slow there. So Tim is in such a strong position now to try to hold on to this lead, and he could play a variety of strategies from this point. He could just try to play passively and run away, or he could keep the pressure up. Looks like he's going to decide to keep the pressure up for the time being. Doesn't want to overcommit there and take a nasty rocket, falling back into a safer position away from Min. And Min does have 2 minutes, so that the pressure isn't too heavy at the moment on Min to get that frag to equalize. But he definitely needs to be getting these red armors, and that's something that he's on top of. So it's really going to be interesting to see how Tim decides to hold on to this lead. Is it going to be the case of just trying to run the clock down and just run away, keep your opponent always away from you, or are you going to try to find a good fight? And that is a very strong fight there. Tim with 2 very strong rockets. That's going to force Min straight back to the red armor. Luckily for Min in this game, the red armors, or armors in general, they spawn after 20 seconds. So it's pretty easy to get stacked back up on that red, and you can see Min now going for another round, seeing if he can get to Tim. But Tim is keeping him at arm's length constantly with these rockets. Tim doing a really good job from that perspective, and working through that teleporter. Once again, Tim, he has a very good understanding of exactly how to play around it, and Min just can't quite seem to find that fight without taking so much damage that then he's disincentivized from continuing that decision to take the engagement. Has to back away instead and then try another angle, and here is that other angle. Once again, trying to attack from the high ground. Tim doing a good job there. He still has a lot of red left over from previous pickups, and Min is going to finally go down. Great stuff there from Tim, controlling the situation the entire time, and now there's only a minute left here, and this is a single elimination bracket, so whoever loses this is out of the tournament. And Tim Willis definitely is a favorite for many people, and I definitely had some worries that he might even lose this one from where the beginning of this map actually started, but it seems like he's hit his flow, he's hit his cadence here on DM6, the original Quake 1 DM6, as opposed to the Quake 3 version we were playing yesterday. And 25 seconds left for Min to try to equalize this one. He needs 2 kills. Lightning gun comes out from Tim, and he's got a good rocket splash there, doing quite a bit of damage to Min. And he's going to fall back and away. So annoying there, just when you're kind of teasing your opponent by just taking the engagement, doing some damage, then falling all the way out of that engagement. And Tim knows that he's got this in the bag. 5 seconds left. He's 2 frags ahead. He's got himself the Mega and the Red. And there we go. Tim will be our winner moving forwards in the tournament.
Congratulations to both of our players. Thank you very much for playing, Min. One more round of applause for Min, everybody. Thank you. Tim, come on up and join me here. Now, Dan was mentioning at the beginning of this map, he felt like you weren't looking so strong. Did you hit your stride late?
Yeah. I think, I was kind of getting warmed up. So I'm thinking about Nikolai. Where'd he go? Nikolai and Jeff. Yeah, I got my
He's heading backstage. He's sizing you up as he walks. Yeah,
go Jeff.
And we'll have him up next. And you mentioned that you want him to win just because he's a nice guy. Does that mean because you think you can beat him?
No, he's really a nice guy. And so if you look at the brackets, Sean is going to beat Randy, okay? And then it's going to be, me versus either Jeff or Niccolo. So it should be really exciting. Yeah, but I think Sean's a guy to beat in the finals. That's my prediction.
Do you think you can get that far? Because you, as Dan mentioned, you are kind of a favorite in this tournament.
Well, Nikolai's pretty good. So, if he loses to Jeff, then things may be different. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
And you said with a lot of certainty that Sean is going to beat Randy. What are you basing that on?
Yes, I'm going to say certainly that Sean is going to beat Randy. Yes, I told Sean he better beat Randy. So that should be a fun match to watch. Yes.
And Niccolo, did you watch him play yesterday?
Yes, he is surprisingly good. He, I have played a little bit with him in the past. He's good, and it could go. If him and I are up against each other, it could go either way. So it will be an exciting match. Yes.
When you're playing in matches like this, how much of it is really knowing your opponent, and how much is just trying to survive and keep the mechanics of the game going?
At this point, I'm just trying to get into his head. So when I see Niccolo in the back of the stage, I'm going to try to get into his head and psych him out.
Is there anything you want to say to him right now?
Yeah, he's going to lose. He's going to lose to Jeff.
Someone's clapping from backstage, so someone believes you. Well, thank you. Congratulations, Tim. All the best. We'll see you again very soon. You can head backstage. And now, let's take a look at this bracket as Dan rejoins me on stage. As we mentioned, Niccolo is going to face off against Jeff. And Jeff is a really nice guy, Dan. He talked to us yesterday. He just didn't want to disappoint his community, and he didn't.
He is one of those guys where it's like, this guy's suspiciously nice. I don't know what's going on there. And he's on the server, he's going to crush you. That's like the kind of persona I see with Jeff. So it'll be cool to see Nick facing up against Jeff. I think it's going to be a good dynamic. And again, I think Nick only learned the map last night. So all that practice that he's been doing on other maps, it seems like Nick is good at practicing, but just not on the right maps. So I'll just see if Jeff was actually practicing this one as well, if he's familiar with it. Again, that's like a really key thing with these players. We saw from both Min and Tim a lot of map knowledge, and one cool thing was the item management, because it's not just armors, it's ammunition as well. So the players have to count how many rockets do I have when I go into a fight. And that's not like a normal thing in most games that you have to think about, and especially even in the past maps. So there's a lot of things going on, small little things, little edges that the players can try to take advantage of. And I think Jeff's a smart guy, but Nick's my boss, so I have to say that he's going to win. But yeah, I think Jeff is going to give him a good fight.
And we did just send Tim backstage with the intention of getting in Nick's head. And we actually have time for just a short break right now while we get our new players set up. So good luck, Tim, getting in Nick's head backstage. And we will rejoin you very, very soon with our next match.
Emotional storytelling is very important for us because we humans are story animals. We consume stories, we talk about things in the form of stories, and we remember things in the form of stories. We start telling each other about stories before we could even write. When you create an entertainment experience, when you create an art piece, you want it to be remembered, you want it to be told to more people. The best way to make people remember your game is to create a strong story. It stays in their memory longer and has bigger impact. So it is almost the most important thing when you think about making a video game.
Games some years ago were really focused on mechanics exclusively, and people just wanted to test their skills. And I think the more it goes, the more people need a reason to fight or to shoot, and the story is that reason. So it's also interesting to see that games with a good story, with a good narrative in general, are the games that have the higher completion rate. People want to know what's going to happen, and they want to see the end of the story, and that's what really keeps them playing until the end.
I can remember this rather profound moment when I was playing a bunch of games on the Amiga, that I realized that for me personally, storytelling was going to be most perfectly realized in gaming, and something that was interactive. On the trajectory, once I was working, Eco was another standout moment, mainly because there was this beautiful concept about, a boy rescuing a girl, and at the core of the gameplay, that lives in this mechanic of literally holding her hand and pulling her through the environment. And so there was this realization then as well that gameplay can underwrite a narrative idea in a way that makes you understand it and feel it and respond to it in this much more living way. And so that was kind of profoundly influential.
What excites me about telling stories in games is that added layer of interactivity. We could be making web shorts or comic books or, maybe movies, but I think there's a lot of really cool ways to tell a story that you can only tell in a story now. And there's a bunch of stories now, at least the ones that I'm interested in telling, that can only take place in a game.
I think one of the challenges in our young medium in terms of storytelling is kind of earning our narrative chops. A lot of games fall into the trap of kind of doing and-then storytelling, which is sort of something happens and something else happens and then. It's just a series of events, which isn't a story, right? A story, and this is sort of something I'm echoing from the guys that work on South Park, right? Is this idea that it has to have therefores and buts, right? That idea that stories are about reversals and complications and consequences, not just about a series of plot events that occur. And so I think as we mature as a medium, we're finding our feet as storytellers and learning about how, story and art is about surprise. It's about the unexpected, right? As opposed to feeling like, you set up a plot and it's going to, get a good step through the plot and end where you expect to end. It's all about that journey. And that's, if we do that right, ideally, this is the effect where people don't even want to put the controller down because they have to see what happens next. Just like when you're sort of sitting on the edge of your seat in a film, that's what we want to do with these games.
Story in game isn't necessary. I think you can have a lot of games that work just fine without stories, but for the kinds of experiences that I'm personally interested in, I think stories are a way to take the abstract world of a game, which, when you look under the hood, it's just a lot of, collision volumes and physics and triangles and, wave files and this very abstract computery thing, and to make it something that sort of bridges the gap a little more to the lived experiences that hopefully most of us have as human beings.
The audience in the last 20 years, I think, has, in many ways, a lot of it is growing up. Because you have people who were playing games 20 years ago who are still playing games today. They've grown up, and I think they're looking for a deeper experience, yet at the same time hoping to have as much fun and relaxation, and I just want to get stressed out when I'm playing a game. But I'm looking for a deeper experience. On top of that, you have all the new players who are coming in who don't have that. So it gets to be, I think, as the industry continues, you're going to find that the games themselves are going to get more diverse, because some of them are going to start catering to an older audience who's perhaps looking for a little more, and the others are still catering to the younger audience who wants to have a great experience as well that's more suited for them.
映画と小説とは違ってゲームはインタラクティブなメディアなんで、ストーリーテリングをいかにして、プレイヤーから一緒に、二人三脚でストーリーテリングするかっていうところが非常に難しいんですけど、そこが一番面白いところでですね、プレイヤーが、感じながらそれをストーリーテリングと、ゲームのプレイで、並列に進んでいかないと、ストーリーが先に行ってもダメですし、プレイが先に行ってもダメなんで、そこの整合性をうまく結びつけながら、ストーリーの中にプレイヤーを溶け込ませることで、他のメディアではない、その没入感というのが、そういうのができますんで、そこに一番力を注いでゲームを作ってます。
For the longest time, I think in the storytelling medium, it was so much about knowing what your audience saw on the screen. The camera would frame something, you would get exactly the thought that you have in your head and the words that were written on paper through to the audience. And at that point, it was only left to the audience to basically realize whether or not they understood everything. In cinematic storytelling games, the interactivity changes all of that. You don't know how they're going to perceive what you're writing because they might not interact the way that you expected them to. A scene might basically play out because it's a scene that's happening basically right around the player. They might just miss it because they might be looking at something else in the game world. And that's where like the boundaries, I've seen a lot of people come from the traditional cinematic side and not being able to kind of make that leap to the interactive side because they expect the player to do something just like they would expect the audience to do something, but oftentimes the player does something completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always been incredibly passionate about storytelling in games. That's part of what I think drew me to game making versus just game playing. And, when I think about sort of the games I first started playing, Day of the Tentacle was one of my first sort of more story-based games, and there were games like Myst. And I look at where we are today, particularly as you look at the indie game scene and VR and all of these opportunities, I think for telling story in different ways, it's amazing. Like, I think it's really started to inspire game developers to think about narrative in the games differently, and also to sort of embrace it. I think before it was always, let's make sure the story doesn't get in the way of the game, as opposed to thinking about how the story really amplifies the game experience. And today, there are a bunch of games out there that are just unapologetically narrative-driven. And I think you see on the technology side sort of incredible advances in graphic fidelity and animation fidelity. And at the same time, you're seeing game developers really hone their craft as directors of performance.
I've been working in games for like 10 years now, 11, 12, too long. But something I found that I think is really cool is that at least over the past like 3 to 5, this chunk of time, the tool sets and just sort of like how to make a game has really flattened out. And you have like 2-person teams that don't have a dedicated coder making video games. You have 200-person teams that have obviously everything under the sun making games. But because the tool set is like standard-ish now, you have a more like diverse set of voices that feel like they can make a game. You have, again, like the one indie or the giant group and everything in between. And I think that's just a byproduct of like Unreal and Unity and tool sets just sort of being a solid paradigm. So once you learn one, you're like, oh, I can just do this now. Like it makes sense the same way like film got democratized with like digital cameras and non-linear editors, it's like, and I think that's really exciting. So whenever there's sort of a democratization of a medium, you get cool voices coming and talking in that. And I think games is there now. And I think we're like at the dawn of it. I think it's like the most exciting time, like right now, actually.
Hello again, friends and video game fans. Welcome back to the FaceIt Quake World Tournament here at D.I.C.E 2017. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson once again, and this is my co-host, Dan Kapadia. Dan, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty excited, actually. We have a very, very cool match coming up right now. I think for a lot of people, this is the highlight, and for some people, they feel like the winner of the tournament might come out of this one. I think we have, Nick and Jeff are finals contenders, so we're going to have a good match on our hands.
Yeah, we're going to see nice guy Jeff up against boss man Nick. We're starting to have these narratives now, which is really, really fun. And I think our players look like they are ready for some interviews. So let's go chat with them really quick before we get into the match. I'm going to come over and chat with you, Nick, if you have a moment to step up here with me. Now, we've been hearing all this talk about how Jeff is this really nice guy. How could anyone want to beat him? But I'm assuming that you still do, right?
Of course. I mean, I don't think it's going to be easy. I think this map is very difficult. It's
hard to say it right, and that's the only thing I was taught in the last 2 weeks. So basically, I think it's going to be a hard one, but yeah, obviously I'm going to try.
What do you have to say? Jeff is looking on. He's so nicely with his hands folded, you know, but you are about to smash him. So what do you want to say to him right now?
Well, good luck.
Boring. Very nice, though. Thank you. Very good luck, Nick. Go ahead and take a seat. Awkward high fives are the best. Thank you, Nick. Over to you, Dan.
All right, so yeah, I'm here with Jeff. How are you feeling about this one, Jeff?
I'm feeling pretty good. Tim gave me some pointers ahead of time, so I feel extra lucky. The guy who made the map showed me what it's all about. Hopefully I won't screw it up.
Yeah, we saw Min having some problems with ammo management. So is that something you've been thinking about? Have you played this map, way back when? Because this is one of the classics as well.
I probably haven't played this map since the late 90s, so it's about to be very interesting.
And I heard from Tim, he said that you mentioned that Quake was one of the reasons you kind of got into video games. Do you mind expanding it just a little bit on that? Because I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it was the Quake modding community that was absolutely fascinating to me, and sites like Planet Quake and Blues News. I kept reading about everything to do with Quake. And it was games like Quake that introduced people like me into game development, where they would ship with the editor on the disc, and we could go in and mess around with things. Games like Half-Life and Duke Nukem and Quake were really it. They taught the world that anybody could be a game developer.
And is there anything about Quake 1, like coming from the game developer's perspective? Obviously, everyone knows you from Overwatch, especially, and of course, that's an FPS, a very big FPS title. Did you draw any particular inspiration from Quake, of any aspects of Quake game design?
Absolutely. I think what I really missed about Quake that we hadn't been seeing in recent shooters was that fluid movement, really fun weapons like the rocket launcher that opened up different possibilities for you. It was the crazy over-the-top weapons and movement abilities that exist in a game like Quake that we really wanted to incorporate in Overwatch.
Awesome. Well, I think we're getting ready to start soon. So any final words before you face up against Mr. Nick over there?
I'd like to remind everybody that Nick is an esports professional, and this is a completely unfair match, and I'm just an amateur. But if you guys want to watch an unfair match, it's okay. It's all right by me.
All right, thanks, Jeff. You can take a seat and get ready. And, well, looks like we're almost ready to kick this one off, Anna.
He's really cultivating that sweet puppy dog image. I think it may be a tactic, actually. This is the match that will decide our final semi-finalist, if that makes sense. This will be the round of 4 after this, so we will see who will move on. And there have been some bold predictions. We've heard that Sean is definitely going to move forward into the finals. Tim is feeling very confident. Do you feel like either of these guys have the chops?
I'm not sure. I don't want to make any predictions.
All right,
I'm all out of predictions.
Okay,
but that's okay because I think the game is starting, so I can.
So
yeah, we can jump straight into the game. All right. Okay, so Jeff versus Nikolai Mai. So I'm just going to disappear backstage. All right. So 20 seconds has passed so far, but we haven't really missed too much. Another player having any significant engagements, and indeed, one of the dynamics of this map is that rocket management, and we could see previously, Tim really, coming out onto the map to try to come away from the red to pick up the rockets and make sure that he always was taking it away, starving his opponent from offensive possibilities, essentially, which is a very important strategy. And we can see Jeff just operating from that high ground. He's going to find himself in Nick's face there with the rockets. Nick actually connects some very strong rockets there. It's going to force Jeffrey straight down to the teleporter, and it's never nice to be stuck on this side of the map if you don't have any armor. That green doesn't do anything for you, and Nick is going to be going for the frag. He understands that Jeff is weak, but he can't connect the rockets. I have no idea how Jeff managed to actually get the kill there. That is pretty unexpected, to say the least, but that is the problem. Nick's going to come straight back into the green armor area off the spawn, and that is going to be Jeff dead. And unfortunately, Jeff couldn't get any damage off there. That would really be, if he was to die there and get a rocket off onto Nick, that would have been fine, but Nick is going to even the tables here with that one. And in the next engagement here, it comes down to the rockets once again, and well, it's like Jeff is, I wonder if his favorite Overwatch hero is Pharah. That's an obvious question. I haven't asked him yet. We'll have to see. But his rocket play is looking pretty good at the moment. And can see Nick is just chilling by the lightning gun just for the moment there. Already has a lot of ammunition with that. And one of the cool things about Nick's play that we saw previously was that he was one of the players that used the lightning gun the most. And it's very, very deadly if you have the accuracy and the tracking aim to actually use it. Of course, the rockets can be the solution for every situation, more or less. But if you can use that lightning gun as well, it can give you some certain edges. Either way, you can see Jeff once again demonstrating that knowledge of positioning. He needs some good rockets from above there. It looks like Nick's actually going to pursue for the teleporter. Might be regretting that one again. Jeff looks so comfortable here. This is a scary performance, I have to say, from Jeff at the moment. Trying to convert with some damage off the spawn. Again, he dies. That's okay for Jeff. He did get some rocket damage in before he went down. And that's kind of the name of the game here. So he's managed to get himself a frag ahead. He did some damage. So let's see if Nick can actually bring things back, even the score to 2-2 as he tries to find Jeff. There sees him running over to the red armor. So Nick really has more or less everything he needs at the moment. He just really wants to find a good engagement. A good first rocket goes a long way, especially with the splash damage of the rockets. Like the ability to bounce your opponent around with that very first rocket can just be the difference, because you can suddenly put them in a really awful position. And you can convert that potentially into even the frag, if not a huge amount of damage. So let's see if Nick can be the one to get that first good rocket. You can see that both of the players sneaking around here. So Nick has a little bit of frustration not being able to catch Jeff after seeing him running around. And again, there's no footsteps in Quake 1. So there's no constant kind of pitter-patter to allow you to understand the positioning of your opponent. So you have to deduce it through other means. There are sounds when you're dropping, when you're jumping, when you're picking items up, and firing them, of course, but that's more or less it. So some rockets splash there as Jeff can hear that behind him. Spots Nick in front. And again, his rocket's been really good. Nick almost just helping him there, boosting him up to the rocket, to the red armor. That's really, really painful there for Nick. He probably was going to be winning that fight if Jeff was not able to get that red armor in time, but he did. And Jeff actually having to retreat through the teleport here, not having the best time of it with their engagement, but he does survive and is able to back away, and he can think about stacking himself up now as Nick is by that red, and he's going to be able to pick that up. 3 minutes left here. Lightning gun comes out for Nick. He's been trusty before, but this will be a great spot to use it in the open spaces there, but the rockets are so dominant here for Jeff, and he's going to pursue, unrelenting with that rocket launcher. Good usage of the teleporters, though, there from Nick to secure himself the Mega and to stack back up. And Nick has a good opportunity to get himself back into this one. We might even see overtime potential, as we start to count down the seconds. There's only 2.5 minutes left now in this one. Oh, Jeff and Nick just passing each other like ships in the night. And this is brilliant news for Jeff, because he's not really in the best position necessarily to take a fight, but perhaps that rocket aim has been so good for him so far. That might be the difference maker here. Good pop up there onto Nick, but we get a mutual frag as Nick is going to be suiciding there, but Jeff will die as well. So that's going to keep things relatively safe for the time being for Jeff, as they both come off the spawn with everything. This is a very precarious spot to fight in that choke point. The rockets, it's hard not to do a lot of damage with rockets in that area. You can see Nicola's able to back away from that fight, pick up some health there. Can Jeff keep Nick away? Nick finally lands the rocket. A couple attempts, but he will land it, and that was enough to take down Jeff. The equalizing frag has been made with 1.5 minutes left. And now this gets particularly interesting, because Jeff spawns. He has that advantage of spawning with everything. And the question really for Nick is, all right, I've got to basically get that Mega, I've got to get that red armor, I've got to stack back up, I have to have the ammunition to take the fights, and if Jeff can catch him before he's able to do all of that, then that's going to be fantastic. You can see Jeff is going for the pursuit at the moment, finds Nick, really good damage there from the lightning gun, pinning Jeff against the wall. The knockback absolutely insane with the lightning gun in this game, and that will be Nick able to convert on the fight. Now he's going to be in a position where he could actually turn the tide here massively. He needs to pick up a red armor, he's not in a position to really fight here. Jeff is going to force the issue though with the rockets and get the frag, and that's going to tie things up. So looking really close between these two suddenly as we go into the dying moments of the regular time. I think overtime could be quite likely at this point. So once again, it's all about deducing exactly where your opponent is. So very limited sounds being made by either player at the moment. And that tension is going to finally find a release here as we get to the red armor. And that's going to be a few rockets there from Jeff as he does find Nick up top. And Nick realizes this is not necessarily the best engagement ever, backing away. And this is a really important moment here because one player could come out of this engagement a bit like knowing that they're a bit weaker than the other one. And it could be safer to play it passively, just to play for the overtime and try to use that additional time with the overtime to try to work your way back into it slowly. But, Jeff's not going to allow that. That's brilliant rocket work there from Jeff. And Nick is running. There's 8 seconds left. And Jeff can just capitalize and get the frag, but he's also got to be really careful. One rocket and he could die as well. They do so much damage in this game, and Jeff's going to play it safe here. So we have almost a gentleman's agreement at the end there. Neither player wanting to force the issue. Overtime #1 between these two, and Jeff will find himself at the mercy of that lightning gun I was talking about from Nick. But again, overtime was secured. There's time to work back into this one. Nick didn't really take too much damage from that engagement, so that does put Nick slightly ahead. Nick with the rocket jump there up to the red armor. Back down again, we have Jeff going for the fight here. And again, Jeff, very good rockets, making a difference for him. Nick, though, with the pursuit off the spawn, knows that Jeff is somewhat weak after that last engagement. He did knock him down quite a bit on his stack, but actually, the rockets, as Nick tried to escape it, as he tried to evade Jeff, very strong indeed. And we get that situation there where Jeff felt like he wanted to commit to the fight, and Nick actually turns around and is able to keep himself going and gets himself the lead as well. So Jeff now, he needs to make sure he can keep the pressure on. Nick has too much time to recover. That's going to be bad news, but Jeff does find that engagement. Should be an easy one for him. That first rocket was good, bouncing Nick around the center map area, and that's going to be the frag for Jeff. He didn't really take too much damage as well, so that's a perfect situation. Approaching from the choke point, very scary stuff, but Jeff with another nice pop with the rocket and going for the pursuit onto Nick once again. Nick doesn't want any of this fight, trying to get out of there, trying to restack. Knows Jeff is a bit ahead in this one, but Jeff has to be careful as well, because Nick might just have escaped, and he can pick up the red armor as well, so he knows when to give it up. And there's a minute and a half left in this overtime, and it is still tied up between these two players. It's fairly even as well as far as the stacks are concerned, but the element of surprises with Jeff there. Some good damage onto the back of Nick. He doesn't like this fight. There's nowhere to go. Rocket straight to the face, and that's going to be Jeff. Up a frag here, but Nick straight off the spawn, able to equalize. Gets the perfect spawn there. That's really important. There's not a lot of spawns on this map, and it is, I believe, completely random with the spawn as to where you will respawn. You can respawn in the same spot over and over again. That can happen, for example, but Nick there able to do a pretty good job. But speaking of good job, these rockets again from Jeff are absolutely sublime. And with a minute left, he's going to claim the lead once again. So Jeff is just slightly ahead in this one. He needs to be, again, stacking back up after these fights, and he's going to be able to do so fairly handily. And it's all going to be about Nick coming in with a very good engagement. And we've seen him be able to do that in the past with that lightning gun, with that rocket launcher. Jeff approaching through the choke point. Once again, this room has been so good for him in the rocket engagements, but it looks like Nick will do a lot of damage before finally backing away. And now this gets really interesting because we have Nick, he's a frag behind. He's not in the best situation from a stack perspective, but the same can be said about Jeff after that last battle, and Nick knows it. So this is the key moment right now for Nick to try to equalize, and Jeff knows that if he can just hold on to this lead, good defensive rocket comes out, the lightning gun is pulled out by Nick, and Jeff converts on the frag. Nick couldn't get it done, and now Jeff is 2 frags ahead. Overtime 1, I think that's the only overtime we're going to have, and that's going to be it. Jeff is going to be winning against Nick Lomaisto, 8-6.
You one more round of applause for Nick, everybody. And Jeff, come on up and join me right here. Now, just before this match, we were talking to Tim, and he said he was rooting for you. He really wanted to play against you. Now that you've won this match, you will be moving on to face Tim Willits. How are you feeling about that?
I'm terrified. Tim made the map. He made the game. This seems totally unfair. Even more unfair than me facing the esports guy. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you did pretty well there. I mean, why do you think he wants to play you?
I think I'm probably the sickly gazelle at the back of the herd, and he spotted me, backstage looking that way. So, he saw Nick as a hard competition, so he's trying to make his ascent to the top as easy as possible.
Well, tell me a little bit about the match you just played. What were some of the highlights for you that you felt really good about?
I was glad that I was able to juggle him a few times. I haven't played Quake in a while, Quake World in a while. I've played a lot more Quake Live. And I forgot how significant the juggling is once you get the rockets going on somebody. I killed myself, I think, 2 times, and that's the worst thing you can do in Quake, because not only do you not get the kill, but you lose a kill. So coming back from the multiple suicides was probably the highlight of the tournament so far.
It was a really exciting match to watch, so thank you so much. We're looking forward to seeing you play again soon. You can head backstage. Thank you. One more round of applause for Jeff, everybody. Well played. Dan, that was a really fun match to watch. As a commentator, was it fun for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's always great. I mean, it's always very satisfying when you see a rocket get fired and land directly in someone's face. And Jeff was pretty good at doing that to Nick. He was the unfortunate recipient of said rockets, so it wasn't so fun for Nick. But I think for us, it's always enjoyable. I think it's cathartic. It's cathartic for me. It's cathartic.
It's really nice to watch some people mess up sometimes, isn't it? Too. I think so.
Yes, we all enjoy that. That's true. That's why people like hanging around me.
All right, well, let's take one look at the brackets before we head off. We have now determined all of our semifinalists. We will see Jeff face off against Tim. We just mentioned that. He said he was the sickly gazelle that Tim was going to take off the back of the herd, but I don't know. I think Tim was genuinely rooting for him backstage. I heard some whoops and hollers and some claps, so maybe some amistad there, but maybe not. We'll have to see. And then Randy Pitchford will face off against Sean Dunn, the reigning champion. So many people predicting that we will see Tim versus Sean in the finals. Do you think that might be what we'll see, Dan?
I think Jeff has a really good shot, to be honest. And I think Tim Willis versus Jeff, and sometimes in tournaments you can have sort of a stacked bracket. And I think we had on the lower side, I think that is our kind of stacked bracket, like kind of the area of death, essentially. Because this Tim against Jeff could definitely be the finals as well. And I was pretty impressed by Jeff, actually. I didn't think he was going to play so well. So he's going to give Tim a run for his money. And it's quite an interesting storyline. You've got the Overwatch guy against the guy who made the game. And, of course, Jeff was inspired by Quake, and that's what led him to be in the position he is today. So it's quite a cool storyline.
It is, and we will continue that storyline very soon. We are going to take a brief break, but we will be back at 3 p.m. with both our semifinal matches and our final matches, and we will give out that coveted trophy. So don't go too far, and we'll see you again very soon.
Emotional storytelling is very important for us because we humans are story animals. We consume stories, we talk about things in the form of stories, and we remember things in the form of stories. We start telling each other about stories before we could even write. When you create an entertainment experience, when you create an art piece, you want it to be remembered, you want it to be told to more people. The best way to make people remember your game is to create a strong story. It stays in their memory longer and has bigger impact. So it is almost the most important thing when you think about making a video game.
Games some years ago were really focused on mechanics exclusively, and people just wanted to test their skills. And I think the more it goes, the more people need a reason to fight or to shoot, and the story is that reason. So it's also interesting to see that games with a good story, with good narrative in general, are the games that have the higher completion rate. People want to know what's going to happen, and they want to see the end of the story, and that's what really keeps them playing until the end.
I can remember this rather profound moment when I was playing a bunch of games on the Amiga, that I realized that for me personally, storytelling was going to be most perfectly realized in gaming, and something that was interactive. On the trajectory, once I was working, Eco was another standout moment, mainly because there was this beautiful concept about, a boy rescuing a girl, and at the core of the gameplay, that lives in this mechanic of literally holding her hand and pulling her through the environment. And so there was this realization then as well that gameplay can underwrite a narrative idea in a way that makes you understand it and feel it and respond to it in this much more living way. And so that was kind of profoundly influential.
What excites me about telling stories in games is that added layer of interactivity. We could be making web shorts or comic books or maybe movies, but I think there's a lot of really cool ways to tell a story that you can only tell in a story now. And there's a bunch of stories now, at least the ones that I'm interested in telling, that can only take place in a game.
I think one of the challenges in our young medium in terms of storytelling is kind of earning our narrative chops. You know, a lot of games fall into the trap of kind of doing and-then storytelling, which is sort of something happens and something else happens and then. It's just a series of events, which isn't a story, right? A story, and this is sort of something I'm echoing from the guys that work on South Park, right? Is this idea that it has to have therefores and buts, right? That idea that stories are about reversals and complications and consequences, not just about a series of plot events that occur. And so I think as we mature as a medium, we're finding our feet as storytellers and learning about how, you know, story and art is about surprise. It's about the unexpected, right? As opposed to feeling like, you know, you set up a plot and it's gonna, you know, get a good step through the plot and end where you expect to end. It's all about that journey. And that's, if we do that right, ideally, this is the effect where people don't even want to put the controller down because they have to see what happens next. Just like when you're sort of sitting on the edge of your seat in a film, you know, that's what we want to do with these games.
Story in game isn't necessary. I think you can have a lot of games that work just fine without stories, but for the kinds of experiences that I'm personally interested in, I think stories are a way to take the abstract world of a game, which, I mean, when you look under the hood, it's just a lot of, you know, collision volumes and physics and triangles and, you know, wave files and this very abstract computery thing, and to make it something that sort of bridges the gap a little more to the lived experiences that hopefully most of us have as human beings.
The audience in the last 20 years, I think, has, in many ways, a lot of it is growing up. Because you have people who were playing games 20 years ago who are still playing games today. They've grown up, and I think they're looking for a deeper experience, yet at the same time hoping to have as much fun and relaxation, and I just want to get stressed out when I'm playing a game. But I'm looking for a deeper experience. On top of that, you have all the new players who are coming in who don't have that. So it gets to be, I think, as the industry continues, you're going to find that the games themselves are going to get more diverse, because some of them are going to start catering to an older audience who's perhaps looking for a little more, and the others are still catering to the younger audience who wants to have a great experience as well that's more suited for them.
映画と小説とは違ってゲームはインタラクティブなメディアなんで、ストーリーテリングをいかにして、プレイヤーからその、一緒に、二人三脚でストーリーテリングするかっていうところが非常に難しいんですけど、そこが一番面白いところでですね、プレイヤーが、感じながらそれをストーリーテリングと、ゲームのプレイで、並列に進んでいかないと、ストーリーが先に行ってもダメですし、プレイが先に行ってもダメなんで、そこの整合性をうまく結びつけながら、ストーリーの中にプレイヤーを溶け込ませることで、他のメディアではない、その没入感というのが、そういうのができますんで、そこに一番力を注いでゲームを作ってます。
For the longest time, I think in the storytelling medium, it was so much about, you know, knowing what your audience saw on the screen. The camera would frame something, you would get exactly the thought that you have in your head and the words that were written on paper through to the audience. And at that point, it was only left to the audience to basically, you know, realize whether or not they understood everything. In cinematic storytelling games, the interactivity changes all of that. You don't know how they're going to perceive what you're writing because they might not interact the way that you expected them to. A scene might basically play out because it's a scene that's happening basically right around the player. They might just miss it because they might be looking at something else in the game world. And that's where like the boundary is. I've seen a lot of people come from the traditional cinematic side and not being able to kind of make that leap to the interactive side because they expect the player to do something just like they would expect the audience to do something, but oftentimes the player does something completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always been incredibly passionate about storytelling in games. That's part of what I think drew me to game making versus just game playing. And, you know, when I think about sort of the games I first started playing Day of the Tentacle was one of my first sort of more story-based games, and there are games like Myst. And I look at where we are today, particularly as you look at the indie game scene and VR and all of these opportunities, I think for telling story in different ways, it's amazing. Like, I think it's really started to inspire game developers to think about narrative in the games differently, and also to sort of embrace it. I think before it was always, let's make sure the story doesn't get in the way of the game, as opposed to thinking about how the story really amplifies the game experience. And today, there are a bunch of games out there that are just unapologetically narrative-driven. And I think you see on the technology side sort of incredible advances in graphic fidelity and animation fidelity. And at the same time, you're seeing game developers really hone their craft as directors of performance.
I've been working in games for like 10 years now, 11, 12, too long. But something I found that I think is really cool is that at least over the past like 3 to 5, this chunk of time, the tool sets and just sort of like how to make a game has really flattened out. And you have like 2-person teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program's going to pick up momentarily. Please take your seats, silence your cell phones, and get ready. We'll be starting momentarily. Thank you.
Standard-ish now. You have a more like diverse set of voices that feel like they can make a game. You have, again, like the one indie or the giant group and everything in between. And I think that's just a byproduct of like Unreal and Unity and tool sets just sort of being a solid paradigm. So once you learn one, you're like, oh, I can just do this now. Like it makes sense the same way like film got democratized with like digital cameras and nonlinear editors, it's like, and I think that's really exciting. So whenever there's sort of a democratization of a medium, you get cool voices coming and talking in that. And I think games is there now. And I think we're like at the dawn of it. I think it's like the most exciting time, like right now, actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to our stage, Mike Fisher.
Hi, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. So our next session is Beyond the Tabletop. And this is an interesting topic because not only is there a lot of crossover between people who play tabletop games and people who play video games, but there's also a lot of crossover between the people who make tabletop games and the people who make video games, both on the creative side and just enjoying them themselves. So to explore this, we have some people who do have their feet in both worlds. Mike Merles is design director at Wizards of the Coast. Nicole Lindrus is general manager of Green Ronin. And John Mosquera is a designer and co-founder of Bonfire Studios. And moderating this discussion will be Randy Pitchford from Gearbox, also known as one of our competitors in the FaceIt tournament. Randy, come on out, and I'll have you introduce the rest of the team.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back on the D.I.C.E stage. We've got some awesome people that we're going to introduce in just a moment. Is this my slides? You guys got my slides back there? Oh, there we go. This is the game of FaceIt. It's the oldest known tabletop hobby game. It's got examples from circa 3500 BC. It was discovered in the pharaoh's tombs of Egypt. This picture is actually artwork that I created. The pixels are made up of colored letters that spell out the history and the rules of the game of FaceIt. It's about 12 feet high, about 18 feet wide. It covers one wall of the At Nerdvana coffee shop in Frisco, Texas. It's a coffee and board game shop, and people come every day to play board games while drinking Java. The shop was founded by my wife, Christy, and I've been learning a lot about the culture of video games, or board games, and a little bit about coffee as well. But what's important is FaceIt. It's a common ancestor to modern backgammon, and it's a common ancestor to chess. It's also the common ancestor to an evolutionary extinct iteration of a board game called the Royal Game of Ur. It led to lots of different games. It ushered in the first age of tabletop hobby games on Earth. Today, the hobby game industry is huge. It encompasses trading card games, miniatures, role-playing games, board games. Excluding traditional family board games such as Monopoly and Scrabble, the tabletop board game industry is now over $1.2 billion. Role-playing games such as Dungeons & Dragons have been a foundational inspiration for many of the greatest video game developers in the world. Tabletop games have not merely equipped video game developers with vocabulary and fundamental mechanics that have become integral to digital interactive entertainment, but have also been pioneers of nearly all business models explored by video game publication of crowdfunding. Over the last several years, growth in tabletop hobby gaming industry has been unprecedented. We're currently experiencing a renaissance of growth and innovation in the space that is not even matched by its sister industry, our video game business. So today, the Academy has gathered together an incredible panel of the very best people to share their insights and experience about the exciting allied art of tabletop hobby games. To add to the entertainment value of this panel, we're going to run it like a role-playing game. We're going to play our roles as characters, we're going to roll for initiative, and we're going to see if we can beat some monsters, including the boss monster, which is the audience out here. So I want you guys to think about questions you want to have for this panel. Also, it's a pre-roll campaign, so let's introduce our player characters. This is our first character. This is Mike Merrills. He's renowned throughout the land, is likely most appreciated for his role as lead design for Dungeons & Dragons at Wizards of the Coast. Please welcome Mike to the D.I.C.E stage.
Yeah.
Mike's a level 36 Lore Master Ranger. He's equipped with feedback. He is equipped with twin magic quills named Dave and Gary, and he's got a crystalline figure of summoning that looks a lot like Chris Perkins. The artifact gives Mike the power to arbitrarily change the rules at any time. Use this power wisely. Our next hero is a founder of Green Ronin Games. And Green Ronin is responsible for a lot of awesome things in the world of tabletop games, including the second edition of Warhammer Fantasy Battle, the Out of the Abyss adventure for D&D 5th edition, and a number of successful crowdfunded projects, including the wildly successful Blue Rose project. So let's welcome Nicole Lindroos. Nicole. She's a level 41 Puppet Master Bard. She's equipped with a Lute of Licensing. If you want, if she wants to use this item, she can make the audience forget the question that they asked, and she can answer whatever question she wants. So she'll use this at will. Our final hero is Josh Mascara. He once worked on the pen and paper game Vampire the Masquerade before becoming a video game developer, working on the Dawn of War and Company of Hero franchises at Relic and the Diablo franchise at Blizzard. Please welcome Josh to the D.I.C.E stage. Josh is a level 21 vampire, demon hunter, space marine. This is the best picture we could find that could represent that. He's now at startup Bonfire Studios with our friends Rob Pardo and Min Kim, so he's equipped with a magic die of reroll. This magic item will allow Josh the option to reroll any dice checks, but he's going to have to live with whatever roll he gets when he results it. I am your game master, so this is me. My stats are +1 versus Bungie, -20 versus Blizzard. All right, let's get this started. It's been a year since the Conclave has gathered in Las Vegas. A band of adventurers sits before the Conclave to tell of their deeds. We're going to play this in a sort of standard turn-based fashion in line with standard D20 framework, but let's start our scene. You find yourself in the magical realm of Videogame, where time is meaningless as the most foolish among us empty our purses by squandering the coin of the land on games of chance, and where the only thing that can be certain is that there will be a bounty, a feast and grog in the Game Master's suite after the evening ceremonies tonight. If you haven't been invited to our suite party, find my wife. She'll hook you up. Here in Videogame, you'll find yourself on a stage surrounded by ruffians and brutes. They have the magical ability to siphon off your experience points for every round that you remain on stage. The penalty is unavoidable, but must be endured while your party progresses through 4 trials. But the presence of the ruffians and brutes betrays an even more sinister threat. Yes, I'm talking about a boss monster you'll inevitably face at the climax of the campaign, secreted amongst The Ruffians and Brutes is a multi-headed Hydra. It's a Hydra, it's an Inquisition Hydra. And even now the heads of the Hydra are each starting to think about the questions that they will soon lob at our heroes. That's right, you guys are thinking of questions, so work on that. To beat this campaign, you must progress through the 4 trials and then face the Inquisition Hydra. So let's begin. Do you guys want to roll for initiative? All right, what'd you get?
I got a 15. 80.
Oh,
3.
3?
15.
14.
14? Okay, so you're first, Mike.
Right.
Present yourself.
All right, so I'm Mike Merles. I work on Dungeons & Dragons at Wizards of the Coast. I lead the creative end. I'm primarily focusing on world building, but also with the tabletop game development. And a lot of what I work on is the intersection between tabletop development and our licensing. We have a MMO and other partners we work with to get games into the digital space.
Josh, you got next initiative. Tell us.
Oh, I'm next. Oh,
yes.
So, you know, I think I'm going to start at the beginning. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these things. It's a D20. From a really early age, you know, while other kids were reading Lord of the Rings and being really into Star Wars, I was really into D&D, and it really changed the way I thought about entertainment. It changed the way I thought about what I thought was really cool. And from the moment I realized that people can make games, that's the path I set myself on. I used to write for pen and paper role-playing games, but my passion was always trying to figure out how to bring that interactivity to video games, and especially just how to sort of bring to life those amazing tabletop sessions. So I got an amazing opportunity to work at Relic, where I worked on Homeworld, Company Heroes, then I went to Ubisoft, and then at Blizzard, I really got the opportunity to sort of really geek out and sort of work on the game of my dreams with Diablo 3. But now I'm a Bonfire, and we're really interested in trying to figure out how to create games that the world can play together. Because that's, I think, the magic of tabletop games, is the ability of bringing people together around the table to share an experience that can only happen at the table.
Great. Nicole.
I am the general manager of Green Ronin Publishing. I've been in the tabletop industry since 1989. And I'm kind of coming at it from the other direction, where we're taking games like Dragon Age, that started as a video game platform, and bringing them to the tabletop. And that allows us to kind of add that interactive, personal touch that we can't quite get yet. But I'm a big fan of the BioWare games, and especially Dragon Age. Talk to me later at the party. I'll talk your ear off about it. I'm really happy that we get to make these sorts of deals, and that's what I do at the company.
Awesome. All right, so I mentioned that there's going to be 4 trials. The trials are our namesake: design, innovate, communicate, and entertain. I'm going to roll to see what we're going to do first here. Let's see, that's a 6, so we'll start with design. All right, the first question, lessons from tabletop to digital. You want to roll initiative and see who wants to take this first? What things can we learn in the video game industry that we can learn from what you guys have figured out in tabletop? What do you got?
I got an 18. I'm rolling really well.
I think you're up. Anybody beat 18?
No.
All right, Mike, what do you think we can learn from you?
So I think the biggest thing that, especially when it comes to world building, it's one of my big things I focus on, is that there is, essentially it's the same practice, regardless of what platform you're working on. Because regardless of what platform your game is on, the platform for your story is the human mind and the human heart. That people can only remember as much of your world or your characters as they can process in their minds. They're going to relate to them the same way they relate to books, to novels, to comics. There really is a real parallel there. And one of the biggest lessons we learned working on Dungeons & Dragons was how to make that something that's really transferable. That Dungeons & Dragons, it's a book-based game. So it's very easy to fill a book with 300 pages of lore. But what we found was if you give someone 300 pages of lore, it turns out they might not absorb all that lore. A lot of it bounces. Not only that, but even the big picture stuff falls away. So what we really learned was keeping things simple, keeping things direct. I like to think of it as, rather than giving people an atlas, we send them postcards from our worlds. The small, direct, really flavorful pieces that can really stick, that can then go on to be things that people can share and really process and learn. So that's something we've learned that lesson over the past 10, 15 years, and it's really changed how we approach tabletop gaming. And I think that's something we would definitely in my experience as a video game player, but also when working with licensing partners in video games, that seems to be a consistent thing I've seen, to really keep your world building distinct, narrow, and focused.
What were your roles?
12.
Oh, you're last. Okay, Nicole.
I roll terrible. That's why I have the dice rolling.
Nicole, as folks that have licensed video game properties, what do you wish we would learn so that would make your job easier?
Yeah. So I have to say that parallel development is the bane of my existence.
Oh, interesting.
We were working on the Dragon Age game at the same time as the video game was being developed. And through no fault of the creative team, sometimes some of the organic changes that were happening in the setting were not conveyed to us. And so we'd commission art, we'd put out a game, the second game came out, all of a sudden, Kunari have gigantic horns. We're like, nobody told us that. We're gonna have to fix that a little bit. But it's the same foundational inspiration that we use with our, it grows organically from talking to your team about what would make this better, what would make this more inspiring, what would make this look different. It wasn't conveying the tone or the theme that we wanted. I think that because so much of tabletop gaming can be just in your own imagination, we sometimes forget that video game does not allow for that kind of quick fix, make it up, elaborate, say what you want, because you get to describe what happens.
Yeah. So Josh, you've actually done it. You started on the tabletop side, and you're now a video game developer. What lessons did you actually take? And even if you have specific examples of design decisions that you made as a video game developer that were derived from your experience as a tabletop developer.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited about this question because I don't think I would be the designer that I am today had I not started playing Dungeons and Dragons. I still remember, I think one of the most valuable design lessons I've ever learned was kind of like the first time I really tried to come up with my own campaign and devise this amazing dungeon for my players, and then watching them not have fun with all the traps that I had deviously created. They were meant to entertain me, the dungeon master, and not the players. I think that was a very core lesson to my development. And I think one of the key aspects of sort of tabletop development, whether it's role-playing games or tabletop games, is you can't do anything, whether it's thinking about mechanics or thinking about world building, without being hyper aware of the player. Because it's not like a video game where there's graphics, where there's like sometimes cool cinematics that can distract from the experience. If the mechanics of your tabletop game aren't transporting your players to the world you're creating, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So when we were working on Vampire, and even like when I carried that forth to sort of working at Relic and at Ubisoft and Blizzard, I always thought about how we build worlds in a way that the players are really central to the world. Because another problem you end up with is you end up creating a whole bunch of lore that is only beneficial to the people making the games, and essentially makes the players at best supporting characters. And really, players love playing games because they get to be the main characters, the heroes, right? So whether it was working on Company Heroes, where that was really my desire to try to bring to life all the hours I spent playing tabletop, World War II miniature games, and really sort of like, how do we translate sort of those awesome mechanics and allow the medium of video games to really bring it to life. So, when an artillery shell lands and creates a crater and your soldiers are flying all over the place, like that's something that can't happen in a tabletop game, but I think it's something is really amazing that happens when you're playing like a video game. So really trying to find sort of that intersection. But the best lessons I've learned, and it's easy for us when we're working in video games to really get hung up on the expression of a mechanic. Like if we're working on a shooter, a lot of designers would think like the mechanics of trafficking in are like the recoil rates of weapons and the ammunition rates. But something that you learn when you're forcing players to roll dice and you're forcing players to really interact hands-on with the mechanics is you need to be hyper-aware of the function of those mechanics, right? So in some ways, recoil is an expression of the mechanic. And the real mechanic in a first-person shooter is you're asking the player to manage sort of like a reticle, which is, some things are making the reticle bigger and smaller, versus a target, right, which is a rectangle. That's really the mechanics of a shooter. But the expression of recoil and ammo are things that are added on top of it. So I think what I really learned as a pen and paper designer is really understanding how to drive home and how to use the mechanics to really reinforce the fantasy we're trying to deliver and not get lost in the expression of those mechanics.
Awesome. Let's see where we're going next. Okay, Mike, you might have to tank this one. This is about communication. Tabletop gamers are very passionate.
Oh, yeah.
Extremely passionate people. What's it like managing social and community with a franchise like Dungeons & Dragons?
So with Dungeons & Dragons, it's 40 years old. It has a history, and a very long one. And it cuts across multiple generations. And what we see, the way we think about it is that it's not just a fan base or a player population. It's its own subculture. And kind of our attitude toward that subculture is, there's this Ben Franklin quote that I like, and I'm sure I'll massacre it, but the gist of it is, if you tell someone something, they're going to forget it. If you try to sit them down and teach them, it might stick. But if you involve them, if you bring them in, then they're going to learn, and then they'll process it. And that's really how, when we look at Dungeons & Dragons, when we think of the products we do, the different marketing initiatives, it's really about involving the community. Really it starts with the world building we do. I mentioned earlier this idea, we send postcards from our worlds, not atlases or encyclopedias. A lot of that is to give that empty space or hints of what's over the horizon or what might be coming next to really get players involved in creating, to really have them get the sense of ownership, that it's their world to play in. And actually the way we structure our product development for the tabletop side, we actually consider, when we're doing world building, our licensing partners, our game design partners, and our fans are three equal target audiences. They all have to be served whenever we're doing something. If it's developing a new story or creating a new world, we think of those as basically those are our three clients. And a lot of that comes down from this idea that what we want to be able to do is essentially give the fans these things that they can talk about, to build a real language. You can kind of think like memes and things like that online. Dungeons & Dragons has an alignment system. You can be lawful good, or you can be chaotic evil, and anywhere in between. And that's the kind of stuff that really helps build that culture, because if you've been online any time and you're a gamer, you've probably seen someone try to figure out, hey, what alignment is Batman? He's lawful good because he upholds the law and he's a good guy. Yeah, but he's rogue and does his own thing. He's chaotic good. Oh, but maybe he's actually lawful evil. It's these kind of discussions where it's the syntax of our game that forms the language that they use. And another example, there's a monster called the Flumph. The Flumph is the most pathetic monster ever created. It is a frisbee that flies by farting, and if you flip it over, it dies. Completely useless, right? If you do think this is a monster you're supposed to fight, it's a total waste of everyone's time. But in the culture of Dungeons & Dragons, that monster is so pathetic, it's so legendarily terrible, that we actually put it in the core. When we launched 5th edition D&D 3 years ago, we put it in our core monster manual, knowing that no one in their right mind was going to use this in an adventure, but it was important for that cultural touchstone, that people could read about the Flumph and realize this is part of being a D&D fan, a D&D player, is being part of that culture. And really what that comes down to, then you have those elements, so we're kind of building this stuff for the audience, we're giving them toys to play with, we're very cognizant of the language they're using that brings them together, and then we also see, really it's important that we have a leadership role with that culture. One of the things about a game, when you build a world and your players are interacting with it and they think of it as their hobby, if you don't give them direction, they will pick their own direction, and it might be a direction that you really don't want them to go in. For years, online discussion of D&D was about game mechanics. It was about the business of D&D. Like, is this book selling well, or is this one going to sell better? And how are they managing the number of people they have on staff? I mean, those discussions are going to happen regardless of what you try to do. You can't stop them. But if you give people something that really directs their energy, like with the relaunch of D&D with 5th, we really focused on talking about getting new players in. And one of the great things about having a cooperative game is the more people who take part in the game, the easier it is to play. I don't see new players as opponents I have to defeat. I see them as, hey, this is the person who can play the cleric in my game, or this is a new dungeon master who can run a campaign I can play in. And so we essentially, without just getting up and telling our fans, go out and recruit new people, like we weren't like finger wagging about it, but we set an example of saying, look, the changes we're making to the game for 5th edition, you might miss some of the complexity you had in the past. You might miss some of like the detail, but this is all about our bringing in new players. And our fans really responded because when you have this sense, it's a culture, and they saw we want our culture to thrive. We want more people coming in. And those have really been sort of the big lessons I've learned about community, is really seeing it as a partnership and also realizing you can't dictate to it, that culture, it has energy, you just have to help guide it. And if you're authentic to it, if your fans, and if you truly are connected to your fans and giving them things that are authentic and that connect with what they want, you can have great things can happen. I mean, for us, a lot of it has been online streaming has been a big thing of D&D. And I think a lot of that it's helping recruit new players, but it's also growing out of people deciding, I like this game so much that I want to go through the trouble of figuring out how to set up the microphones and the cameras and everything in my living room or wherever to share my game with fans. The work it takes to stream a D&D tabletop game is much, much higher than it is to stream, if you're playing Destiny or any other game, a video game. And so I think it's a testament to being able to tap into that energy, and we've had a lot of success with it, but it takes a lot of work and it takes a really big commitment.
Mike, quickly, you were talking about the relationship with the community, and one of the things that was interesting in the 5th edition that I think was new to D&D was, I guess what we'd call in the video game business is kind of a public beta. I mean, you really let a lot of people play the game before it was ready. Quickly, is that something you borrowed from us? Or did you invent that simultaneously?
No, it was definitely looking back at having the sense that this is a community. I mean, it's definitely, we saw developers doing that early access on Steam, things like that, and realizing what better way to get us as an organization in alignment with our fans than letting them come in and take part of that dev process. It kind of goes back to that idea of our three partners. It's developers, it's our licensing partners, and it's our fans. And we couldn't, in good faith, release a game without a lot of their feedback, because that's the language they're going to speak. That's a big part of their culture. And that was definitely driven by looking at the video game world and seeing the open beta, not only using it to get information about what works in the game and what doesn't, but also to build that community, to get people engaged. Before your game has come out, you already have communities forming. You have people talking on Reddit. You have people doing videos on YouTube and streaming. And I think that was a big advantage we had.
That sounds like a yes. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, okay. So let's do innovate. Which one of these do I want to do? Okay. You know what? Let's roll for initiative on this one. I want each of you guys to chime in. What do you got?
13.
13. Can you beat that?
I got a 10.
Oh, I rolled a 1.
Yeah. Oh,
and then
that's a critical fail.
Yeah.
You might want to roll a saving throw.
Okay.
So this is it. When we were talking before, there was some idea that there might actually be more innovation going on right now in the tabletop hobby game world. I'd like to hear each of your thoughts about how or why that is the case. Nicole.
Of course, I'd go first now.
Yes, yeah. Well, you have the ability to ignore the question.
I
Answer
do.
whatever question you want.
I'm kind of hoarding that. But, I'm really interested to see. I think it's not necessarily the way I'm thinking about it isn't necessarily unique to tabletop, but there's a lot of community and fringe projects going on. There's fan art now. There's the fan fiction, which happens for every form of media, including tabletop games. There's streaming. Their web series, Critical Role, for example, is a weekly 4 hours of clever people playing D&D on camera. That sort of activity around the games didn't exist when I first got into the industry, and I think that seeing that it informs some of the design decisions and ways that we're going about interacting with potential fans, potential partners in licensing things. Green Ronin has we're going to be pairing our superhero setting with another company's existing card game mechanics, and we're going to try to combine forces and like Voltron be stronger. And again, that sort of collaboration was very limited when I first got into the industry.
What do you think, Mike? How or why are hobby games exploring more innovation than other allied mediums right now?
I think a lot of it is, especially in board games, the effort and money it takes to get that sort of playable beta is much lower. I mean, when we've done board game development in-house, it's literally been just index cards with words jotted down on them, pieces scavenged from other games, and then we're playing.
So there's speed in that, but also maybe because the cost is low, there's better risk. It's easier to take risks and try wild stuff. Yeah.
No, exactly. Especially in the board game market where you have such reliance on Kickstarter for a lot of firms, that there is this need. People don't want to kickstart a game that looks like every other game they've played. They want to see something new. They want to see something that's really interesting. And I think because a board game, like, you have to make all your rules obvious, right? I can't play a board game unless I read all the rules and understand your game engine. That hardcore hobbyist end of the pool in tabletop is much more informed about game mechanics in terms of that much detail level. Like, they can take apart your engine and actually they see everything moving. So you do have that more, there's almost challenge. How do I impress these guys who can essentially read all my code and comment on it, and they know the guts behind the game. So I think that mechanical drive to innovate, you really see that because that audience really wants it. And also because the cost is low enough, you see a lot of hobbyists becoming publishers. If you play board games, the same process we use at Wizards if we're doing a board game, I could just as easily do that if I wasn't a game designer, just crack open a couple games, take the parts out, write down my rules in a couple index cards, my deck of cards, and start playing. And so I think there's a lot of churn in that, the people getting into the marketplace with their ideas. The barriers to entry have never been lower.
Awesome. Josh, you had a critical failure on your die roll. I actually have a question for that.
Oh, great.
So, which means you're not prepared for this question.
Totally.
So a lot of your career, you've sort of been taking over what other people have created before you, but now at Bonfire, you're starting from scratch. What's the difference between those experiences, and how are you dealing with that struggle?
Oh, that's a totally unfair question because I'm not ready for that.
Critical failure.
No,
bro.
that's
suck it down.
Ooh.
You can re-roll. You didn't though. Too bad.
I did, and my second roll was a 1 as well. So.
You rolled 1 twice? Okay, you're out of the game.
Yeah.
Your character's dead. No, go ahead. What do you think? I'm really curious about your answer on this.
I've always really strongly believed that. Again, I guess the honest answer is going back to what I said at the beginning about sort of being a dungeon master, right? And sort of really feeling that, like, even though I'm a creator and even though I get really invested in the world and the mechanics we're trying to build, at the end of the day, what's really important is how the players and how the audience are going to respond to that. So I do think that in some ways that, I feel that this was a time to really sort of take that leap because I feel really privileged and blessed that I've been able to work with amazing teams on amazing projects and amazing studios and playing in other people's universes. And it's something that from a very early age, I always preferred running established campaigns like Ravenloft and creating my own because I just felt that I needed so much more to learn. And not that I have all the answers now, but I feel that I'm at a position where I'm ready to take a chance and sort of roll the dice, especially since I have my magical ability to re-roll dice, which we've seen does not work. But maybe Mike Morales will help me sort of fix the mechanic of this. But really, just it's an amazing opportunity to try to sort of really create games and worlds that people are going to be passionate about. And I think this was the time to do it because I sort of felt that if I didn't do it now, I was never going to do it. And it's a daunting task. It meant leaving a company and a team and a project that I really loved. But this was the time to try to do something crazy and foolish, and I hope it works out.
Right on. Well, you've got a lot of great brains around you, and you have a great brain in your own head, so I know there's a lot of folks that are really interested.
As long as I don't have to roll dice, I'm fine.
Well, you can design the dice so they come out how you want. Let's see here. We've got one more trial, entertain, and I've got a few different angles I can take on this. Let me just roll randomly and see what comes up. Oh, that's low. Let's do this then. In fact, you're going to have to take this one, Nicole. This is about your experiences in crowdfunding and how the campaigns themselves on things like Kickstarter are kind of part of the entertainment experience. And what has been your experience in that?
The land of Kickstarter is dark and dangerous. You can have wild success. You can have heartbreaking failures. You can engage with people that you don't want to engage with forever, but they're backers. They have an investment beyond the traditional investment. Suddenly, their $30 means a direct line to you forever. Sometimes that pays off, sometimes it doesn't. So it can be, in itself, a really interesting puzzle to work out. There are accepted practices, such as making a video for your Kickstarter. Doesn't matter what, you can have a new food sealer or fancy shoelaces. It doesn't have to be a video game or a movie or something that you might think you'd want to see the visual pieces of. It turns out the statistics on Kickstarters show that you need to have a video. The video shouldn't be more than 2 minutes long, and 70% of people will watch the first 30 seconds. But if they don't have the chance to watch the first 30 seconds, there's a huge drop-off of success based on whether or not you had a video. These are weird little things that are unique to Kickstarter culture that you wouldn't really anticipate until you actually pick up and move there for a month or however long your campaign is going on. It seems like there's also an established practice of having stretch goals, but also underfunding so that you can fund early, because people like to be participating in a successful Kickstarter, and if it doesn't fund within the first 4, 6, 12, whatever hours, then you're fighting this perception that maybe it's not going to be a hot one. And again, I'm a much more of a straight shooter. I would much rather say, hey, I need $75,000 to do this 512-page book that's going to be full color and hardback and have these 6 little add-on things. And people are like, well, oh, sure, come ask for that. How about that guy who asked for $10,000 and raised $100,000? Why don't you do it that way? Yeah. Turns out, you kind of have to do it that way. It's a really interesting puzzle game, the interaction with your backers, and whether or not they look at it as an investment in something that is going to be made because they put their support behind it, or whether they look at it as a promise of delivery. At a certain point, I gave you my $35 18 months ago, and now I want that thing that you said you were going to give me, and don't give me any of this crap about cost overruns or personnel issues. They don't want to hear it.
Or Chinese New Year.
Or Chinese New Year. Oh my goodness. Yes. So
we're not going to fight that boss monster here.
Thank you for saving me from the Chinese New Year.
I wonder if any of you have any questions for this panel. If you want to be part of our boss fight. Yeah. Okay. Let me see.
That's a rare problem.
And what was the question? Yeah. Sure. Right. Yeah. What? I'm sorry. It's a comment. Okay. Let's comment on the comment. The comment was. What should you do? Okay. Okay, let me see if I can help. I'm going to say it so that the folks watching on the stream can get it. A Kickstarter asks for 50K. It gets 150K. The nature of the Kickstarter is such where they actually only need 50K. What should the person running the campaign do with the extra dough? Or how should they talk to their audience about it? You probably have the most experience with this kind of stuff. Do you want to take that one?
It is true.
You could dodge the question.
At a certain point, you are not providing $1 million more fun to your game, regardless of how many millions of dollars you get over your goal. I've seen some people do some really interesting things, such as do alternate versions, special editions or add-ons. But one of the things that I really like, at least in tabletop specifically, is the creator reward stretch goal. In our case, like if I'm making a role-playing game, I have many artists and many writers, developers, editors, layout people who are all collaborating on this game. And if I have a pool of extra money and I really can't find some other way to spend it, I am very much in favor of making those stretch goals. If we reach, $100,000, all of our contributors get a bonus.
Is that exposed to the people that are funding it?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And you can see, with this, I'm saying that if you're judging the momentum, we've already raised double, and there's still days to go, and it's clearly going to continue to raise more money. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, those are the kinds of things that I love to put in and see other people put in. This is not my idea. I've seen it done elsewhere, and I just really respect it.
All right. As GM, I'm going to give that question 3 points. So our boss monster currently has 3 hit points. These guys are going to fight it in a second. Who else has a question out there? Come on. Yes, right there. Hi. I'll repeat your question. Just let me hear it. The question is about inclusivity in tabletop games. The comment was that we've seen a trend towards greater diversity and inclusivity in video games. How can tabletop games improve how they're addressing inclusivity? You want to take this one, Mike?
Oh yeah, sure, I can start. For us, it's a really important issue for a tabletop role-playing game, because when you think about it, if in your community you want it to be welcoming. So you have to make sure that as sort of, the keepers of that community, helping to set the direction, that you're setting a good example that lets people come in. Because if you think about it, if you want to play a video game, you really just need to, buy the title, download it on Steam, whatever, and start playing. But if you want to play a tabletop game, you have to make that connection with others socially. So I think it's very important for tabletop games to remain healthy. And in my experience, is one of the things we did on D&D 5th edition was to try to be very mindful about it. Was to really think of the character art as we want to show anyone who opens this book, we want them to be able to find a hero that they can point to and go, oh, that could be me. And to make that hero they're looking at representative of who they are, their identity, whether it's sexual identity, racial, everything. And for us, a lot of it was just being very mindful about it. So in our world building, we took the Forgotten Realms, it's kind of our home world, our core setting, and we pulled out cultures that were either had different analogs to different cultures on Earth. We don't try to copy because we realize that's not a very good path, but we could be inspired. And really in our art orders, whenever we said we want to depict a human fighter here, we would always include an ethnicity, a culture, details like that, and being very mindful of it. And actually, we actually do keep spreadsheets of that kind of thing to make sure that our gender balance is where we want it to be, our racial representation is where we want it to be, because for us it is very important that we set that example to our community and that anyone coming to D&D feels welcome.
Do you think that the decisions that you made with the 5th edition actually affected the outcomes?
I honestly, I do, yeah.
So you probably encourage other people to consider these things?
Yeah, definitely.
We did a Kickstarter to fund a game specifically looking to do a different type of fantasy, less the Conan the Barbarian, raw violence is the answer, and more Mercedes lackey, gender fluid, LBGT friendly, psychic pets who love you, kind of more feminine and romantic fantasy game, and it was our best funded.
That was the Blue Rose.
Yeah,
and that was that
1,500 backers, and we made almost $86,000 on it.
That created a lot of interesting buzz throughout the tabletop community. I remember that. That was a good challenging question. I'm gonna score that one 6 points. So our boss monster's up to 9 hit points. Who else has a question? Go ahead. Let me make sure I can hear it, and I'll repeat it. Yeah. So the question is, in the tabletop gaming space, gamers are playing together live, and they are interacting with each other live. They're bonding on a real human, local level. How can digital game developers try to recreate that? And I think there was something directed at Josh. So do you want to take that one?
Yeah, that's in some ways, a question of how do you create these experiences through games that are really going to bring people together and create that intimate bond that, I think, frankly, transcends culture, language, borders, and frankly, I think really makes the world a better place, which is what we're trying to do with Bonfire. I think we're at that age where, thanks to technology, thanks to the resurgence of things like Dungeons and Dragons, thanks to the resurgence of things like streaming, that I think, okay, let me back up. I don't have the answer, but I think finding the answer is really core to what we're trying to do at Bonfire. And I think, it's not just Bonfire, I think it's what is really core to what we're doing, not just as game developers, but as world builders, whether it's on tabletop games or video games. Like, I think we really have a medium that is so unique that can really help bring people together, sharing experiences, allowing them to experiment and explore in a safe environment. And I think we're starting to see this confluence of these amazing technologies that I think we're still struggling to really understand what their impacts are going to be. But I think it's going to be a really interesting time to not just be a game developer of any medium, but also to be a player and try to solve that very issue. Because you're right, when you're sitting around the table, it's really easy to feed off of the emotion and the response of the people around you. But how do you translate that online? And in some ways, I see it in the younger generation who are growing up with these mediums, like my daughters. They just respond so well to these digital worlds in a way that to them is not foreign. To them, they're not digital. They're not even virtual. They're just a different expression of the world around them. So,
great.
I'm an optimist.
That good question. I'll give that one 5 points, so up to 14 hit points. Let's have your question here, and I'll repeat it. So if you can just direct it to me. Oh, that's cool. The question is about how augmented reality or virtual reality can be introduced to the board gaming world. That's an interesting place where board games and video games are converging. You guys who wants to tank this one? Do you want to step up? Should we roll for it, or let's roll for it?
Let's roll. Uh-oh.
What do you got?
I got an 11.
11? 4? You re-rolled?
Yeah, because I got a 20. I didn't want to go first.
You got a 20? What'd you get on your second roll?
15.
You're first?
Oh, you're still first. Oh,
you got a second?
I lost my die. All right.
Who re-rolls to get a worse roll?
Because I didn't want to jump on that grenade. Actually, I was really curious to see what Nicole and Mike had to say about that answer, right? Because, like, in some ways, yes, I'm passing the buck, but don't tell anybody.
Would you
kind of goes back.
Use my loot to change the subject?
Like in some ways, it's what I was alluding to before. Is that we're starting to see this convergence of technology that really allows players to feel like they're playing at the same table, even though they can be at totally remote parts of the world. I mean, one of the things that so at Bonfire, we're running our D&D game because I want to run a D&D game. And one of the persons we're playing with is remote.
Yeah.
And it's really,
how do they connect? Is it via the phone, or do you guys actually
Google Hangouts?
Google,
right?
okay.
And
Have any of you guys actually used any of? There are some role-playing game tools and other tabletop game simulations that you can do in virtual reality. Have any of you guys experienced that?
I'm waiting to Mike to announce the fact that we're working on an awesome thing.
No,
there you go. You got the plug.
There you go.
There you go, Mike.
No, it's actually interesting. I think it's something where it seems like it would be a very obvious thing, especially if you're tabletop role playing. A tool lets you play online and communicate with people. But what we find is people always want to go back to that face-to-face interaction. And something like what you're using, people will use that, but it's a stopgap. And so I think it's a really interesting question. I know for role-playing games, because it is so social, I don't think we really understand quite yet how to apply that technology without it becoming a distraction.
Okay.
And I think for board games, though, I think there's actually immense opportunities there for board games. Because board games are more mechanical, you can then start bringing into, I mean, for me, where I think it's really exciting is that sort of surprise element, where I mentioned earlier, when I buy a board game, I open up the rule book, I see everything. And we've seen games like the legacy-style games start to catch on, where as you play the board game, there are like packets that you are sealed, that you only open at certain times, you're not sure what's in there in terms of cards or rules modifications. I think this
destroy the game as you play it.
Exactly, like if this monster gets killed, you rip its card up. I think that's where there's really interesting potential in between digital and tabletop to have that shared social experience, but then using something digital or an AR or VR experience to drive that.
Mansions of Madness used, that was cool.
I will say I have at least 4 friends from the tabletop industry who've moved off and are doing AR and VR startup work, and I can completely see them bringing that aesthetic, that tabletop experience aesthetic, to what they're trying to do with their new projects.
I love that question. It brings board games and video games together through this new technology that's upon us. I'm going to give that one 9 points. We were at 14, so we're at 23-point boss monster. Let's roll for damage. Let's see if we can take this thing down. We're going to add up the damage each of you guys get. What'd you get?
Ooh, I got an 18.
18?
17.
Okay, it's toast. You don't even need to re-roll. What was your first roll?
17.
Okay, so killer.
My second roll is 16.
Our heroes have defeated the boss monster. Sorry, guys. You can try again next year. Thanks, everybody. I hope you enjoyed hearing from Mike, Josh, and Nicole. Thank you. Oh yeah. What do you want to do with these? You have some gifts.
So I brought some gifts. There's the 2 smaller books go together as a set, and this. I was thinking maybe I would.
Maybe our question askers.
Yeah, yeah.
How many? If you are one of the question askers, stick around. Come up here, and we'll take care of you.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that. All right. Cheers. We'll do it that way. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You can keep them.
Guys, thank you so much. Randy, I hope you make your next saving throw because the FaceIt tournament resumes at 3:15, and you're up against Sean Dunn.
Oh, I'm toast.
Yeah, no one's betting on you downstairs at the sports book. That's what I know.
Great.
Thank you, everybody. So we're going to take a break. We have another speaker and networking opportunity for you in the arcade, and if you want to come back at 1:15, we're going to resume the Quake World Tournament. If you missed the last one with Jeff and Nicolo, it was intense. So we have starting off Randy Pitchford and returning champion Sean Dunn. And then after that, level designer Tim Willits with Jeff Kaplan. So it is going to be a battle to remember. See you guys later. Thank you.
Emotional storytelling is very important for us because we humans are story animals. We consume stories, we talk about things in the form of stories, and we remember things in the form of stories. We start telling each other about stories before we could even write. When you create an entertainment experience, when you create an art piece, you want it to be remembered, you want it to be told to more people. The best way to make people remember your game is to create a strong story. It stays in their memory longer and has bigger impact. So it is almost the most important thing when you're thinking about making a video game.
Games some years ago were really focused on mechanics exclusively, and people just wanted to test their skills. And I think the more it goes, the more people need a reason to fight or to shoot, and the story is that reason. So it's also interesting to see that games with a good story, with good narrative in general, are the games that have the higher completion rate. People want to know what's going to happen, and they want to see the end of the story, and that's what really keeps them playing until the end.
I can remember this rather profound moment when I was playing a bunch of games on the Amiga, that I realized that for me personally, storytelling was going to be most perfectly realized in gaming, and something that was interactive. On the trajectory, once I was working, Eco was another standout moment, mainly because there was this beautiful concept about, a boy rescuing a girl, and at the core of the gameplay, that lives in this mechanic of literally holding her hand and pulling her through the environment. And so there was this realization then as well that gameplay can underwrite a narrative idea in a way that makes you understand it and feel it and respond to it in this much more living way. And so that was kind of profoundly influential.
What excites me about telling stories in games is that added layer of interactivity. We could be making web shorts or comic books or maybe movies, but I think there's a lot of really cool ways to tell a story that you can only tell in a story now. And there's a bunch of stories now, at least the ones that I'm interested in telling, that can only take place in a game.
I think one of the challenges in our young medium in terms of storytelling is kind of earning our narrative chops. A lot of games fall into the trap of kind of doing and-then storytelling, which is sort of something happens and something else happens and then. It's just a series of events, which isn't a story, right? A story, and this is sort of something I'm echoing from the guys that work on South Park, right? Is this idea that it has to have therefores and buts, right? That idea that stories are about reversals and complications and consequences, not just about a series of plot events that occur. And so I think as we mature as a medium, we're finding our feet as storytellers and learning about how, story and art is about surprise. It's about the unexpected, right? As opposed to feeling like, you set up a plot and it's going to, get a good step through the plot and end where you expect to end. It's all about that journey. And that's, if we do that right, ideally, this is the effect where people don't even want to put the controller down because they have to see what happens next. Just like when you're sort of sitting on the edge of your seat in a film, that's what we want to do with these games.
Story in game isn't necessary. I think you can have a lot of games that work just fine without stories, but for the kinds of experiences that I'm personally interested in, I think stories are a way to take the abstract world of a game, which, when you look under the hood, it's just a lot of, collision volumes and physics and triangles and, wave files and this very abstract computery thing, and to make it something that sort of bridges the gap a little more to the lived experiences that hopefully most of us have as human beings.
The audience in the last 20 years, I think, has, in many ways, a lot of it is growing up. Because you have people who were playing games 20 years ago who are still playing games today. They've grown up, and I think they're looking for a deeper experience, yet at the same time hoping to have as much fun and relaxation and I just want to get stressed out when I'm playing a game. But I'm looking for a deeper experience. On top of that, you have all the new players who are coming in who don't have that. So it gets to be, I think, as the industry continues, you're going to find that the games themselves are going to get more diverse because some of them are going to start catering to an older audience who's perhaps looking for a little more. And the others are still catering to the younger audience who wants to have a great experience as well that's more suited for them.
映画と小説とは違ってゲームはインタラクティブなメディアなんで、ストーリーテリングをいかにして、プレイヤーから一緒に、二人三脚でストーリーテリングするかっていうところが非常に難しいんですけど、そこが一番面白いところでですね、プレイヤーが、感じながらそれをストーリーテリングと、ゲームのプレイで、並列に進んでいかないと、ストーリーが先に行ってもダメですしプレイが先に行ってもダメなんで、そこの整合性をうまく結びつけながら、ストーリーの中にプレイヤーを溶け込ませることで他のメディアではない、その没入感というのがそういうのができますんで、そこに一番力を注いでゲームを作ってます。
For the longest time, I think in the storytelling medium, it was so much about knowing what your audience saw on the screen. The camera would frame something, you would get exactly the thought that you have in your head and the words that were written on paper through to the audience. And at that point, it was only left to the audience to basically realize whether or not they understood everything. In cinematic storytelling games, the interactivity changes all of that. You don't know how they're going to perceive what you're writing because they might not interact the way that you expected them to. A scene might basically play out because it's a scene that's happening basically right around the player. They might just miss it because they might be looking at something else in the game world. And that's where like the boundaries, I've seen a lot of people come from the traditional cinematic side and not being able to kind of make that leap to the interactive side because they expect the player to do something just like they would expect the audience to do something, but oftentimes the player does something completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always been incredibly passionate about storytelling in games. That's part of what I think drew me to game making versus just game playing. And, when I think about sort of the games I first started playing, Day of the Tentacle was one of my first sort of more story-based games, and there were games like Myst. And I look at where we are today, particularly as you look at the indie game scene and VR and all of these opportunities, I think for telling story in different ways, it's amazing. Like I think it's really started to inspire game developers to think about narrative in the games differently and also to sort of embrace it. I think before it was always, let's make sure the story doesn't get in the way of the game as opposed to thinking about how the story really amplifies the game experience. And today there are a bunch of games out there that are just unapologetically narrative driven. And I think you see on the technology side sort of incredible advances in graphic fidelity and animation fidelity. And at the same time, you're seeing game developers really hone their craft as directors of performance.
I've been working in games for like 10 years now, 11, 12, too long. But something I found that I think is really cool is that at least over the past like 3 to 5, this chunk of time, the tool sets and just sort of like how to make a game has really flattened out. And you have like 2-person teams that don't have a dedicated coder making video games. You have 200-person teams that have obviously everything under the sun making games. But because the tool set is like standard-ish now, you have a more like diverse set of voices that feel like they can make a game. You have, again, like the one indie or the giant group and everything in between. And I think that's just a byproduct of like Unreal and Unity and tool sets just sort of being a solid paradigm. So once you learn one, you're like, oh, I can just do this now. Like it makes sense the same way like film got democratized with like digital cameras and nonlinear editors, it's like, and I think that's really exciting. So whenever there's sort of a democratization of a medium, you get cool voices coming and talking in that. And I think games is there now And I think we're like at the dawn of it. I think it's like the most exciting time, like right now, actually.
Hello and welcome back, friends and video game fans. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson. This is Dan Kapadia, and we're here as your hosts of the Quake World Tournament here at D.I.C.E. presented by FaceIt. And we've had some great matches, and now we're about to get into our semifinal matches. Dan?
Absolutely, and it's interesting because we had, the players are slowly working on the map. So everyone's, been playing around on DM6, and people are starting to figure out, controlling that the ammo is a big deal. Jeff Kaplan had amazing rocket work. And that kind of blew me away. I didn't know that he had it in him, so
Is
really
he the
cool
only
to see
one that's really shown the good rocket jump so far?
Well, Jeff is just, I guess he's in his blood. Also, there's something about when he touches the mouse there, he's hitting rockets. I don't know what's going on, but that was really impressive. And that's a lot to beat as well. That lower side of the bracket that we've been dealing with is kind of nuts. But we're going to the top now, so we have the returning the champion. So can Sean match up? That's the question.
This is kind of the host's dream when we're at this point. Let's actually take a look at the bracket as we look at this, because there are so many good stories to be told here. As you mentioned, Dan, we have Sean Dunn against Randy Pitchford. That is the returning champion versus Randy, who has kind of fought his way through some very tough competition. And, Randy is definitely a force to be reckoned with against someone that we know is able to succeed. But then coming down to Tim Willits versus Jeffrey Kaplan, as you mentioned, Jeff has been putting up some amazing skill. He has that FPS community behind him. But Tim is very well acquainted with this game to a very high degree. So many people have been saying Sean versus Tim for the finals, but even yourself watching that last match, you said that counting Jeff out would be a mistake, right?
Absolutely. And I actually feel as though he's the favorite now, which is kind of nuts considering that we have Tim Willits here. But at the same time, I feel like in the back of Tim's mind, maybe there's this question, should I win this tournament of Quake when I kind of made this game? That there's, because as he said before, he kind of looks like a bit of a dick if he wins the tournament. So that's an interesting dynamic we have going on there. But what a cool storyline it is, and I'm so happy that people we're getting more and more names coming back to play this year. I can't wait to see what next year brings almost. But I don't want to get too carried away.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we've got Randy and Sean facing off, and I'm really interested to see what they have to say about this match. So let's chat with them really quick. I'm going to walk over and talk to Sean. I've spoken to you many times already, which is probably a good thing, meaning you've been at this spot in the tournament many times. So being here one last time, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, first thing, before my studio back home kills me, I need to say everybody needs to go and play Drop Zone. We just released it last week. So there, I've gotten that out of the way.
If people are watching Quake and they're fans of competitive gaming or of FPSs or any of that, what will they like about Drop Zone?
So it's a 1-versus-1 competitive RTS. It's got a lot of an esports focus, and it's kind of an RTS hybrid with MOBA, and brand new. People have been loving it so far, so it brings that competitive spirit. We have built-in tournaments, and it's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
So you're a fan of competitive gaming overall then, yeah?
Absolutely. Kind of my whole life has been either competing with other players or my son or people in the studio. It's what kind of drives me, so.
So now that you're this close to potentially winning this tournament, you've won last year, are you considering going pro in Quake?
Never. I'm just focused on playing Randy. Last year, he easily brought the best match. I pretty much thought I was done, and through some good luck, got the win at the end. But it was the hardest match I had last year, definitely.
So a great rematch for us to watch. We're looking forward to it. Thank you, Sean. Go ahead and get situated. And a chance for redemption for Randy, Dan.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking good. I have to say, I love your shirts. Every time I'm impressed by your sense of dress. So good job on that one. But it's Quake. That's the name of the game, not a fashion show. So how do you feel about going up against Sean? Because obviously last year he was pretty good.
I have zero confidence right now in my ability to win this match. That's how I feel.
Wow. Don't know where to go with that.
The keyboard is sticky, the mouse has dust on it, I have to pee, the headphones don't work, and the chair has a little wobbliness to it. So every condition imaginable that I can complain about. I think I've absolved myself of any responsibility.
All right, okay. Maybe let's talk about the tournament as a whole then. Okay, so last year, we set up in like almost the foyer, like a little Quake tournament. We didn't have any cameras or anything, but you were there playing Quake. I mean, like, what do you think about this kind of new look to DICE having some esports going on?
This is so awesome. I actually love this a lot. I mean, it's been a long time since I used to play competitively, but it was like 20 years ago. So to just get a little sliver of that feeling, I mean, even though it's just kind of for fun, I actually kind of care. And I feel a little bit of excitement when I'm sitting in the chair playing. And to play against Sean again, who's just such an awesome gamer and such a great competitor, like, I hope it's a fun match. And I know I'm going to be excited to play it.
That's awesome. Well, I guess I'll let you get ready, and we can kick this off soon, Anna. So, no confidence from Randy, but he's happy to be here. As we've seen surprises happen all the time. So we'll see if his words ring true.
I love this. We have Sean saying, well, no one beat me last year, but Randy put up the best fight, giving him some credit. And then, Randy says he actually kind of cares about this tournament. So some really strong statements being made at this stage in the tournament. Very inspiring as these guys get ready. It looks like both of them are ready to get into the game. So let's go. Dan, take us away with your commentary.
All right. So DM6, Quake 1 DM6 is so Randy has no audio. So we have our admin hurriedly running up to the stage. I'm glad he didn't fall over. He has a tendency to do that. But okay, we've got audio, so it looks like we will go ahead, and I'm going to disappear backstage. All right, so I think we might actually break this one. So I'm going to come back on the stage. I think we're going to restart this one. Are we going to do that, Rolls? Okay, he's ignoring me, it's fine. Everything's fine, it's all good. So we might break this one, start again. I think Randy didn't have any audio at the start. I think we had that problem before. So yeah, we're going to break it, and we are going to start again between these two guys. So a bit of a false start happens in real sports, happens in esports. And that's an interesting discussion, sports versus esports, that whole thing. Maybe I don't really have time to go into that, but here we go. We've got the countdown, DM6 between Randy and Sean, the previous year's winner. All right, so again, as I mention all the time, it's all about getting that first good rocket engagement, and it will be, a lot of missed rockets to start with, so we won't be seeing that just yet. It's going to be interesting to see if Sean can do well here against Randy. Randy is going to be getting a bit of a look in onto the red armor there, but not finding any love with the rockets just yet. And I think Sean's slogan should be peace, love, and rockets. His rockets are pretty immaculate, or have been. That's what has carried him so far. I feel as though we have different styles to a lot of the different players here. Even though these players haven't played a lot and haven't been practicing that much, obviously this is just a fun sort of tournament between them. We're in a situation where you still see the style. You still see the players that are very aggressive, the players that want to be a bit more twitchy, a bit more based around the fight, and some players that are a bit more positional, a bit more methodical in how they approach the situation. And as we see Sean attacking into the red armor there, Randy's going to defend it pretty well. And again, you can see the understanding there. You want to fight on the top of the armors, because then you kind of have effectively more health and armor to work with during that battle. And there as well, we had better positioning from Randy to take the fight with. Sean, however, is looking to restack, and Randy's a little bit late to the red armor, and Sean actually getting pinned into the wall there with that lightning gun work, just disappearing into the corridor. It is a dead end, though, pretty much, and Sean's going to escape the fight, but I don't think his opponent had much health left either, and indeed, as we switch to Randy's perspective, we can see that he was a little bit injured there as well, but definitely feeling confident still. I think he realizes he came off a little bit better in that fight, and you will find Sean, but again, have to be pretty careful that you're using the rockets and lightning gun. And on this map, the problem that there's been is ammunition, and we can see that's the issue for Randy at the moment. He's lacking that ammunition. That's going to be a priority for him, so that he can take those fights with the rockets. And there's only one rocket pack on the map, so that can be very problematic. That's another strategy that, let's say, in this position that Sean is in, he could employ to his advantage, is trying to control all the ammunition on the map. Again, just one rocket pack to worry about. It's on the mega side of the map by the teleporter. And you can see the problems now. There's no rockets to fight with here. We have the nail gun coming out, the shotguns coming out. There's every single weapon, and no frag. So interesting. I think Randy got off very lightly there, not going down, but he's still alive and kicking. Sean, however, he has some ammunition to work with. Just 2 rockets left after that fight. He will finally close it down, though, and take the kill against Randy. So up 1-0. But But there it is. The suicide comes in. The spawn, though, straight on top of his opponent from Sean. Doesn't actually manage to find Randy in time. And there could be a window of opportunity there for him to get on top of Randy and get the frag going. But let's see if he can get it over here. He's going to try to pursue. He finds himself the Mega as well. Push with the teleporter. Randy will pursue and try to get the frag happening. Good rockets there. You can see Sean kind of advancing, trying to close down the fight. He feels as though he had the advantage, but those defensive rockets are stellar. Randy able to take the frag there onto Sean. And we can see Randy now with that one frag advantage. And time is ticking for Sean. He's got to try to get that pressure on before Randy builds back up again. And here goes Randy straight onto the red. Good pickup there for Randy. This could end up being quite a good situation, but he might be having ammunition issues again. And as they go for the teleporter, this is where the rocket pack is. We saw Sean just pick it up right there. Randy going for the fight over the Mega hit. Nice rockets from Sean. We'll finish off Randy, but we have the spawn right on top of him for an immediate trade frag. And that's going to be Randy with the lead, 2-1. I'm sure all the Randy fans will be happy. Fans of colorful shirts. Nice rocket pop there. Sean going to be taking a lot of damage. That's a really bad situation. Really nice engagement coming in from Randy. It's so hard to deal with that situation when you get popped up by a rocket. You're helpless in the air to dodge against any of the oncoming damage from your opponent. Randy with the lightning gun. This is a perfect situation. Really good connections as well. Nice tracking aim there from Randy, pushing his advantage heavily. And this is what we're talking about. It doesn't always have to be about the pickups and running the map. If you can just have really solid engagements and just pump out way more damage than your opponent, like Randy did just there, then you can get a really big lead that way as well. In fact, that was the way that Sean was winning last year also. So really taking the fight to Sean, trying to play the style that Sean would be comfortable with playing, but actually kind of beating him out on the engagements so far. So Sean able to grab that Mega Health to stack back up after that engagement. And he's going to see if he can find and catch Randy going for some armor. But indeed, even though Sean came up without an engagement there by that red, and he probably did want the engagement, at least he gets the armor. And also the information that his opponent isn't there, because it's a fairly small map, and that's how deduction works, and that's what it's all about, really. That's the name of the game, deduction. If my opponent isn't here, then these are the most likely spots where he must surely be, lying in wait. And that's going to be Randy just stealing away the red armor there. Nice approach. Silent using the high ground there initially on that approach to make sure that he could be safe. And he's protecting the lead pretty effectively at the moment. He's got 3 frags, and that is such fantastic work with the lightning gun. Just pinning Sean into the wall. Again, what can you do? You're just stuck in the wall there, taking all that damage. The lightning gun, 30 damage a cell, the highest DPS in the game. You can see exactly how powerful it is. And it's one of the hardest weapons to use in a setting like this. And that's why we've seen so few players really going to it, sticking to the rockets, as we saw Jeff Kaplan had so much success with previously. Sean will be able to take down the weakened Randy, but he's got just a little bit over a minute now to try to get 3 kills. It's kind of a big deal. Is this the end of the line here for Sean? Is Randy actually going to get revenge on Sean, who was able to beat him last year? That's the question. It's looking really good at the moment. A minute left in this match. You can see Sean is very, very strong at the moment. He really needs to try to take the fight to his opponent. He has to find Randy, and Randy knows the name of the game for him is just to try to chill and try to make sure he can control the situation, fall back if there is an engagement from Sean, and also put himself in a spot where he can always hear Sean coming, so he can't be surprised. The element of surprise, of course, is so damaging. And here it is, the engagement taken in this very close quarters here. The axe comes out from Randy, but he will go down eventually. But with 30 seconds left and 2 more kills to get, it's going to be very, very tough here for Sean to make it over there to Randy. And it's quite interesting considering how we saw Randy wasn't confident at all that he would win this, but he's doing an amazing job. 20 seconds left, 2 frags for Sean to try to find. And it's looking nigh on impossible from this position. Where is Randy even? He's just disappeared from the map. And it looks like that's going to be that. 6-4, the final score. And Sean has been dethroned and eliminated from the tournament by Randy.
Big warm round of applause for Sean. Thank you for playing. Well fought. You may exit the stage. Come on up and join me, Randy. You have now dethroned the reigning champion, so you carry that champion crown now forward in the bracket. How does that feel?
I can't believe that happened. I'm honestly shocked. I have no idea how that happened.
I was going to ask, to what do you attribute your success, but still no big question mark there?
I think the only reason why this happened is because it's DM6 and it's Quake World. Like you know, I'm not as twitchy as I used to be, but I played this game a lot back in the day. So, you know, there's probably a little bit of latent memory of the experience that probably helped me out there.
This is a redemption story, too, because Sean was saying, you know, you almost beat him last time. This year, maybe it's your time. So you are going to move forward to play either Jeffrey Kaplan or Tim Willits. Which would you prefer to play?
There's no winning there, right? So if I played Jeff, I mean, I'm negative 20 versus Blizzard, so there's no hope. And Tim built the map, so I think it's over for me.
All right. Well, both of them were watching you very carefully. Both of them have been scouting you out. So go ahead and head backstage. You can scout them out as we go into the next game. Thank you, Randy. Warm round of applause for Randy, everyone. And now, that was our first semifinal match. Now we go into our second semifinal match. That is going to be Tim Willits versus Jeffrey Kaplan. We have seen these two put great showings up on the board. I believe, it looks like Tim is getting ready. We should have Jeffrey very soon. And there's Dan. How's it going, buddy? How was that game?
I don't know.
Good, huh?
To be honest, how did Randy win that? When we all saw the interview, I was like, thinking with the interview, okay, it's obviously shouldn't be talking about the game here. He's not very confident. He killed it. He did a great job.
I'm starting to think that this whole, I have no chance, it's just all BS. There's nothing to it. Everyone's going to say that. I think we have to determine on our own how confident they should feel.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, like, you don't want to be super confident and bomb out. So just, hedging their bets. I get that. It's all good. But at the same time, things are getting really serious now. I mean, this next match that we have coming up is pretty exciting. I think this is basically the finals for a lot of people.
Absolutely. I mean, you get to this point, being the winner of this match makes you a finalist in the tournament. And that is something to say. Semi-finalist, cool, but finalist? So we will see. Tim Willits, Jeffrey Kaplan, do you have a feeling either way? Because it seems like most people are feeling like these guys are pretty equally matched.
The thing is that I kind of want Jeff to win. And I can say that now because we already got Tim to agree to give me a beta key earlier. so now I kind of want Jeff to win because I think it's just be really cool. But no matter what happens, it's going to be great, to be honest. But I want to see Jeff wins for some reason. Do you have a favorite?
I think that it's unfair that everyone's giving Tim a bad rap for being the designer of the game. Like, he can't help that he made an amazing
we need a
game
villain though, Anna. We need
and
a
that
villain.
He wants to play it. So
Tim is our villain.
Yeah, so I'll root for him. Although I think both of these guys are just going to give us a really good game. So let's go ask them how humble they feel and how they're not going to do very well and all that. Let's interview these guys and get them to chat with us a little bit. Tim, could I bother you for a moment? Come on over here. I was just telling Dan, I think it's unfair that everyone's giving you this bad rap for knowing the game so well. I think that, they should suck it up and they should just practice more. So are you feeling like you're still in that lose-lose situation, or are you feeling a little better now?
It's a tough spot that I'm in. But if this is my last match, then I would be honored to lose to Jeff. But we can't let Randy win. So I told Jeff backstage, I was like, Jeff, we have to beat Randy. Whoever wins, we have to beat Randy. So there's a lot of pressure on us, on Jeff and I. So just keep that in mind.
So in a sense, you're allies. It's really a let the best man win situation?
Yeah, like if I lose, you have to beat Randy. and if he loses, he's like, dude, you got to beat Randy.
Well, that's nice. So there's competition, but also well wishes heading your way, Dan. Jeffrey, how are you feeling?
Well, I think Tim put it perfect. In some ways, this is we're warming each other up for a Randy match is really what this is about. At this point, it's almost like we're a team, just who can take on Randy.
So do you how does it feel to play Tim at Quake, though? I mean, 20 years after the game came out.
It's an absolute, I'm seeing Tim there. I remember when the Quake maps, if you used to dig into the files, they would all be named after the level designers. And you used to get excited when you saw a Willits map because you knew it was going to be awesome. And here he is. I'm going to get to play Quake against him. Graham is sitting there who worked on Quake 3. So it's just an honor to be in the presence of these guys, let alone playing their game in front of them.
And, you guys are talking about, warming each other up for Randy, but how do you think it's actually going to go? I mean, because I like your chances. I'm kind of rooting for you a little bit. I think you have a good chance against Tim here.
I think Tim is absolutely going to dominate. He in my previous match, he walked me through the map and showed me where different power-ups were to remind me. I think he was doing that to set me up so he knew exactly where I'd be to kill me each time.
Yeah, he does have. He's a sneaky guy, actually. I think he is the villain, Anna. I think that's confirmed at this point.
Well, you know, there's a lot of Illuminati behind-the-scenes things going on here, so I wouldn't put it past any of these guys.
All right, so how are you feeling? You ready to get going?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, so our players are ready to go, so we'll be kicking things off very shortly, and honestly can't wait.
These guys are really giving us a fun story. I think we had to dig for that action, that conflict there, but I think we're starting to find it. I like the gentleman's agreement alliance that's kind of happening here. You know, either way, they're happy as long as someone beats Randy. So I like that the win comes with a responsibility here.
I mean, I kind of feel like Randy is a fan favorite type character as well. So I don't know why all the hate's going towards Randy there. But we'll see how they fare up against him. I mean, because these two guys look like the strongest players, and we might get to see that right now because the countdown has started. So
Great.
I'm going to disappear once again. I'll go backstage and bring you the commentary. All right, guys, I can barely get in position, and already the action is wild. Jeff already getting a kill in the first 10 seconds. That's quite a statement. However, Tim knows that he can get straight on top of him off the spawn, and that's a pretty big deal. So not too much damage done there by Jeff immediately as he was pursued by Tim there. So things will calm down a little bit from this point. And we did see previously that Jeff, his play was characterized by phenomenal rocket work, and you can see really good rockets once again. Two nice, big, chunky bits of splash damage coming into play as Jeffrey knows that he can close this fight down, pulls out the lightning gun, but just shy of taking down Tim. Very, very close fight there. Tim definitely looking very bad at the beginning of the fight, but ended up turning it all around. Jeff looking to try to capitalize here, knows that Tim was left weak, but he did pick up the red, so Tim is actually quite strong here. Oh, wow, this is really bad for Jeff. Tim wins the fight and converts very early on. A 2-frag deficit is a big deal in a situation like this. So let's see if we can get some of that fire-like rocket work, which we previously noticed from Jeff here. He's trying to get it going. This was a great room for him previously on the mega side of the map, and that's also where the rocket pack is as well. But really unlucky there for Jeff to have Tim spawn right on top of him once again. So it looks like Lady Luck is well and truly with Tim at the moment. To see if that changes as time goes on. And once again, Tim looking to work that high positioning, finds Jeff coming out of the red armor area. Lightning gun comes out. Excellent lightning gun work here from Tim. Tim looking very serious so far with his play. Great accuracy generally, and he has that strategy as well. Taking away the rocket ammo is a really big deal, especially if things get very slow. And if he turns the pace right down, it's going to really be a very strong way to approach this by controlling ammunition. And as I say that, we've got another engagement as Jeff finds him on the high ground. Luckily for I was going to say luckily he might have been able to actually escape the spawn, but no, once again, we get another situation where Tim gets a very good spawn right after the fight and puts Jeff behind 3 kills now. So 4-1, a very early advantage, a significant one as well for Tim on DM6 here in this semi-final for the FaceIt Quake World Tournament here at D.I.C.E 2017. Jeff once again using that high ground to find Tim. Both the players naturally meeting each other in the center of the map there. Looks like Jeff will maintain his strong position, however. And once again, we can see the rockets being picked up. That is the only rocket pack in the map. It gives you 5 rockets. So not very much. So when the pace gets slow like this, ammunition starts to become a concern, but maybe not. We have Jeff committing for the frag hit. Very hard to shoot up in this angle. If you're looking at these rockets, it's very difficult, and Tim is going to take full advantage of that. Pulls out the lightning gun and pushes Jeff all the way back here. So Jeff looking like he's having a bit of a struggle right now against Tim. But Tim, he knows this map very well. His aim is on point. He's cycling the items on the map. He's able to control the ammunition. Everything seems to be under control right now for Mr. Willits, and we shouldn't really expect any less. A man whose name is synonymous with Quake. 3 minutes for Jeff to find his way back into this one, and it is definitely possible with just over 3 minutes to go. So the question for Jeff is, how does he get back into this one? How can he attack Tim? And before his rockets were phenomenal, he needs to be working on those again. Some good initial rockets there, able to evade a lot of damage from Tim. but still Jeff is not the most stacked in the world, so he does risk going down in this position. So he's going to have to be fairly careful about this engagement. Has to pick his time and place, tries to catch Kim off guard by going for the telly almost immediately, and this time he's going to get a bit of fortune here. After he goes down, he spawns on top of Tim, able to quickly capitalize on Tim's weakened state, finds another follow-up engagement very quickly. Rockets flying all over the place. Tim with a disengagement there, doesn't want any more of it, wants to back away onto some armor here. Very smart move from Tim there, and he's going to find Jeff. Again, showing that map awareness, using the teleporters to get behind Jeff, and that's kind of a sneaky move. I expected Tim to go for the red there. I think Jeff did as well, but Tim throwing the tricks out there, playing the mind games in that sense, doubling back and catching Jeff off guard for the frag. 5 frag lead now here for Tim. Let's see if Jeff can find a really solid fight. We know he's got it in him. Previously, his rockets against Niccolo Maisto were really strong. And there it is, finding each other once again around this teleport. Some very awkward fights, and you've got to be careful of telefrags as well, which we haven't seen a telefrag just yet in the tournament. When both players enter a teleport at the same time, the person who was first will squish the other guy, essentially. He will just die. Oh, sorry, the person that is going through last will kill the other person, sorry. But it will be a 4 frag lead now for Tim. He's looking fantastic at the moment. Jeff coming in from the high ground once again, just, you know, occupying these good positions. Finding Tim once more. We can see Jeff does like to go for this avenue of attack, pulling out the lightning gun there, see if he can get some good connections here. A really nice lightning gun coming in from Jeff. That's fantastic. A good stream, marvelous stream of lightning gun there to get a frag onto Tim, and that is the kind of stuff we need to see. And Tim's able to get rid of Jeffrey off of the spawn, but he did take a little bit of damage there. So Jeff did maybe just enough, but perhaps not enough at this point, because time is starting to be perhaps more of an enemy for Jeff than Tim himself in this situation. He's got a minute left to try to get this comeback going and 4 kills. There's going to have to be something pretty out there, pretty crazy for Jeff to save this one from this point. Tim there knows he can just play defensive from this situation, just play the lead. He knows that Jeff is willing to do desperate things as far as engagements are concerned, willing to take big risks to try to get back into this one. With 45 seconds to go, with Jeff trying to find the engagement, he does indeed do that. Pops Tim straight up to the top level there with that rocket. Does a very good amount of damage. You can see that the rockets, he was very low on rockets there, but he's able to deal with that situation now, as Jeff now tries to proceed to at least find some consolation kills at this point, because with 30 seconds, surely it's impossible for Jeff to make his way back into this one against Tim, who is now proceeding to take the engagement. He likes to look at this one, and you can see why. Lightning gun reigns supreme for Tim, and that's another frag under his belt. 9-4 right now as Jeff finds himself another engagement, catching Tim, who was slightly weakened, and finishing off with the rockets there. That might be the last engagement. Let's see if Tim can find it again. There it is, playing with the teleporters there. He's dancing around. He wants the telefrag, and it's going to be Jeff that gets the telefrag. Great stuff there. Nice little consolation, but it will be Tim who is victorious, 9-6.
Well played, Jeff. One more round of applause for Jeff. Thank you so much for playing as you exit the stage. He's giving you a point, Tim. He's letting you know that your responsibility now is to move forward and face Randy. So give us your acceptance speech of that responsibility after this match.
Well, we made a promise, Jeff and I did back there, and we're like, we got to beat Randy. So yeah, I had to bring it. So it's me and Randy now.
You brought it in this match. The score was very, very convincing. Do you think you're going to be able to do that against Randy? What's your strategy to beat him?
Just try to shoot straight, get in his head. Randy back there. So
I think you're already in his head, because he already said there's 0 chance he's beating either you or Jeff. So do you feel like you have it in the bag now?
No, trust me. With Quake, he can go either way. And Randy's a good player, and I like Randy. And so I'm joking, but him and I are friends. So regardless of what happens, I think we're both winners.
We're all winners in video games sometimes. So thank you very much. Congratulations on the match, Tim. We are going to get into our next match, so go ahead and head backstage, get ready. And Dan, what a match, huh? Tim really showing his dominance in that one.
Yeah, he looked very serious there. And it's kind of the crazy thing with Tim when you watch him play there, because he really has the full package going on. He's got some good movement. He's very comfortable around the map. He's got that map knowledge. He's cycling the items. He's trying to control the rockets on the map. So he's denying his opponent rockets in the fight, and he slows the game down so that it can be a war of attrition from an ammunition perspective. He's got the lightning gun aiming. He kind of has everything going from here. So it's a bit serious really with Tim. So I mean, that's to be expected. So Tim is going to move forwards, and he did look pretty scary.
He did tell us, though, that in Quake, anything could happen, which is true, especially in a best-of-one format. You only get one shot. If you aren't quite on top of your game in that one match, it could go either way. So Randy didn't sound very confident. Tim did sound pretty confident, but we have seen that backfire on some of our players so far.
It's true, it's true. And I mean, with Randy, it's as though he has this deep inner power that he doesn't quite understand yet, perhaps. So maybe, we'll see that, like, he's starting to harness it, he's learning to tap into that, and maybe he can take down Tim. But I hope he can, because I do feel like Tim is the villain figure in this tournament, which is cool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we all need a villain and a hero, and then sometimes it's time to
a hero in a
the villain.
very colorful shirt.
Yes, the colorful shirt hero that we all need. Now let's take a look at this bracket, because we are at the end of it, but it's really fun to kind of look back and see how far we've come. Some of these returners that we saw many times, I mean, Min Kim was a high performer in our tournament last year, did eventually fall to Tim, who's now in the finals. We also saw that Randy was able to beat David Wood earlier today, and actually David Wood's stand-in Claudio yesterday, so he's had a rough road, but is going to end up in the finals. Sean Dunn, someone we expected to see very late in the tournament, was actually eliminated by Randy as well, taking out the previous champion. So he has very strong standings going into this match.
Yeah, it's very cool to see. I feel like next year as well, people are going to be practicing harder. We might get like a lot of people scrambling to play, because as you said, it can be very difficult sometimes to make sure everyone is there on time in a schedule in a format like this, because we're squeezing this tournament onto the stage. But it's been so easy because everyone wants to play so much, which is awesome. It's so cool to see how much fun everyone's having, and that's what it's about, right? It's about fun.
It is really refreshing to see people so excited about playing a video game, because we're here talking about video games, theorizing about it, thinking about how we can make them better. But really, the heart of why we're here is because we love playing video games, and that's embodied by these players here. And they could take home the coveted FaceIt trophy, which is actually behind you there, in case anyone wants to sneak a peek. Those are the trophies that will be handed to these guys. So it's not just about fun. It's not just about honor. It's also about some really sick hardware.
That's true. I do like the trophy quite a lot. It's very, very shiny. I like shiny things. And
it has an orange pheasant on it. I learned.
It has an orange pheasant.
The pheasant.
I've been told by people in the company I shouldn't talk about it anymore, because I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. So it's definitely a pheasant, even though it looks like a crazy triangle. It's a pheasant.
All right, so I think we have just talked to Tim. He gave us kind of an overview of what we're going to see in this match. I'm going to sneak over and chat with Randy before we start this next match. Just have to get a feel for how Randy is feeling coming onto the stage. Tim's all warmed up. He's been sitting there. You watched him play. Any change in your feelings, or do you still feel like there's no chance?
Tim is absolutely toast. I'm going to grind him into oblivion. He will have absolutely no hope whatsoever. Just because he thinks he makes this map and he has any skill playing this game, he's going to be punished into oblivion. I'm going to channel the gamer's Tourette's of John Romero himself as I scream profanities into my microphone during this match.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. Some real trash talk from these players, finally. So, technique-wise, anything that you saw that you're going to be using against him? I mean, don't give away your secrets. If you saw something he's doing, you're going to exploit. But any skill that we can watch for the Randy special, what is it?
It's called juggling, baby. He's against a magician, so he's toast. It's over.
Just watch the balls fly, Tim. Watch them fly. How are you feeling about that trash talk? Are you intimidated?
Hey, like I said, if I'm gonna be in the finals, it needs to be against Randy. So we have to represent Dallas. We're a Texas group. So yeah.
Dallas is where first-person shooters were born. I'm glad it's come to us, and I'm sure it's going to be a very fun and spirited match. So I'm looking forward to it.
I want to ask, before we get into this match, though, what is at stake here? I mean, we have the trophy, we have the honor. But, who's watching? Who are you trying to show that you really are the top Quake gaming VIP in the whole world?
Well, what's at stake for me is the results of this match will determine whether or not I cry myself to sleep tonight or not. So that's what's at stake for me. Yeah.
Some very serious consequences could happen. What about over there on the other side, Dan?
Yeah, the guys have been blowing up my phone. They're like, dude, don't come back to Texas if you lose. So I may have to actually live with Randy if he wins. I'm going to move in with him.
Is that would you bunk with Tim?
Oh, absolutely. I'd bunk with Tim. Yeah. I might be crying myself to sleep while I'm doing it, but for totally different reasons. It's like, crap, I'm in bed with Tim. What's
All right, well, again, some friendly potential teamwork happening, maybe, I guess, that after this match. I don't know. Dan, any other questions over there for Tim?
I just wondered what happened. Like, what is this transformation we saw in Randy? Earlier, he didn't care. Now he's summoning. Like, he did a dark ritual, backstage or something. Now he's powered up and ready to play.
I know. It's very scary. I'm not in his head. He's definitely doing the mental ninja thing. So it should be fun. We have to strafe and jump a lot.
Do you have a score prediction?
Oh boy, no. Seriously, this could go either way. It really could. I'm being, all honesty, it can go either way. It just should go my way.
All right, fair enough. Well, I'll let you get set up, and I think we're pretty much ready to kick off this finals. I really didn't expect the tournament to turn out this way, but this is pretty cool. We got again the villain versus Randy there, who seems empowered suddenly, and I'm just curious where that leads. Where does that go?
Well, I'm not so quick to call Tim the villain. Like I said, I empathize with someone who is, just happens to be really, really good at a game and happened to maybe help build it, But Randy really did win my heart because as a host, I've been looking for that trash talk, that aggressive, that action, and he gave it to us right there. So I don't know, my allegiance may be shifting.
That's actually true. I feel like you have been working really hard to pull out the entire tournament, and you finally got it right at the end. So
I did. So
yeah,
thank you, Randy, and thank you, Tim, because we are about to see an amazing match. I think we are ready to get into it. Dan, commentate us away.
All righty. We are actually going to 10 minutes. Previously, we had 7 minutes. I mean, normally we used to do 10 last year as well, but just to make it fit the schedule a little bit better. But for the finals, we're breaking out the 10 minutes here, and I'm going to disappear behind the stage as the game starts. And this is the finals. Welcome one and all. This is the Quake World Tournament here by FaceIt at D.I.C.E 2017. We've got Randy Pitchford here up against the Titan. That is Tim Willits, Titan of Quake. Let's see if those powers, that Dark Ritual, has worked out here for Randy. The opening engagement's slightly favoring Tim, I think, but it's fairly close. And if you think about the position, we have a good position here for Randy. He's able to kind of control this side of the map and fall back onto the red whenever he needs to. And Tim realizes he's got a really good engagement there. Perhaps a little bit surprised that Randy was sticking around for so long, as Tim is in a really strong position at the moment. So Randy definitely needs that red. We'll have to see what the idea is from Tim. You can see, I feel like Randy is trying to predict here exactly how Tim's going to move around the map and try to catch him off guard with that first rocket. And one cool thing is you can get that nice bounce, and it's, oh wow, that was a beautiful rocket there coming in from Randy. Oh no, a telefrag straight away. Wow, cries of anguish there from Randy. So Tim in a great position now after that telefrag. Randy, is all about him. He hit some amazing shots. Like that's daylight robbery right there for Randy. And now the follow-up here from Tim with the lightning gun is just devastating. And Tim was left like pretty decently stacked after that fight. Not perfect, but looking fairly good. Does take a pretty bad rocket there as Randy tries to get himself back in onto an engagement. But that is a heartbreaker for all the Randy fans out there. That was, again, going into that fight right before the telefrag, I was super surprised that Randy managed to even win it. Had to hit a pixel rocket to actually do that. And it was taken away. All right, so Tim back on the high ground. And you can probably hear Randy shouting in the background there as well. You're getting really into this one. But it's the dream to be his. The dream of that trophy. So Tim right there on the high ground once again. It's going to be bumping into Randy. It's kind of be a meeting point for both players, a natural, organic meeting point, and nicely done there from Randy. Able to take down Tim with the rocket work. He will be evening things up as well. Tim, of course, though, he's stacked up, though, off the spawn. And this is the critical moment here for Randy, that Randy's able to get himself healthy again. He can't really afford to take engagements after big fights like that. You can see the problems that he might be having here. Some good damage coming in, and you can see a bit of panic setting in there as Randy realizes suddenly, I made a mistake. I have made a terrible mistake. And he does get fragged by the oncoming Tim. And Tim is definitely going to be feeling good about that one as he takes the lead, and also it's going to be in a position to start extending that lead potentially. We'll have to see. He doesn't have that red armor. It was used up in the last fight, and he's on the green side of the map, so that's going to help to stack him up a little bit. He gets the Mega as well, so that Mega's going to help. And here goes Tim in his efforts to reclaim the red armor room and going for the mid-airs there with the rocket launcher. Great pops there, and oh my goodness, I have no idea what happened. Tim was not even on screen, and we see Randy there off screen, shooting himself with a rocket. Not the most optimal strategy. Some may say it is suboptimal, but we'll see if that pays off later on. Randy, perhaps that's part of what he needs to get going. And we have 6.5 minutes left because of this extended time limit. So plenty of time, really, to work back 2 frags, to be honest. There's no rush just yet. So Randy taking his time here. Randy on camera at the moment. Now back onto Tim. Tim, again, trying to work those positions. With that lead as well, he can be fairly conservative with how he plays this, but he will find Randy over the red armor. This is nice here for Randy, able to get the rockets connected there. Tim very weak, and in having position on the red armor, he might actually be able to get the kill and keeps the stack going, which is very important. And Tim now knows he is in a lot of trouble. And Tim said this one could go either way, and I wasn't sure if that was modesty or not. And Randy is putting up a pretty good fight here so far. And he is in the driving seat currently. But he just needs to be able to deny Tim that red armor. That's very important here for Randy to make sure that he can stay on top of this one. Stealing away the rockets as well is always a good sign. And you can see Tim there just waiting, lurking around by the teleporter, and Randy decisively coming in and taking the frag. But the problem could be off the spawn, as we've seen previously. But somehow Randy manages to get himself to safety there. Tim spawned very close to him and passed him without realizing he was there. That is a stroke of luck, I think, for Randy, because Tim definitely could have gotten the frag there, so he will be missing that one. However, now things tighten up a little bit here. Tim still has the lead, but that's a good opening rocket, and all of a sudden, Randy's doing a fantastic job. This is exactly the kind of work we need to see from Randy, for him to be able to get himself back in on this one. There's the pursuit once again through the teleporters. Nice pop there from Tim, able to get some good splash damage coming in with the rockets. And Randy's in a lot of trouble, and they both know it. Trying to back away as quickly as possible, falling down, and it's very panicked once again. This seems to be, oh my god, so close. One of those rockets, if one of those rockets came a few millimeters to the left, that would have been a very dead Randy, but finally he will die, and he will respawn. And that's how Quake works. You die and then you respawn. That's basically Quake in a nutshell. And there it is. Tim is going to suicide there with the rocket launcher. Again, the splash damage is enormous, so it's pretty easy to do that, actually. And here comes Tim. He wants to just push the issue there onto Randy, and Randy will go down once again. Tim extending the lead. So all that hard work that Randy had done, all the good work he'd done to try to get rid of that stack of Tim, to start working in on cycling items, stealing away rockets and playing the long game a little bit, all come crashing down in the blink of an eye, in the flurry of a few rockets. Now Tim is going to be back on the duty of getting stacked up, and he's doing a fairly good job of it. That said, Randy is certainly in a spot where, as he has been doing, if he gets a couple good openers, exactly like that, straight in the face, then Tim's going to have to think twice before moving forward for the engagement. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. This is the final. This is the final game of Quake. Well, at D.I.C.E 2017. Who is going to emerge victorious and lift that trophy with pride? Randy once again finding Tim. They're really wanting to get a solid engagement, but being knocked off the top by the rockets does create a situation where he can't follow up, and that's frustrating there for Randy. But Randy generally has been pretty good at catching Tim off guard, but this time it's been Tim that swoops in, steals away the red, and uses the rockets to finish off Randy. Big problems now for Randy, and Tim's still around that red area of the map, moving quickly to try to get the rockets, to try to stack himself back up, and to try to be in a good position for the next fight. But there is still a window of opportunity for Randy if he can prevent the red armor pickup. It looks like that will not be the case, though. 2.5 minutes to go, and the pressure starts to build for Randy. 3 frags is the deficit for him, as Tim sits on 4 and Randy remains currently on 1. At least it's not -1. It is a positive 1, which is always good. We've seen a few -1s so far in the tournament. I love that we've been seeing some telefrags as well, right in the finals. Oh, what's going on here? Randy just throwing the rockets there. And I'm not sure what he was working on at the top level there, but he will be fragged. He gets the return frag immediately. Good spawn. The luck in where you spawn is really important here as well. And we've got Randy trying to follow up. His team will actually spawn straight back into the fight. So unrelenting is this action right now as we get Randy trying to push for the frag. He knows that time is really starting to run low at this point. A minute and a half to claim these last 3 kills, but he's getting really weak at the moment. It's going to be really hard to get this frag. Nice rocket coming into play. Tim a little bit flustered there, but still able to bring things back into a composed manner, allowing him to pull out the lightning gun and get the kill. Tim now with 6, Randy there with 2, and only just a minute left now in this one, in the finals. I had Randy in the distance there saying, I got this, this is my match. I love the positivity. You got to believe. You have to believe. Randy still believes. 1 minute left, and Randy is desperately trying to search for Tim at this point. Tim popping in, cursory, in a glance, a rocket as well is always nice. He will get a connection there, but the red armor pickup for Randy negates that rocket damage pretty easily. And here goes Randy. He needs to get this fight happening. Tim is playing to win right now, that is for sure. He's just making sure that he's not going to get caught out in the engagement. We can see why, switching to Tim's perspective. He's on that green armor, it's very weak. A couple bad rockets and he's definitely dead here, but he's controlling the position. Great direct rocket at distance from Tim. And that is going to finish off Randy. And here he goes, pushing the issue a little bit. Just got to be careful with those cheeky rockets, though. The pokes with the teleporter. Tim's very weak. A lot of damage goes in there for Tim against Randy, allowing him to easily finish off Randy off the spawn. And once again, where you spawn is so important after these fights. Tim has had some great luck in this match from that perspective. 5 seconds left. Oh, he got a telefrag to finish it all off. It's Randy that gets it, but it will be Tim that wins and will be crowned the winner of the FaceIt Quake World D.I.C.E 2017 Championship.
It's time for a final match selfie as we see Tim and Randy celebrating that they will not have to bunk together, as Tim will not have to go live with Randy. Come on over center stage, guys. We have some presents for you. And we want to chat with you one last time. Tim, if you'd stand right here. And Dan, help us understand how Randy is feeling now.
Well, he has a huge smile on his face, which I find surprising. But, I mean, this guy's a positive guy. Again, he looks great. He got some great rockets in there, so I think he deserves to be happy. He's also going to get a trophy, too. So. Yeah,
and Randy, you will have to cry yourself to sleep tonight, but we have some tissues backstage. And, is there anything you want to say to Tim in final parting words?
Dallas represents, man. Woo!
And Tim, you are now our reigning champion. You have dethroned all the rest, and you, for the rest of the year, will be the FaceIt Quake World D.I.C.E 2017 champion. How does that feel?
It's very exciting, and I'm glad that I was able to play with my friend Randy.
And is there anything you want to say to anyone at home who is watching you, or anyone who is thinking, if Tim can do it, maybe I can do it too? Any advice for them?
Yes, dream big. Play Quake champions.
Good advice. Well, Randy, Dan will now present you your second place trophy. Congratulations. Let's have a warm round of applause. Hold it up for everyone to see. And now, the champion of the FaceIt Quake World Championship at D.I.C.E 2017, Tim, hold your trophy high. Thank you very much for playing. Thank you all very much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure for Dan and I. Dan, any parting words?
Play some Quake.
Good advice. Guys, we will see you again very, very soon, but for now, good night.
Okay, for those folks who are left, the roundtables round 1 have already started, but you can definitely catch the second round or jump into a table if you see an empty seat. See you guys at the awards. Thank you.